Okay, but like Chai cosplay would go kind of hard. Hang on, we could do that right now. I'd say Tears helped make cosplay, but that happened like 4 times. I mean, yeah. Just not the type of maid you think. But yeah, hi everyone, how's it going? Welcome in. I'm going to pull out my drawing tablet real quick. My little Samsung. I need to do this right now. Now live. Windows XP Maze screensaver. Hi Tier. Hi Ninja. How's it going? Here guys. Here's some real enrichment. Why not all of them? Fusion. Infinite amounts of Tears of Recolor. I going to need you to explain that dream from the other day. Okay, I got you. Okay, you are doing great. Hi Gritcha. Hi Ion Beats. Thank you for the resub. I don't have alerts this actually, I just noticed. Do I have those? So, I don't think I have any alerts. I think I closed the... Wait, am I looking at the right window? I think I deleted the sources I needed for that because I was like hearing them on the wrong places. But worry not, we can set those up in like a flash. Yeah, so today we're gonna be watching the HL2 documentary as a family. We're gonna watch it together. I don't know why I have like some. It's a little weird, but it's like chroma key. The flip back. Let's see, alert box. Copy widget URL. URL, copy that, make sure that I don't copy it into chat, because then GG's. I don't know if that's gonna work, but I'm gonna test it. Twitch follows. Okay, that's cool. It works. You can stay over there. Rat? You didn't know about the rat? The evil 3D maze screensaver rat. When the rat eats you, it automatically resets the whole screensaver. This one was my favorite. Mine was the pipe one. The 3D pipes. But this has a little nastiness to it. I'm going to be logged in, so I hope you all have a good time. You too! Enjoy your logged inness. Be sure to ping us all. Hit at everyone in the chat whenever you get some progress done or we're taking a break, because I want to see what you're working on. I'm really excited to see what you're cooking. Now, if you're doing homework or something like that, I also want you to send that to me because I need to add that to my encyclopedia of knowledge. My cheat sheet, my universal cheat sheet. These pipes were mad grindable, not gonna lie. Okay, wait. Real. Homework detox. Yeah. Hang on, where's my... What would this look like? I gotta find my tablet for one. as shy as my homework. You could be doing like art homework. You know, and that, I think that counts. If you were drawing, dude, honestly, if I ever go back to art school, got you all. I had a dream last night about her. Yo. What was it? Was it like an in-body experience? Finished tiramisu. Okay. I can show you guys a little bit these folders. They have been curated. Explain the hacker's man's. Yeah, 1 second. So, what happened was I had a dream, right, in which I was being hacked. So I told this story to Maid before, but basically I dreamt that I was playing like Osu something on my computer, right? And at some point I downloaded, it might have been like a beat map or something, or maybe it just had like an open port for multiplayer. And Ninja, I remember specifically you, had done remote code execution through like a custom program or something, like a client, and reached my address, my computer. And so what the virus did, the payload did, is like it opened a bunch, and I mean a bunch of notepad.exes. I don't even know what that means. So remote code execution is when you get access into a computer and you can run whatever programs you want without being sitting on that computer. So it's like if we were playing Counter-Strike and you somehow found an exploit that allowed you to get into my computer and run a script from your Counter-Strike copy, that would be RCE. So it opened a bunch of notepads all over the place that said something like hacked by Ninja Militia or something. Hi Nokasu. That happened. I screamed at the top of my lungs. It blue screened all my screens and then it reset. And my thought was like, okay, well shit, I'm fucked. Like I have to completely cut off access to the internet now because my computer like is at risk. Everything is at stake now. So I had unplugged the Ethernet cable from the back of the computer. And I tried to like log in again and stuff, but it didn't work. It's like it wasn't just how my sub but not followed. What? Thank you for the follow. I'm at work, so I can stick around, but I'll kiss your forehead. I hope you have a good stream. Thank you. I hope you have a good work. Gap in the computer. Imagine. Yeah, so my computer reset and I opened it again, but like the virus was already like inserted into the startup tasks, so it didn't matter. It was already in my computer. I didn't even have to be connected to the internet. It was just not gonna let me. My great solution, right, for this was to. Hang on, let me lower the music a little. So my fantastic solution to this problem was to install Ubuntu, or well, run from a live USB of Ubuntu and like get all my files and move them to like an external hard drive or something. Because like I need to reinstall Windows at this point, probably, potentially. but I couldn't find my Ubuntu USB. In fact, I don't think I have one. So I installed Windows 98 on my computer. And after I installed that operating system, I noticed like, oh, wait, I could just like started in like security mode or whatever, safe mode with no startup applications, and then I felt really stupid and I woke up. Yeah, sensible decision. You know, like the brain of a streamer is just waking up. Question mark, question mark, question mark. When is 95 Slate? Yeah, so I have my tablet over here. I've been doing some drawing. We got Windows Vista fan art before GTA 6. I just fell in love with like the I don't know, I guess I always liked the arrow aesthetic, and I'm just now feeling nostalgic about it, so I expect to see this more often, Lamau. And I made like a study on that one Windows Vista wallpaper. Which is the one? I swear it was here. Yeah. Vista's pretty, if it was beep beep boop boop. Yeah. I mean, I vividly remember my first laptop was a like Vista laptop, and that felt like, damn, you know, every other computer until then that I had touch was like Windows XP, and this one felt different, and I could see it. You know, you're walking along the mall, like you're looking at the windows, and there's laptops laying there, you know, looking out with the screensaver on. It's this fucking stupid bubbles all over the place, and like, you know, that leaves a mark. It does something to a young gamer. Bring back the bubbles. Okay, so real talk. What would a chai cosplay look like? Bubbles are always available in Windows 10. They are. However, there's a little problem. There's a little issue. There's a little difference. Hi Sland, Ginger. I hope you like colors here. Bet. Have fun. Thank you. Enjoy your lurk. There's a little issue with it though. Is that normally you will have your computer, right? This is the start menu. You have a little picture, you know, all apps, boogity 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 ba, ba boom, and then you have a little tree wallpaper or something. That's one step complete. So originally, the wallpaper would like put bubbles all over your screen, right? Like it will take a screenshot and then overlay them like this. But except now, apparently, because they were liable for like causing burning of that image on people's computers, it now looks a little more like this. So it is the same, but it's not the same. Unfortunately. I guess I could have just done this, huh? Current sketch is hidden. Yeah. If you want to join in, feel free. If you can see the live chat, you're more than welcome to join in. I'm thinking of this as a group event, as a watch party. We're gonna watch this together and we're gonna comment on it. And so if you can see it, feel free to. If not, you can always ask and I'm gonna drag you in. And I can have all the little foogies in the top and put that one text that says like the stock market. I mean, yeah, stock market. The preview looks like the regular bubbles over the VG, so I don't know. The preview does, but when it actually runs, it doesn't. Set it to 1 minute. Don't touch the computer for a minute. You'll see. You'll see. It's very unfortunate. Okay, so this is the little tier right here. Epic. Awesome sauce. Little guy. How do we chai-ify this? Let me get the documentary going. I guess we should go on the website too. Half-Life. Horns? Right, there's horns. Okay, so let's do... that. So there's the tail, right? With the little spikies. I don't know why it has that effect on it. Hang on. Did I put a chroma key on this? I did. Oh, I see. That makes sense. What does that look like? Yeah, it looks like shit. Whoa. Yeah, that works. So there's the horns. You're right about that one. Just take the opacity, bring it down, bring it up. So these... we do this, right? Then the E... Here go the ears, which I think were curved, but I don't remember which way they were curved to. We're just gonna do this. Okay. Black and white. Got it. And the tail. Jacket. Follow that. Roughly like that. And then dope. Now it just needs, all it needs now, hang on, just a little gradient. which might be right or wrong. I don't, not entirely sure here, but yeah. No paint bucket, no fill, no gradient, no airbrush, just pen. Yeah. Little greedy goose. Okay, so let's check out this website. Shoo. So what do you have here? What do you have here? This is obviously the Alex one, so know what we're looking for. We have the Half-Life website, which this one does have everything about the update. However, this is not the update website. Because the update website, I'll give you a 1 star. Yeah, let's go. I got the positive review. We win. Half-Life 25. Yeah, this is one. Okay, so this is the website for the first one. Half-Life 1 update. Remember this because you can go down and get a crowbar. That one. Hell yeah. And then, can you hear this? You can, right? I think the ones you can smash, yeah. There.
Oh, my goodness.
Then you get an achievement. The only Half-Life achievement. Keep the page safe from the headcrab and zombie. Now that's quality. See documentaries on YouTube? Yeah. But I want to check out the website for it. Also, Half-Life crowbar transparent PNG. Is that a fake PNG or is that like a real PNG? It's a fake one, right? We'll do those with this one. These bubbles are a little hard to look at. I forgot about them. Okay. So this should be the McWig. Yeah. Oh, there's an ad coming in 2 minutes. Okay, hang on. Let's figure out. Let's figure out the crowbar situation before then. Let's sort out. Oh, it's a WebP. That explains everything. Google.com. More tools, colors, transparent. That one. What is it? WebP? God damn it, dude. You hate me. Hi, Ren. Okay, wait. There's hope. There's hope. There's hope. Where is it? There you are. We win these. Why is it not flipping? Flip horizontally. There. Okay. We're ready. Hope stream goes good. We'll be lurking. Okay, enjoy your lurk. Thank you. Hope you're having fun. Okay, but yeah. So, Half-Life 2. Save $100. Save 100% on Half-Life 2. Save 100% dollars. Okay, so there's an update here. This is the website that I'm looking for. Beautiful. What if I just get some free Half-Life for sale? Yes! Honestly, tell everyone right now, Half-Life is free for the weekend. Okay, so November 16th, 2004. This is a bright page. Valve invites you to experience the Half-Life 2 20th anniversary update. There's Maid Mage. Brand new interviews with the Half-Life 2 dev team. Our hang on. Our Half-Life 1 25th anniversary documentary went so well that we invited Secret Take back to make another one. This time on Half-Life 2. It's about a lot more than just making a game. Running out of money, getting hacked, and an early version being leaked online. Being sued by a publisher, trying to build Steam, it's all in there. Made on free Mage. Obviously, the update, they merged the episodes in on it too. So you're getting the base game, episode 1 and episode 2, all from the main menu. I downloaded the update, but I haven't. Oh god, ads. But I haven't opened the game. I want to check it out. We should Lost Coast, year after Half-Life 2 included an interactive developer commentary mode, which was introduced to me thanks to Portal, via Portal, to offer interested players a deep dive into the technology that inspired the demo. We did it again for every Half-Life and Portal game afterwards, but Half-Life 2 itself never had commentary until now. So now, Half-Life 2 actually has documentary, which, hell yeah. I'm playing with dev mode, the commentary mode on, of course. You can now enter, you can now like check out the Steam Workshop content straight from the game without having to quit. That's cool. Obviously, the game recording feature that's part of Steam now for every game, I think. And then, you know, the updated content, which I'm really excited about some of this stuff. Because obviously, like in between some of the transitions done between like one version of Source to the other, there's the beta engine Half-Life 1, I think, that has like the backwards speed hopping. That they replaced with another one, and then that engine got revamped again for like HDR and like all the effects and stuff. Basically, every episode they released, they redid the engine, and some things broke. So I'm expecting this to, in the same vein as like the Half-Life 1 update they did, to fix a bunch of those inaccuracies, let's say. So of course, pops holes in the ground in the world, fading and disappearing objects, rebalance the lighting, using the original release as reference, which is sick. Smoother horizon lines with the new radial fog, higher resolution light maps, that's always good, better shadows. Remove the green glow from the G-Man's model size in the opening of the game and restore the reflected glint as seen in the original release. And some grass sprites that were missing out and blacked out models that were not like either light up or showing their textures, I guess. Original launch date blood and fire effects. Highest detail models. And smoother light maps, of course. This little, like, what do you call this? Like light shaft? I don't remember this being in the game. This looks sick. And yeah, the you can see the lighting with the B-cubic light map filtering. It's like the transition between this and that is like a little more radial. It's not as sharp with those little squares, the texels. Fire Gregory moment. There's gamepad controls. There's aim assistance. Which can be enabled separately, by the way, so it's not bound to the difficulty. Steam Deck, always good. And then some of the demos, which were available on other other YouTube channels as like recordings of a big screen projecting like the demo. They did like the smirking G-Man, but now they're here in like full HD, I guess. Just fucking incredible, honestly. This is a whole 25-minute demo reel. Look at that. Look at that quake. Look at this, dude. This is beautiful. But yeah, the main thing, when they were showcasing the... Oh, this doesn't have the commentary that they were doing live. And the reaction, like, the way people laughed when they saw this. Clearly. Clearly you don't own an air fryer. But yeah, no, this is based. This is cool.
Conditions could hardly be more ideal.
The lighting is incredible. Like one spotlight on her face. So dramatic. And also the little gaslighting moment. The bullshit AI they did. Or like the combine where opening doors, so like clearing out this thing. And that's insane. If that had been in the game, it's like, oh, we cannot go through the door. Start shooting through the window. Like, look at that shit. But they could have done it with like highly scripted stuff, but like they could have done it. Yeah, this video is not the same without all the people clapping and laughing, but it's really good to have this in HD. This and like the other demos too. Like this one from SIGGRAPH 2000 is insane, crazy, amazing. Look at this. Holy shit, is that the Borealis? No. The 1984 edition of the game. Re-Racing the Bar. A new edition of Racing the Bar is coming back into print with 2025. But can this run on my Pentium 2? I mean, will it run? Half-Life 2. Oh. Nearly 2 decades since it went out of print, Racing the Bar is set to return with an expanded second edition, offering a comprehensive look into the creation of Half-Life 2. Originally published in 2004, this book captured the history of Half-Life 2's development, but missed the episodic content that followed. This new edition concludes the Half-Life 2 development story, with never before seen concept art from episode 1 and 2, along with ideas and experiments for the third episode that never came to be. Fuck. So we're getting a book, is what you say? Dude, that's sick. Looking for something to read right now? The final hours of Half-Life 2 was written 20 years ago by Geoff Keighley after spending time in Valve's offices during, you guessed it. During what? The final hours of final Half-Life 2? $20 ago. Honestly, must have been so sick to be able to developing these games at the same time that the technology got better. Yeah, I mean, you're making history and witnessing history being made. Like, lightning in a ball. There's no way they would have known, except they did. It's like they were making this shit up on the spot. It's like this is so taken for granted right now. Dude, this is sick. All these games around you are like evolving and getting better, and like the technology's getting there. It becomes real. It's like, I read the final hours of Alex was pretty cool. Even had like 3D scanner offices during COVID era, so it was like completely with the leftover work still on the desk. I don't think I saw that. Mm. I know they made like a 3D model or something you could explore on the website, and I didn't actually look into it. I didn't interact with it. I should have. Um, I was busy playing the game and being scared of head crabs. I didn't finish it because I stopped at the points I had spoilers for Half-Life Alyx, so that might have been it, actually. And then I forgot about it. Shit. Remind me to look at that. So, episode 1 and 2 are playable. There's 3.5 hours of content. One that raising the bar art book really bad, actually. Hell yeah. Like, honestly, I'm a big fan of art books. If I could get any of them, like, I would get, for sure, some of the art books for, like, my favorite games. Maybe, like, the Zelda one, but, like, dude, if this is gonna be the first art book I ever get, the Half-Life one, absolutely, I'm so down. I'm getting that day one. So a bunch of stuff, you know, rendering, UI, legibility. You can argue that this is the boring stuff, or this is the really cool stuff, actually. But new font, Gordon. Yeah, this is essentially the stuff that you'll see in the game. Fix Dr. Bring not looking at the camera in certain broadcasts. Fix the crash. Game sounds and music now paused while the game is paused. Crouching behavior. Some of the not firing in some cases. Birds getting stuck in the world, like, of course, you know. Bug fixes that will help you be more immersed in the game. And I guess deathmatch is a real thing now. That's cool. The previous version of the game has been archived to a publicly visible beta branch called Steam Legacy, with the description pre-20th anniversary build. And the standalone versions for the episodes and Lost Coast will be deleted, so, well, unvisibility, so don't really worry about those. But they will be still available if you have like a mod for Lost Coast that you want to play. And of course the wallpapers, let's go. Holy shit, they have vertical ones. I got that Overwatch one, but I wish they had an update version. Damn, how old is that one? Fuck! The soundtrack? The soundtrack? The soundtrack on Spotify? What the fuck? Okay. Oh. Oh, you already know. Yippee! What's over here? Oh shit! You can grab everything on the page. I love interface. What is this? Oh yeah. Oh, they scroll with you. Even this? No! Pistola. Wait. Can I shoot shit? No. Okay. It was just a prank. Backend developer nightmare. Tomsky. The video? Yeah, this is sickening. Wow. Oh, dude. Help. Oh, wait, they can. Okay, now this is gaming. Hell yeah. See, this is it. Like, the whole point of Source and like the engine is like, oh, dude, we got physics. Oh my god, the future. We're still playing with physics today. This is how instrumental this was to, I don't know, the development of the game industry. There was a time when I would look at games with like physics, like Half-Life or Deus Ex or something, and I would be like, I want to play that. Oh my god, it has ragdoll physics. I need to play the game. Because it was like a whole ass feature. It was like saying, oh, you get free dining when you go into this theater. You watch a movie and you eat for free. You get free pizza. That's kind of like the impact of it. I would go on Game Banana and download death animations for CS 1.6 that were like pre-baked ragdoll physics, made with like endorphin or something. You remember endorphin? Uh, Motion. Yeah, endorphin natural motion. I used to play with this. I was a little physics nerd. Endorphin? Hang on, because I need to show you something. And that, endorphin on crack. Yeah. It's just like the stick figures on crack, but it was endorphin, like physics engine simulator. See, like this. That's fucking crazy, you know. But anyway, I have a documentary to check out. Welcome to the next 2 hours. I I had coffee in the coffee machine that I will go get. Fun fact: Half-Life not free on Peru mode. What? 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 Peru hates their people. Okay, I'm gonna get him some coffee and some make-believe popcorn. If you have actual popcorn at home, I encourage you to go get some and join me on this adventure. If not, then get yourself some water because we're gonna watch this nonstop and I'm not gonna pause. I'll be right back. I spilled some coffee on the ground. Okay, I'm back. Scan real rate. I think time for his game shaking my head. She isn't even commenting. I haven't even started. Okay.
I always had been doing since my childhood a bit of urban exploration. So I love to like break through a
Damn.
window of an abandoned factory or building or train station. So that's one of my hobbies.
Much of this story has never been told until now. I see. There's a guy. The government man.
So one of the big challenges with Half-Life was just establishing the company and sort of determining whether or not we could actually make video games at all. Like my background was operating systems and spreadsheets. Mike Harrington, who was the co-founder, had a similar background.
Well,
he had a
it's the
little
guy.
more game experience than I did. But with Half-Life, we were pretty sure we were going to fail. And then Half-Life was successful. It was like a lot more successful than we had any reason to expect. And now we had to follow it up, right? We didn't want to have a sophomore slump. We didn't want to be a one and done kind of company. So now we had the terrifying obligation to our customers and to our fans to somehow advance our game design skills, our technology, all needed to level up for the second game.
I think a bunch of us were really
One
shocked by
second.
the success of Half-Life 1.
I gotta
We
set
were
up the
this
little
young,
something.
unproven.
Dude. Okay, hang on. So I have source. What's it called? Via capture device. There we go. So I can start the camera and I get tracking on my face. You know how it is, the technology. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah. I'm gonna be lurking, got works to do. No worries. Enjoy your lurk. Dude, where's VC face? Okay. I just turn on a light. Okay. And then now, if I'm not insane, and I know what I'm doing, which is not... Okay. Wait, is that actually working? It is not. Wait, spout sources. Do that, and that's it. That's the one.
Kind of company. So now we had the terrifying obligation to our customers and to
Use your
our fans to somehow advance our game design skills, our technology, all needed to level up for the second game.
I think a bunch of us were really shocked by the success
Every
of
single one of these
Half-Life 1.
these
We were
like
this-
frames here, you could stop and analyze and be like, "Holy shit!" You're
Our
gonna see so much
technology.
stuff. Are those Yu-Gi-Oh cards, Pokemon cards on the back? What is that? They're pinned to the wall and like holding up a little piece of
all
sheet
needed
paper.
to
Half-Life, cool pose. Someone's gonna have to draw me in that pose. Probably me. Maybe
level up
Magic.
for the second
Oh,
game.
Magic!
I think a bunch.
It's red party cups. Obviously, like all the CRT monitors. Look at those headphones.
A bunch of us were really shocked by the success of Half-Life 1. We were this young, unproven company. I don't think any of us really knew what to expect when we finished the game. I remember when we started working on Half-Life 2, we had already set the bar pretty high for ourselves.
So during Half-Life 2, what we were really trying to do is take advantage of the visibility that Half-Life had created for us in the industry to continue to hire the best people that we could find in the
We're
world.
gonna
It
lurk
just got
and turn
easier.
to the mode
The
because
bar
I'm
didn't get
EDD,
any
but still
lower,
watching.
but the
Okay,
fact that we had,
usually
you know,
lurk.
it went from, hey, this weird dude
Horizontal mode, I see.
who worked on operating systems wants to convince you he can run a game company to, oh, Half-Life won a bunch of awards, and now they're working on a sequel to that.
It was either my first week or my first day was actually the going away party for Mike Harrington, the co-founder.
Yeah, I came to Valve when it was just tiny. We had, I think, or maybe 10 or so people. Dave and I grew up together in Louisiana, so he and I had always talked about maybe starting a game company at some point. And during Half-Life, that kind of changed to a, maybe instead of that, the dream could be you come and work here at this one, you know, with me.
Yeah, you know, and I interviewed the day that Half-Life went gold, and I took the team photo of.
Yeah, there's like an
on
old
the
photo
gold
of
day.
us. We broke a
That photo. It's so high quality.
paper mache head crab and everything.
Yeah, I was freaking out.
Yeah.
I was actually working on a video game concept in high school, and I was seeking a mentor, and I got in touch with Mark Laidlaw at Valve. I guess it was the right time and right place, and quite a bit of luck, and I ended up getting an internship that way. I guess I was 17 at the time.
So you've got a whole company that's familiar with tools and a whole process, and then we just started over. Like we rebuilt the tools and
Looking at this. Well, that's a Hammond editor, of course. I can't fucking imagine making a map from this. Like this dense. There's so much stuff happening here. It's beautiful.
we rebuilt the engine. So we had this long period of time where
Textures?
we could sort of take our time on design. And so we spent a lot.
This better be on the on the art book. Cell block 3, melee and barricades. Cell block profile. Most battles happening on ground floor. The top floor provides a breathing space from which to watch and influence players' favor. So many considerations were made on the level design here. Scripted sequence, soldiers erect barricade only to have end lions burst through ground behind them, playing entrance on Lundi. Lundi. 2 showers. Flimsy barricade can be broken through by bug bait or weapons. Dude.
A lot of time working on story and just trying to figure out how to make this thing bigger, like somehow more epic.
Yo! That's fucking cool.
And those discussions eventually led to this idea that, so in Half-Life 1, you open this portal, some strange rift to another dimension, and we thought, well, what if that broadcasts this signal to the universe that's like, oh,
the way Valve works is so interesting.
There's this planet there, it's free air and water. And so then we sort of came up with this idea of, well, there's this mega organization that's resource starved, and they're just gonna come.
It's so art, like there's so much art, so much concept.
How many years passed between? 6?
Yeah.
Behind.
So I would say the
Every
first
game, but,
2
like,
years,
like being able to see
we
it.
tried a lot of things, and a lot of those story arcs that we had initially didn't have really any carryover from Black Mesa or any of that.
There was originally going to be three different alien races, like the bugs or religious ones, and the antlions actually came out of that bug race that was supposed to be a much bigger part of the game.
I don't remember what it's called.
It had
like
3 alien races: the warrior aliens, the insect aliens, and the spy aliens.
It's like a weird balance.
And it had
of
like a
artists
prog-like
and
city, which ended
engineers.
up being the closest thing to City 17. In a lot of ways, it reminds me of writing music. You know, everyone was sort of riffing ideas on, well, what if
It's
we
kind
did
of hard to
this or
tell if
tried
it's
that?
artists first.
I remember we were
or
really
engineering
ambitious
first.
at the beginning. I remember we designed, what, 4 cities at one point? Prague, Jerusalem, Chicago, Los Angeles, I believe. We had an Arctic base, an underwater base, an icebreaker ship, an airplane sequence that crashed into a high-rise, which we cut right after 9/11. We had several combine bases in the wasteland. We had the air exchange, which is where they were taking, you know, the atmosphere from Earth. We had a train depot and so on. So we really obviously had to scale back what we were trying to do. But, you know, that's okay to go a little bit nuts at the beginning.
I saw it almost as like sophomore anxiety, maybe. You know, like, oh wow, we have to surpass Half-Life, and Half-Life was important, you know, and so it was like this like unbounded ambition.
And we kept asking ourselves, and Gabe kept asking, well, how is this Half-Life? Where, you know, when you have a silent first-person narrator, you could tell people this is Gordon and throw that character into literally any environment and say, yeah, this is Half-Life. But unless the environment is telling you that that's the case, you're not. It's very arbitrary. So we wrestled with that a long time. Slowly, the sort of grab bag of characters we had, we started to feel like there was connections between them, and then at some point we realized, oh, we could make this out of the science team, the survivors from Black Mesa, and suddenly that for me was the idea of it's the science team. That suddenly you could put those guys anywhere, and because they have like a familial interconnectedness, and they recognize Gordon, that will make you feel like it's a continuation of this story. Like obviously Alex was totally new to that
think of that
universe,
first thing, right?
But she had a father who had been at Black Mesa, and he and the other scientists were friends, and they had extended their relationship into this new world that you were in. That was kind of the click, was the science team, and that was a while till we got there.
You know, much like the first one, where all the contributors were really collectively deciding on the direction, is we were really making a push to grow the team and hire new artists. You know, Zabi Ng was an influential early contributor. I think, you know, he and I were doing character designs for Gordon and for Alex and for some of the antagonist Combine characters.
At the time, I was looking at a lot of, really the helmets, which I think are kind of one of their defining features, was based off some gas masks from Europe that I had seen in some reference. I remember doing early concepts of the new HEV suit, like what's Gordon gonna be now? And I had kind of just started, and so I was like, I'm gonna make this my own. It looked, I guess, kind of like the still suits in Dune, but black and a lot more belt buckles and latex. And Gabe was just kind of like, what's this? Like, it's Gordon.
What's this?
He's like really proud and excited. He's like, why is it not orange? It's like, or something to that effect of essentially like, why are you giving up this iconic part of the character?
People love it.
Yeah, people love that. So what are you doing? And it's like, I was like, yeah, I guess he's right. So we kind of went back to the drawing board and ended up with what shipped.
And we had like, I don't know, so many creatures that we tried and abandoned, not because they were bad, because we had better things to pursue, more like there were the sack ticks, the cremator, the crab synth, the stalkers
like
as
the stalkers
an enemy.
we had a little bit in the game.
Yeah,
right?
we shipped the stalkers, but not as an adversary that you fought.
Yeah, there was definitely an evolution of how biological versus how synthetic a lot of the creatures in Half-Life 2 were, and I was always hoping to get to a space where it was ambiguous, where you couldn't quite tell if this was created or if it had grown or if it was natural or synthetic.
There was some synths I did that never shipped. Actually, we did ship them. They were at the end of the game when you're going through the Citadel. I had designed these synths that no animator could figure out how to actually move because they weren't built to move.
And much like some of the environments that we've seen, released in the leak that were very dark, some of the early Half-Life stuff was also very dark. But at the time, video games were very dark.
In the interim, before we hired Fletcher, and before Victor was there, because it was the old environments, right? I don't remember how it came about that they built this level, but the idea was there was some looting going on.
That kind of look.
And the idea was you're in this little alley and you see a citizen, you hear a voice saying, TV! Bring TV! Like they just got into the TV store and there's the citizens and the cops are fighting, and you see a citizen run past you holding a TV set, and he goes, get one, get a TV, get yourself a TV. And then he runs off down the thing and you go in another courtyard and there's a cop with a nightstick and a citizen, and they're like having a fist fight.
Holy shit.
And it's interesting because the NPCs are negotiating their bounding boxes, and there's some animation like how difficult it is to contact.
We captured everything. We took pictures of whiteboard design sessions. There were
fucking fight mechanics. Property of Underground, Cabal. Do not erase. Right, Cabal. MCOP helmet as face object. Man hacks, Metro Cops, Hydra. Afraid of fire, afraid of steam. Yeah, all the little behaviors. The Combine Soldier look like a plague doctor, right? Yeah, with the little like coat. Hide ready.
really crude drawings and ideas.
Really weird.
Some of the stuff from the very beginning made it all the way to the end. Ravenholm, antlions, dog, Kleiner's pet head crab, and
I said that.
Those things were just so fun in the moment that how could they not survive, right? The other thing that was really memorable is I remember we started making the world really dystopian, really dark at the beginning, and some of the concept art shows that we didn't think players would enjoy spending 20 to 40 hours in such a dark and a kind of oppressive setting. So the game lightened up considerably over time, but still maintained the feeling of a security state.
So I was trying to get all these cool ideas that the team had already when I arrived and streamline them. Instantly I think we were friends with Mark Laidlaw.
This game was going to be so
We had
oppressive.
a common sort of vision and fantasy to create a Orwell-like city.
Hang on.
And then friends with Mark Laidlaw. We had a common sort of vision
This shot right here makes me so
fantasy
jealous.
to create a Orwell-like city.
Orwell-like
and then slowly, I brought context behind that. The idea that we can place this in an anonymous Central Eastern European city, which is a perfect setting because, in these countries there were so many waves of invasions. You know, we had the Ottoman Empire, we had the Russians, and now why not the aliens?
And one of the first maps I remember working on was called Test Room Standards. On Half-Life, every level designer kind of had their own idea of how big stairs were, or how big steps were going to be, or how big a button was. Make sure we had some consistency. Another thing that was sort of important was just getting more people to go on field trips and going to do research. Because I think a lot of the level designers on Half-Life 1, you know, just were building very abstractly, and so we wanted to have some more grounding in reality.
We're watching the
have more
HL2
realistic
documentary.
proportions, and also just get textures were going from hand painted to more photographic, and so we would go out and collect a lot of the pictures for those textures to start building for our new library.
I joined Half-Life 2 probably a year after it had started. I know that it was at least a year because I was put on Borealis, which was like everybody else had disowned. But then I came along and said, oh, well, I guess this is now your problem.
No, you're good.
So I started on Borealis.
You're fine, I'll just translate.
That too. That eventually got
You can write in Spanish all you want.
Yeah, so I came in having had experience doing game AI. I was at Looking Glass Studios. Probably the biggest thing I did there was lead programmer on Thief, the Dark Project, did the AI for that too.
Bro, I knew.
And actually my first thing is they handed Borealis to me
Thief.
To do the...
I'm watching the Half-Life 2 development documentary. Half-Life 2 just received a 20th anniversary update that restores a bunch of like what the original game used to look like, merges it with the episode 1 and 2, and it's also completely free to grab and keep right now on Steam. So if you don't have Half-Life 2, go get it.
To do the AI for the guy that you're supposed to walk through the Borealis ship with.
There was a bunch of work put into it. We even went on an icebreaker ship to get reference. As soon as we started to put it together, we realized how unbelievably tight the space was, and you could never make any kind of really interesting combat in it, and so it just withered on the vine right there.
I mean, when I started, there was that document that was the tech wish list.
Yes.
It was just this very bare bones bullet list of tech features. And I mean, I think it was like 6 years of work to build that tech list and then realize it into a product and leverage all the implications of it, you know?
So this was a main feature that the light felt
so weird to me that they
very
would
realistic and
look at the boat and notice, of course, like, okay, it's a little too tight in here. There's no way you can have combat. But why wouldn't they make it bigger? Or maybe fit.
Realize it into a product and leverage all the implications of it, you know?
So this was a main feature that the light felt very, very realistic and intuitive because of the source engine and the collaboration between artists and engineers. Ken Birdwell, and he was a fan about photography and getting the lighting right.
The math that we were using was wrong. And not only that,
He
the
was one
math
of the
that
hassle in their
everybody
eyes.
was using was wrong. And then as I started to correct it, and I realized just how bad it was, and then I fixed it, and suddenly everything looked great. I had to go tell the hardware guys, the people who made hardware accelerators, that fundamentally the math was wrong on their cards. That took about 2.5 years. I could not convince the guys. Finally, we hired Gary McTaggart and Charlie Brown, and those guys had enough pull and enough. I have a fine arts major. Nobody's going to listen to me.
Charlie and I met at college at the University of Florida. We were both getting computer science degrees. Yes. I ended up dropping out to go work at 3DFX as employee 11 there. And then I think, Charlie, you actually graduated, didn't you?
I graduated and then followed you, and I was 17 there.
That's Charlie Brown.
I was 17.
There were three kind of principles. One was to make something that was immersive, visually really rich and appealing, something more like you would see in a film, and the art direction and the technology to make that happen. Second one was to have characters that you cared about, so basically that could react, emote, that mattered in the world instead of just being signposts. Third was to have a responsive...
Hey. How's it going? Welcome,
Go
Mitch.
check this out.
Huh? Wait, are you streaming?
Check this out.
Hang on, can I show this?
Yeah.
So guys, leaked footage of
This is Half-Life.
Of Half-Life 3.
3. Yeah.
Can't believe we finally have Half-Life Episode 3. Oh my god. Welcome, Arvicent. How much time did you spend on this?
I just downloaded this. So I didn't. It's fine. I didn't make this. I just downloaded it.
You're saying this wasn't part of the update?
What update?
Okay, yeah, you're right. It's Evertsu. Unfortunately, lost my phone number account. Nah. Another one? Nah. That's two logins we lost in this week. Thankfully, we got Bluto's back though. There's no way you did that in like
Bluto's logins.
Yeah, we recovered Bluto's login. I'm gonna put this in the corner while we watch the documentary. This
The enrichment. Oh, is there any chance you can stream the documentary in Discord so that I don't have the delay?
Yeah. Just gonna melt my my Ethernet cable. For
So it'd be funny if I just like alt tab and I just leave it here dancing.
Oh yeah, yeah. You're more than welcome to do that. Is this some Half-Life 2 related gameplay or speedrun basically? Yeah, we're watching the. I guess I should get your Fugi.
You should probably make that also smaller too.
Oh no more. No. I think that's fine.
I think it's just blocking up too much of the documentary.
Yeah, what about back here? We're watching the Half-Life 2 documentary. Produced and written, I think, I don't know, by Secret Tape, the guys that made the Half-Life 1 documentary.
I think that's what it said, yeah.
Yeah. Fugi. In order to celebrate the 20th anniversary, which I think is the sickest thing ever. Or like, I thought I was in a call and I woke up. This is so messed up. Oh, you're... Wait, the lineup is crazy.
Yeah, oh my god.
Should I
That's
fix
really
it?
good.
How can I fix this? I can't fix it. Okay, that's it.
Yeah. No, 2?
Yeah, no, just one. But that one.
No. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Maiden Mage right there.
With physics that matter.
The twin.
I think that I, maybe more than other people, realized just how big of a task we were setting for ourselves. Like, so I was a little bit daunted by that.
We felt the pressure from Gabe actually to double down and make something even grander than Half-Life 1. Therein lies the sort of a little bit of the trap of Half-Life 2's development story.
Boss, what the
went
heck?
from being a pretty quick, like, let's figure out how to do this to like a 6-year, slog.
Yeah, and it was like, 6, 7
I must
days a
be
week,
cool.
10 to 14 hours a day.
Yeah, we're gonna cut your feature. Sorry, it's just not worth it.
So I ended up being really the point person working with the FBI.
I remember
The
coming
FBI.
in that morning and figuring it out, and it just felt like
Oh, you're
somebody
talking
just
about the hack
punched me
now?
in the gut.
What's this mean? Like, can we still keep working on the game? Like, is someone just going to release the whole game tomorrow?
I definitely was not shielded from that.
I remember one conversation with Gabe, which is like, he was like, so how fucked are we? Yeah, we're kind of screwed.
The company was pretty close to going bankrupt. I was pretty close to going personally bankrupt. It's like, there was no money left.
I can't think of another case when that happened. Yeah, a real bullshit move.
Are we allowed to cry in this documentary? That's what I want to know.
Can we cry?
It's pretty crazy to think there's like a lot of a lot of games from that era, the companies that like made these cult classics got bankrupt, like on their way to making the sequel or after completing the first game.
Yeah.
Like the original Deus Ex, for example, too, which was like around the same time as Half-Life like was releasing the first one, and they got bankrupted.
We're talking about, is this IDOS, right?
Yeah, I think it was IDOS. Yeah, yeah.
It was IDOS. They were also the ones that made. Well, no, I think.
Well, it got acquired like
Yeah,
a bunch
it got
of times.
acquired. IDOS got acquired, but I don't. Were they acquired before or after they made Hitman?
I don't know.
Did IDOS work as a publisher for that one?
I'm not sure.
Yeah. But a lot of those classic games, their companies didn't like. I don't know. Enter the next era, I guess.
Yeah, which is sad.
Valve is like the only one that like really survived. Maybe.
Like imagine if they didn't though.
Right. I don't know. I mean, I guess Warhammer, we'll have more crazier games like that, but like older classic, IPs getting turned into like Omega games. Hi Wolfie. I haven't seen many stuff about Half-Life related since I was a kid. Can't believe how everything grew on the franchise. Yeah. No, I came into Half-Life when Half-Life 3 was already a meme.
Remember, we shipped Half-Life 1.
I mean, like without like Half-Life, we wouldn't have like Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
I mean, we wouldn't have TF2. We wouldn't have Overwatch because we wouldn't have had TF2.
Yeah. Yeah. If
there's a lot of franchises that are like inspired by that.
Steam. Like there's so much. There's like a huge domino effect there that, take for granted. Is all in this one. It's all thanks to this one stupid game.
Stupid.
Is this one game that honestly not enough people know about? I think it's a huge classic, but a lot of people, mainstream gamers, I guess, don't really know about it. It's kind of niche, I have to admit. But it's like single-handedly responsible for so many innovations in like game development and design. I can see Minecraft Steve as my avatar. So pog. Also Gmod, Cyberpunk. Also Gmod, yeah.
Yeah, we want to
We're
Gmod.
just super happy. Like, yeah, we did this thing, and we had a big meeting, and Gabe looks at me and goes like, "So all the animations are."
It might still be
terrible.
console gaming.
How are you going to make Half-Life 2 better?
In Half-Life 1, we made what were at the time significant improvements, but still they were fairly robotic and mechanical, and so we had to go and do a huge amount of work on the animation system and on the facial animation system and coming up with authoring tools that allowed you to do it.
Well, end of the line.
A lot of this was level design, like figuring out how to
that
build
little beam to
atmosphere.
the left when he's
We
carrying
knew
the
that
heavy object on the
We wanted
right
to start
hand.
you off seeing the Citadel right away, and we wanted to introduce you to the city with this great voice acting from Robert Culp.
We wanted to finally do real characters. We knew that from Half-Life 1, the way that players would respond to having any character talk to them was like way beyond the reaction that we expected. Like when we figured this out in playtesting, like if Barney would follow you around and shoot things, suddenly you just love this guy, and you love the scientist, and you love these characters. So we knew we wanted to
Speak like that. Yeah.
bring that like way up to the next like levels beyond what we could imagine.
And the theme was, if we could make a character who could act realistically, that would help the player make an emotional connection to the other characters in the game. And at the time we decided we were going to do that, not only did none of the technology work, but I would go talk to industry professionals and they would tell me not to bother because you couldn't do it. Luckily found a research work done in the 70s by Dr. Paul Ekman, and he had just broken down how the face works and how humans make expressions. And he had this incredibly wonderful formal clinical description of what a face does and the sorts of things that normal people do with their face.
I tried this experiment with putting a grid on Scott Lynch's face and shooting him from the front and the side so that we could get points from this grid in 3 space for the geometry, and we got shots of his texture, and we found a good way to model a reasonable head, of his geometry, and then project the texture onto it, and then abstract it or stylize it enough so that it didn't look totally photographic, but it looked like a kind of a real person.
So
Occasionally, when somebody
This really is just like watching Family Guy on second monitor. Playing Subway Surfers on 3 mod. Oh shit, is that Coconut Mall?
What?
Is that Mario Kart map?
What are you
Yeah.
talking about? This is
Coconut
Half-Life.
Mall. Inside
This is We Got Hostiles.
hears the history, it will, generate a light bulb. But no, I don't get accosted.
No one's asking you for beers or anything.
No, or buying me beers.
We added Ken's eye tech to that, which was amazing because he really modeled and he went deep into the research of how eyes work.
Eyeballs was about 9 months, just on eyeballs, but you have to do each step. You have to get the shape of the eye right. You have to get how the eyelid gets pushed by the cornea and the ball of the eye. So as your eyes move around, there's your lower lid, your upper lid, all of those get shifted slightly. It's all automatic. It was wonderful. The day I got it working, the characters went from looking like interesting dolls to, Alex just looked at me, oh my God, this is working.
They would ask for surprising things at times. Like they wanted really fine control over looking at named objects in the 3D world, no matter what direction the actor is facing. So you had to figure out things about, maybe the upper body needs to turn and the head needs to turn and the eyes need to turn.
So we're in the elevator coming back from Starbucks to get morning coffee, and we saw this face, and it's like, that's him. That's the scientist, and he was an accountant in the firm below ours in Kirkland.
Yeah, nothing kind of blows your mind when you've been working all day on this character in your game, and all of a sudden you get on the elevator and you're like, holy crap, it's him.
I once ran into him at the airport.
So we cast people that
We work
were
with- we work
wheel
Kleiner.
change vendors in front of supermarkets. We cast
It really
waiters
is him.
in restaurants.
When I was in junior high school, I took karate classes, and that was my old karate instructor.
Randy Lundeen said, hey, there is a guy holding a sign for work at this exit on 520 every day who has this great face, and he took a picture of his face, and he stopped and asked if he could. And so it's like,
Damn,
oh,
he
this is
looks
great.
just
I
like
think
Eli.
This guy's Eli. We brought him in and, paid him a couple $100, which is what we were
Holy
paying people
shit.
back then. And so that's where he came from.
Erdine
Holy
Gusich was
shit, you're joking.
On 520.
Karate classes.
Wait.
And that was my old karate instructor.
Randy
You're fucking
Lundeen
kidding me.
said, hey, there is a guy holding a sign for work at this exit on 520 every day who has this great face, and he took a picture of his face, and he stopped and asked if he could. And so it's like, oh, this is great.
He was just a guy holding up a sign.
Yeah.
No casting, no. He's just like, oh, you need work.
think this guy's Eli. We brought him in and, paid him a couple $100, which is what we were paying people back then. And so that's where he came from.
Erdine Gusich was a Bosnian friend I knew from school. He was like, we want the East European contingent and stuff too, so it was pretty interesting.
We wanted anybody to feel a part of the world when they're playing it as a player. And so, we found people from pretty much every skin color, different ages, male and female, equal numbers of males and females. Sadly for them, they all had to share the same voice actor.
Sadly for us, too.
We dropped a crate of rockets coming across the plaza. We hoped for one more fighter to help storm that barricade. We never dreamed it would be you.
How did I never notice this?
The Lab was the first prototype that we did of how characters could work together in a scene.
Yeah, it was like a proof of concept. We kind of had to make that work, and put everything we could into it at the time to test all the technology, and then know from there what can we do, what else can we do with this.
Turning it into a performance that would be engaging rather than just audio radio play kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, that was the point where that scene was where it all started to come together, all our theories and hopes for what the experience might be.
And it all went completely smoothly.
Yeah.
Out of the box. It was amazing.
The most difficult technical aspects are really kind of boring. They're okay, the character is running through AI and now they need to jump in and do, hug another character. Now they need to pick up something from the desk, and that thing on the desk can move, and where the character is can move, and where the player is can move, and everything about this whole scene can move dynamically. And to get to that stage where it just looks right is this huge technical challenge and artistic challenge. But once it's done, it's just amazing.
I guess I never
It is really
thought
cool
about
to get that done.
Yeah.
It is pretty hard though.
So they follow you around while you're
Couldn't snap out
they're
of
talking
it.
to you, you move around, you pick up this
Staring
thing.
at me again.
Oh shit, Bluto Ray.
Warming up nicely.
Boss, real quick? Okay, cool. Let's do party celebration video. Video background party. Yo, Raiders, welcome in. How's it going? Raid from planet Pluto. Did you ever imagine we were gonna be raided by Pluto? I never.
Let's do a victory dance over
Wait,
here.
you got it. Wait, you already know. Where's the Discord thing? There you are. That's it. What the flip? Welcome in, pizza. Welcome in, meat. Welcome in, Bluto. Of course, who would have thought? You're blue though. Yeah, not me. Well, what's the schedule for the spiel? I keep forgetting. Hi Raiders. Bluto first. Bluto, thank you so much for the raid. House stream. I hopped in there for a little bit and I saw what you were working on. Looked really cool. Fuck, I'm jealous. Every single time I go on Bluto stream, it's like I'm pressing all the buttons and noticing like this is so cool. The rewards are themed, the UI, like everything is just sick. So obviously, shoutouts to Bluto. My favorite blue guy that's themed after a planet that is named after themselves.
I was about to say.
You. My name is Tier. I'm Tiersol. My character is Tiramisu. I live in the dream layer. It's a little interactive world in which, well, imagination has a lot of power, and plushies are haunted, and Maymish is peering over the window. And don't tell Ionix, but my room is clean right now. But if he launches an attack on my room, it will be over. Like the shakiness. Sniff Monkasteer. Right now we're watching Pluto's there. What? Yeah, Pluto's. Hang on. What's Pluto's? There you are. Hang. I see him. Wait, I don't see him. There you are. Yeah, this is Pluto's papercraft buddy. So yeah, these papercraft buddies are essentially stream avatars, customizable. Pretty much, they work just like a Minecraft skin, right? So you can download a template that's on my Discord server. I need a bot that like automatically detects whenever I say Discord and just puts out there. You can download a template, customize it, and then you can have a customized little guy in the background. There in the corner. I see you. No, don't run from me. There. This is me. Say hi. Yeah. We have a little bit of an interactive world. We have more than just a room. We have a little kitchen. We have a freezer. We have a fridge that's showing some of the amazing fan art that some people make for me. Dude, I got scared. I thought the little pony saw was gonna show up.
The freaking Garf.
Yeah. No, let's get out of here before that happens. And right now, that Garf be ballin'. Do you see how my stream ended? No. But if you have a clip, send it over. And I'll play it right now. It was nutty. Was it the emergency button? Good night, everyone. Dude, what is this? Hatsune Miku jump scare?
God, okay. Good night, everyone. Wait. Good night.
Oh my god.
What the fuck?
Good night, everyone. Hey, good night, everyone. Good night, everyone. Good night, everyone. Hey, good night, everyone. Oh my god. Good night,
Hang
everyone.
on.
Wait.
Brain rot extreme to the max. What the fuck? Oh my god. Rabbit footage. Atlas Air. Oh. I just bought more land in the metaverse. Food paradox, the fish. Oh my god. Super idol. No way. No, this is so good. The scaly web.
Hey, good night, everyone. Hey, good night.
The first night.
Good night, everyone.
Oh my god.
Good night, everyone.
I love that. The fucking Coco Melon gacha. But yeah, we're watching the Half-Life 2 documentary. So if you want to hang around and watch along, you're more than welcome to. If you have to head out, take a break, sleep, drink some coffee, maybe some water, that's also good. If you have access to the Now Live chat, you're more than welcome to join in. We're going to be watching this. We're going to be here for a while. There's like another hour and a half on this thing.
Here, don't look behind you.
Yeah. It was just a perfect way to end. Everyone kept getting the first night. If I took a piece of meat and ate it, I am no longer hungry. It's called the food paradox. Just every 2 hours, I just hear, so the first night.
You sure
Oh,
you
that's
don't want me
sick.
to swap out the polarizer?
I say,
I
that's sick,
remember
that's sick. I love that.
when we got Fletcher on.
I
and he
really
would
want to.
kinda
I need to make
teach us
something like that.
about how they did things at Disney.
I have this one folder with
and
like
they
a
would
bunch of
bring
videos.
in
It's like
acting
please.
coaches for the animators. What does sarcasm look like? Certain expressions, and there's a timing to those expressions. And
when you have a scene with multiple characters,
Fucking
it's not
dancing
always
tears.
the
I
person
saw that.
talking that's doing the acting.
I didn't want to say
Everybody.
anything.
You know, even though you may be looking at Kleiner because he's the one talking, every character in that scene around you, behind you, they're all doing stuff because not everybody's going to be looking at the same place.
Yeah, I remember even just like when Alex teleports
Mhm.
and then you see her show up on the screen, right?
Oh, that was
and she just
incredible.
heads over, gives him a quick kiss, and what?
Yeah.
Like it tells you so much about the relationship without having to say, "Hi, Dad, I love you," and all
Right.
this extra like heavy-handed stuff. So.
Well, Lurk,
Jake
and
was
you're
a
Lurk.
random
Thank you for
demo
rating
reel
again.
that was sent in. That was
And
incredible.
For joining in.
Jake was incredible.
Jake was incredible. Like, miss that guy.
One of a kind.
Yeah, miss that guy. Amazing technical animator.
Yeah, I mean, Jake was one of those guys that.
And me and Pizza, thank you so much for the
whatever
follow
needed
too.
to be done, he would
Appreciate
figure it
it.
out and just make it happen. You know, with it.
It'll just get done correctly.
I think also the context of when all this was taking place, like the problems that he was helping solve were just things that weren't being done. Even something as simple as passing someone an object between two characters sounds super simple, but actually
Yeah,
really
back then it
complex,
was-
especially back then.
Yeah.
And so he really helped push like how do we even do this in collaboration with the programmers.
Zabi wanted to do a goo thing, so I worked on the shader for that. I did the stuff for rendering that and all the little monitors everywhere that showed other scenes. I did the refraction shaders and the supporting code for that. The shaders didn't really have conditionals or loops or anything like that, so we would unroll it all and compile a bazillion shaders. It got to the point where it was so many shaders and it took so long to compile that we, I think Mike DeSalt implemented distributed building system. Everyone's machine in the company was running something that could sit there and compile shaders all the time or do lighting for the levels or whatever.
It's all
No
like
way.
any opportunity to kind of add to the visual storytelling, I think was.
Yeah, and I think we hid the first G-Man sighting there.
He was one. Oh, that's right. He was one of the monitor.
Yeah.
It would flip to him. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he'd just walk out of frame.
The moment where you see him makes you realize there must be a lot of moments where you didn't know he was watching you. He's not Big Brother. That doesn't make sense to me that he would be a Big Brother,
that's
because
fucking
that's
sick.
sort of industrial and bureaucratic. And this is much more intimate.
Well,
He's
Tile, that
always
looks like G-Man.
over your shoulder, watching, waiting for the moment to speak.
That's Mark.
That's
Yeah,
where
that's
I
Mike
think he
Shapiro.
lives. My name is Mike Shapiro, and I
Shapiro?
am G-Man. I am also Barney. And, you know, Barney's not, he's not that far from, you know, G. Gordon, like, he's not that far from where I live.
Oh,
You know,
shit.
he's so fallible and you know, he's always tripping over himself, and he's just such a good guy, you know? Not necessarily the most capable, but just really there for you.
Get that thing away from me. Here, my pet. Hop up.
I think early on I had a sense that G-Man knew a lot and was taking care of a lot that we didn't quite understand, was kind of enjoying fucking with people and massaging reality in a way that he had a unique capacity to do. There were also aspects to him that I knew pretty early on, like his relationship to time is very different than you or I would think. In my mind, he could literally be in two places at once, and so sometimes there was a kind of an implied hitch in his timing, or he's experiencing 2 or 3 different moments at once, and that might be funny for a reason that you don't know because you're only in one time with him at a moment.
The right man in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world.
I think as we realized how well she worked, coming out of stuff like the Kleiner's Lab experience, we started looking for more and more ways to include her in stuff.
And of course, she really came to life when we found Merle Dandridge.
Yeah. We could feel her already as a partner in creating this character, I think, coming out of that. She's just got a creative relationship with this character, and she's going to bring a lot to it.
I feel like she was really able to bring a warmth and humor into her deliveries, too, that other people, it was more like Soldier in a Game, a little bit. I mean, she did this great job of bringing, like, the character warmth into it.
And now we're sitting ducks unless we can get this thing running. Come on, Dr. Kleiner, is it gonna work or not?
No, there's nothing to be nervous about. Let's see. The massless field flux should self-limit, and I've clamped them up.
My name is Harry Robbins. I'm known as Hal Robbins. I have a stage name of Dr. Hal. My only doctorate is in theology from the Church of the Subgenius, which I'm involved in. Well, I think perhaps Mark was familiar with the things I do on the radio, and he thought my voice would be good for it. I have a monthly Ask Dr. Hal show on Twitch and Zoom, and I'm also on a couple of radio shows. Well, I'm a graphic artist. I've worked for DC Comics for their Paradox Press line. Well, I have some patrons who I do painting for. I've painted many things.
Yeah, Made is playing Half-Life 3.
I played Dr. Isaac Kleiner. After
I'm on Half-Life 1 now.
Did the voice of a number of different scientists. I try to pronounce all the words. I make sure to aspirate to consonants. For example, I don't say didn't the way most people do, even newscasters today. I always make sure to say didn't. Perhaps it sounds archaic that way. Mark wrote archaic expressions into my dialogue, and I would say things like, oh, fie, and so forth.
No, not up there! No! Careful, Lamar. Those are quite fragile! Oh, fie. It'll be another week before I can coax her out there.
Yeah, longer if we're lucky.
Barney, you're not an animal person.
It was always pleasant. I was always well treated. They were always patient. Even if I mispronounced something which was obvious, they would correct me and I would pay attention. And I always try to be as close as possible to a one-take wonder so they don't have to do it again. But that enabled them to do it many times. And so they had a lot of things which arose from that. And some of these are the things I'm asked to say by fans, which are inexplicable to people who don't know the game. Like, you want this guy to say, "Have you seen my coffee cup?" And why do we all have to wear these ridiculous ties?
Yeah, I guess this would be really weird, mundane voice lines. They have a whole chapter on physics.
So in the same way
course they're gonna.
that
They
we thought it
need
was
to.
important in Half-Life 1 that when you shot a wall, that, you know, you put decals
Oh my
on the wall.
god, we're gonna get... This is gonna be like an advanced version of the first documentary. It's like, I get a narcissistic injury when I feel like the world is ignoring me. Because this is literally the same thing, but like...
So in the same way that we thought it was important in Half-Life 1 that when you shot a wall, that, you know, you would put decals on the wall to indicate that you shot it. We wanted to say, okay, what happens when you throw a grenade at a bunch of boxes, right? The world itself needed to be more reactive to everything you did.
We used some third-party code, but Jay Stelly was the one who really wrote the wrapper on that integrated it.
And physics was even early in the project was pretty successful. Right? Once we got over the initial thing of like things falling over, and we started adding breakable objects, things you could script in
What is
Hammer.
FPS physics, you see?
Vehicles.
What is that board
sound
like when
cues
like you
from
drop a
all the
little thing
objects
down,
and-
like a little ball down, and all they go through all the pegs.
Wait, what? The squishy like
No,
bug
like
thing?
Never mind.
Things falling over, and we started adding breakable objects. Things you could script in Hammer. We added vehicles, sound cues from all the objects, and
Plinko.
the AIs. You could
Yeah,
drop
it was
things
a
on
little
them,
Plinko.
crush them, things like that. all of those behaviors.
Plinko.
Pretty successful. Right?
Honestly, that's a
Once we got
great way to
the
test your
initial thing
physics,
of,
maybe.
Oh my god,
falling
yeah.
over,
Or at least a
we
funny
started
way to
adding
test it.
Metro
breakable
Pop
objects,
Plinko, yeah.
Things you could script in
Wait.
Hammer. We added vehicles, sound cues from all the
Well,
objects. and
Gab
the
has ragdoll
AIs,
physics
you could
on
drop things on them and
the
crush
more
them, things
plushie I
like
can
that.
make Plinko.
All of those behaviors, once we got just a few of those things in, that was really fertile.
For everyone who worked on Half-Life 2, masses got broken down into a set of scales that I assume someone's already talked about. No? Okay.
Well, you say.
So yeah, all right. So the question is whether it's bigger than a bread box or smaller than a space station.
Yeah.
Right. Like that's.
When you went to debug something and the text says, "Oh, this thing weighs as much as a racehorse."
Yeah. You knew it was more than a bread box.
You're like, well,
but not as much as a space station.
I think so, but I don't know in the scale if it's closer to this or closer to that.
Yeah, because
Refrigerator.
Refrigerator. This all came from, at some point, I think it was David Spira.
Yeah.
So you could look at any entity in the game and turn on a bunch of debugging text about it. And one of the most important things to get right in every object in the game that was physically simulated was its mass, because that dictated an enormous amount of things, like the amount of force it would apply to something else when it hit them, and the amount of force, its response when it's hit by something else, all that stuff. Had to get it right. But of course, like mass is just a number. Like, what does this mean to anyone? And so I think it was David Spira who found online some list of masses and objects, and he just brought that into the game.
There's
so that when
an
you looked at an
asset for
object,
Unity
you'd say
that does
like
this.
100 bracket racehorse or something.
Where it
So
takes
over
like, I don't think it's an
time,
asset,
you
like
just
the
got that
size at
locked in,
least.
and because it
So
was
it's like, oh, this is a
a
dog,
logarithmic scale.
like this is a
it went
Chihuahua
from
sized
things like,
car.
Bread box, paint can or something, up to like space stations.
Yeah, the moon.
What?
You're like, what? What do I do with this? At this point, it's just keyframe at that point.
Yeah, so there would be many like conversations where we'd say, so I don't know, do you think that's more like a racehorse or the space station?
The very first physics puzzle that we put in the game, from a development calendar standpoint, was the washing machine puzzle, where you push the washing machine into the hopper and raise the ramp for the airboat to jump over. We developed that because we felt like we had this section of relentless pressure with the attack helicopter. Watching players play test, we felt like they needed relief from it. You see the very first training of it in the on-foot canals with the teeter-totter.
Can't believe this
that
was
you have to put
training
the cinder
for
blocks on.
the first puzzle.
Which was added to the game later.
I would have thought this was
and
the
it's
first
sort of
puzzle.
training of like, hey, you can interact with levers and balance and you know, create paths for yourself. And then yeah, later the buoyancy puzzle, we added that one after the washing machine puzzle, and it was just kind of like, oh, you can connect masses with invisible pulley systems and then build little machines that way.
I guess at first,
Blinko,
right,
blinko.
the gravity gun was kind of this, we weren't even sure we were going to ship it in the game. It was like a development tool. And so it was like this beam, you could reach out and grab things and pull them toward you or reposition them, you know, drop them, grab them from another point. But then we talked about simplifying it and just making it to where it was just pushing on things and pulling on things. And where could we go with that?
And the first draft of Ravenholm wasn't really about physics so deeply, right? We ended up reorganizing the game to put Ravenholm after you get the gravity gun. Originally it was before. You would park the airboat at the dock of Ravenholm and then get out and go explore Ravenholm.
That dock looks really good.
We wanted like a horror area, since in a lot of ways Half-Life was a horror game and the horror was kind of leaching out of Half-Life 2. So we at least wanted one environment that was just scary. And then we had a design meeting where Doug Wood said, you know, preacher with a shotgun, and I was like, oh, yes.
The important thing to know is like we didn't sit down and design Ravenholm as like the tutorial for all those things. It kind of kept getting things over time. And then after we got more physics working, we had this idea that there would be traps for the zombies in there that were physics. And there were a bunch of them, and they didn't all make it into the final game. And then some of them did work though. And you know, we had to build a system for cutting the zombies in half once we added the propeller traps, and we had to make them the right height so you could crawl under them or the zombies could crawl under them. And then someone had the idea, well, what if the top half can keep going and it can get you under there? You know, we tried that and that was great. Someone had the idea of saw blade, and Ravenholm like already existed, and we ended up like based on this behavior happening in another level, like built the saw blade and went and put it back in Ravenholm.
Ravenholm was probably some of the most fun I had working on Half-Life 2. The whole idea behind Ravenholm, and that we were going to starve you of ammo, sort of force them in a position where they have to rely on physics and the context of the objects around them. It's like, oh, wouldn't it be awesome if the zombie it's going to take him 30 more seconds to get to me, but he's got like a barrel right there. Like, what if he could swat that at me? So that was definitely something that was just like, we have physics now. This would be a cool thing to do with it, and it'd be a thing that would make sense and a thing that would be scary and fun.
One of the things that John was like extremely strong at was little touches, like I think we called them puzzlets.
We did call them puzzlets.
Like they weren't puzzles, they were puzzlets.
What horse
it's a thing that takes you between 5 and 60 seconds to resolve, and at the end you either get something or you feel a certain way, and it was really a big part of making sure that like minute-to-minute gameplay, as we called it,
the physics engine
was interesting.
in this game was just an excuse so they can make Blinko.
Yeah, but they kept it to themselves. They didn't release Blinko. It's so messed up.
They kept it to themselves, and then someone found it in the leaks, and they made it in Roblox.
They leaked Blinko, and then they sent the FBI after him.
Exercise of like, okay, take, you know, all the elements in the game and have a grid of, you know,
honestly,
rows and
I would
columns
too.
of all those elements,
You
and
would
make sure that there's a meaningful thing.
If someone
at each
leaked my
intersection
Plinko machine,
of those cells,
you're
so
getting-
that everything
getting
has a
the
meaningful
FBI
interaction with
doorstep.
everything else. And where we saw empty
You
cells,
may
we
not
would
get
actually
Tearsot
design a
Plinko.
thing
Yeah,
like,
is there something
till
we could do?
2037.
yeah, barnacles plus grenades or whatever. You know, okay, we need to make sure that they'll eat the grenade and then blow up.
Like the reason we build these scripting level design tools, you know, it's just, it makes it accessible for all the people on the team, even if you can't write code, to like put something together, try out an idea, you know, see what we can do with this. And the entity system's no different, right? A lot of things the level designers just want to, like, I have this idea for something that could happen.
I've done stream other ways you can close a little bit quicker.
Oh, you end the stream?
Yeah. No more Coco Melon.
No more Coco Melon. This one. Okay.
Your own salvation.
Yeah, I was on TF2 at that time, and I don't remember exactly. I think it was during 2000, maybe? Someone else has probably told you this and got the dates actually right. But at some point, we all jumped from TF2 over to Half-Life 2. I feel like that marks the sort of, in some ways, in retrospect, like the end of like pre-production really on Half-Life 2, and it becomes now like, let's build this thing and ship it.
Road trips.
Actually, the first thing I got told to work on was a jet ski. And I spent 3 weeks trying to figure out a jet ski in first person. I was like, okay, none of this is working. I don't see how do you do this without making people sick? So I remember one weekend out of frustration, I just made the airboat. I don't know, maybe it's the Florida bit in me.
So Charlie Brown had worked on the airboat, and then we picked it up, a different group. We started working on the canals, and we had this idea of it was going to be kind of like a lot of tricks under pressure, where you're doing like skateboarding type moves. I think it was Kelly Bailey who basically said, I'm playing the canals and I'm trying to do these tricks and I'm failing, and then I'm getting shot. And he's like, I want to be like Smokey and the Bandit. I just want to be smashing my way out. We did this whole other pass of the canals where we dialed down the consequences for failing the tricks, and we dialed up the feeling of, power.
Some players absolutely refused to really stay in their airboats. They wanted to get out and look under every rock, behind every tree. For those players, we had to craft enough density through the lengths of the canals to keep them entertained and happy. And then there were people who just wanted to smash through everything and treat it like a racing sim. And so the game had to be fun and interesting for them, and sometimes that would clash.
If you stop here, we're going to give you a reward, basically, either a narrative reward.
You make a whole
like
section for the airboat, and it's like
reward.
I want to check out that rock.
The Lambda caches, the Lambda signs, we use them a lot more in the canals, and part of that is literally because we did it afterwards. Like, I'd worked on coast maps, and we didn't have that yet.
The canals are restrictive because we want you to drive this airboat through them, and we've got all these fun things to do. Like, you could jump over things, you could smash through things. The worst case scenario is you're trapped with people who have guns and they're shooting at you, and you don't necessarily have a way of shooting back.
Oh.
So, that led to, well, we need to add a weapon to the vehicles.
Well, part of it was the helicopter was such a persistent pain in your ass that we really wanted to put a bow on that whole experience and give you some vindication, some, vengeance, where you get to now hunt the helicopter. So as soon as we attach it, one thing we really intentionally did is you start to drive down the tunnel and the helicopter pops down in your face, and it's
like,
blocking
you can kill this
You have no
motherfucker
choice
now.
but to just shoot it if you want it to go away, and then you see it flee. And so it's like, oh, okay, the players could
that's
connect the dots,
genius.
right? Now it's my turn. So the next sequence is all about chasing the helicopter down to that final battle at the dam. I remember we worked pretty intentionally to make it the ultimate showdown between you and the helicopter, and some of it was by accident. I remember Brian Jacobson, who did a lot of the code for that. At one point, it accidentally did this thing where it just spit out a ton of bombs, and we're like, that is awesome. Keep that. Make that part of the fight. We tried to make it as action intensive as we could within reason, right? That battle was actually, in a way, we designed it to be a final exam. We unraveled those elements into the levels beforehand, right? You learned how to dodge bombs, you learned how to shoot at it, and you learned how to shoot while driving. And then we throw those things together at you with a little bit of a twist.
Canals was sort of like a crucible because a lot of good things came out of it because it was such a difficult design problem. The easy thing to do is to make a punishing design, where you just say, you can't go here and we're going to shoot you and force you to fail and fail and fail until you get to see the next part of the game. It's much harder to create something where the player feels there's an evolution, they have some power and some agency, so that their skill is being rewarded and they can be creative in that restrictive environment.
You couldn't have given this concept to anyone else. There would have been no other game studio in the world that would have delivered like this.
So basically had a whole car engine down to through transmission, down into gearing and differentials and turning the tires. But then it turned out like, oh, we can really only go 15, 20 miles an hour. Otherwise you would blast through the extents of the map in about 10 seconds, which wasn't gonna do anybody any good. People made jumps, they made all these things, nothing was working. So I was like, oh, you must be doing a jump. I'm just gonna turn off gravity on the car for a little while and let it just go and then gradually ramp it back in so that it actually felt like you were jumping.
It was interesting how like the dynamics of the buggy was so much about like the perceived experience versus how it actually like performed.
It just sounds like it's going faster than it is. So Jay and I worked really hard on these engine sounds and this fake transmission and doing all this stuff. But you're really going like 30 miles an hour maybe. So it's like someone just driving around in first gear.
Got pulled into Coast, one, because I was interested in working on more game stuff, but two, it was the biggest, I guess, group of people utilizing the displacement tech since it was more of a terrainy thing and outdoors. And we were trying to figure out how we wanted to use the displacements, meaning we knew we wanted the things to look more natural. There was a lot more geometry in those maps than our previous ones, given just displacements in general. We were always struggling with performance and trying to figure out how to make things a little bit faster, easier, or where we could make things do what we wanted them to do, but not necessarily cost as much as they cost.
It's much faster than walking speed. So you just signed up for building a huge amount of game. People can just stop and get out anywhere. So now you have this trade-off of density versus distance.
We got a vehicle we want to drive for a while, so make those levels long. But from Half-Life 1, we still had the philosophy of there should be something cool around every corner. Not like a monster popping out of you, but different reasons to be engaged in the world. So they would dot the coastline with little towns, and you knew if you went exploring, you'd always get some kind of reward for that. It might be a health pack and ammo, or it might be a character interaction. So that would let the player set their own pace and feel like they get to explore the world, and they're always rewarded for that. But if they wanted to drive straight through, they could.
I worked on like the area where there's the roller mines first come in, and you're going along a curving path, and then there's like they blow up all the rocks and drop stuff in front of your path to try and slow you down, and then you've got like a little house fight. There are cases early on where people would just try to drive past everything and be like, why would I stop at this if I've got a car? And so we really wanted them to like be fairly unavoidable, and so you'd have to get out and deal with taking them off your car, and then you'd be in the space. So it's really fun just jumping in there with the Combine soldiers and
in the background.
Crafting little fight
Zombie
scenarios.
figure? Medics?
What makes AI fights interesting is not that they're the smartest or the best or anything. Like, it's easy to make AI that can just perfectly shoot the player and kill them. That's not what makes them smart. It's putting on a show that makes them feel interesting. So like in that fight in particular, you go up inside of a building and you get to the second floor, and you're fighting guys in there, and they kind of pull you up there. There's guys up in there, and as you go up and fight them, that happens. But then more guys spawn outside. Like, there's a bunch of windows up in that top section, and there's a crate sort of near the window, and when you go over to get that crate, they start shooting through the window at you. And it's not that the AI actually knows that you're there and starts shooting at the window the moment they see you. There's actually, we have these things called bullseyes that you could place in spots, and they basically would act like a target that the AI wanted to shoot. A lot of that isn't actually the AI being, doing this carefully crafted thing. It's more of us thinking like, what makes this like a neat presentation for the player and gives them that sense that they need to hunker down. Like later on in the same coastline, there's a sequence where you're fighting a gunship and you're in the lighthouse. And as you go up the lighthouse, it's like sort of predicting where you are and shooting through the windows right in front of you and giving you that same sort of show. And that's all like bullseyes and things. Almost every game you play, you're developing a sense of mastery, and that actual sense of progress and mastery is the fun. Piecing it all together is like very core to what makes it fun.
I think that's what the list of things I didn't notice.
Hello, Dr. Freeman. The
Just came second nature.
This bullseye thing, it's kind of genius.
It's fucking cool.
It's a really good way to
We
approach
did
that.
the
I'm gonna
player drivable
might try
crane
that.
first.
Like, yeah, no, I'm thinking about like how I'm gonna implement this now.
I think, right?
Yes.
And then we
It's
went
like
back
a dummy
and used it
target that it
again.
will shoot when you walk into a trigger or something.
Yeah. Yeah, what is that?
If you make it in such a certain way, like all that you need to do is just add like an empty game object, and then that's all.
Yeah, no,
Only new
yeah,
thing.
like it literally can just be, I'm guessing it's an entity or something in Hammer, but like it could just be empty objects laying around and be like, you know what?
That's where like in
This.
Unity, right?
Yeah. And then measure like your distance to them. They said
You know, at the
predict your
start.
motion, but I
Perfect
don't think it goes that
tutorial.
deep.
But yeah.
Like it's perfect training. You're gonna. This is how that
like
thing
a-
works.
like a
Don't
trigger.
forget, because it's about to happen later. You have to do it.
We did actually get very close to the base of a crane. You know, obviously you want to be in the crane, you want to be driving it, all these things. But yeah, we did get up very close to this crane again. I think it was asking somebody who was just wanting to take some pictures for a video game. Could you just let us in, try to act as like nice and non-threatening as possible.
We need the buggy to get into a state where it was flipped, so you could have to learn to recover it and all that sort of stuff.
Like, oh, we're gonna flip it over, and then you have to proceed. You have to use the gravity.
Intentionally
We're just
flipping
trying
the
to wrap
Stevens.
that in some sort of narrative instead of just spitting
Evil
some
game
text that
design.
tells you if this happens. You know.
That was, I mean, the crane was a hard physics problem because, like, one of the worst case scenarios for physics is really, high mass objects moving around because they're going to apply an enormous amount of force to anything they touch. And we have a rigid body physics system. So in the real world, when giant, heavy mass touches something, usually it crushes them. We can't really crush anything. So already we're in like a tricky place. The good news was we had a fixed space it could operate in, right? We could control how far you could extend the thing. And so as the level designers could look at it and be like, these
The
are
crazy
the
thing
only
about this
things
game
that the
is, like,
crane will ever really.
There's a lot of shit like this where you hit the little bridge
The good
down
news was
with
we
the
had-
container. If they were playing Zelda or something, it would go like beady 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 and like acknowledge it, right? Like, oh, that was what you were supposed to do. But this game doesn't tell you shit. Like, it just happens, and you feel like the smartest fucker ever because it almost feels unintended.
Yeah.
It's like, maybe there was another way to do that. I don't know, but I did it, and now I can go through it. I'm a genius. I'm a scientist.
Had a fixed space it could operate in, right? We could control how far you could extend the thing, and so as the level designers could look at it and be like, these are the only things that the crane will ever
And they'd be
really be
back.
able to interact with, and so we could be pretty careful around, right, what are the things that that this magnet's going to touch, and let's make sure that at least the physics works pretty well for that.
So I worked on the bridge as one of the really early things I worked on there, which was great. Sawyer had already built the bridge. It's actually based on Deception Pass. So Deception Pass is nearby here in Washington. Coincidentally, I actually proposed to my wife there. But anyway, it's this really nice bridge that, like, if you go there, you'll be like, oh yeah, this is the Half-Life 2 bridge. The fight against the gunship and everything wasn't really all put together. It was definitely had that, like, scary, fear of heights scenario of going under the bridge, but we hadn't fully fleshed it all out yet. One of the first things I did was like, what if this was a train bridge and you had to do this, play chicken against
Okay,
the
so
train?
since main image is gonna be RB, I'm actually gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Don't tell mate.
Oh, he's gone. It's my stream now, guys. Hello. How's everyone doing? Is everyone alive? Or do we all use the bathroom at the same time? Doing decent? Okay. That's good to hear. Let's came back. Just as he left? That's tragic.
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh.
You know what I just thought about?
Yeah, what's up?
I should probably get like a mini map for my stream overlay.
A mini map.
A mini map.
So... have it show you walking to the bathroom?
Yeah. Okay, so it's like when I get up and I do this, I have no way of knowing which way I'm looking at after I get out of the stream.
Oh.
But if I get a mini map, then I can get like a little arrow or something. I could show the whole room, and also I could have camera buttons, kind of like in FNAF, and switch over to different parts of the house. So I'm probably gonna do that live tomorrow. I'm probably gonna go live tomorrow and work on that little feature.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like a fun thing to work on.
You're gonna install the piss cam.
Yeah. There's just one webcam that's like placed right on the fucking toilet. It's like,
oh no.
There's that one. What's this one picture?
No.
It's like it's a picture of the urinals that had like the sensor. And it's like this little black circle on the urinals is not a proximity sensor. It's a camera, and they're stealing all your PP data to like send it to the government.
So I worked on the bridge as one of the really early things I worked on there, which was great. Sawyer had already built the bridge. It's actually based on Deception Pass. So Deception Pass is nearby here in Washington. Coincidentally, I actually proposed to my wife there, but anyway, it's this really nice bridge that, like, if you go there, you'll be like, oh yeah, this is the Half-Life 2 bridge. The fight against the gunship and everything wasn't really all put together. It was definitely had that, like, scary, you know, fear of heights scenario of going under the bridge, but we hadn't fully fleshed it all out yet. One of the first things I did was, like, what if this was a train bridge and you had to do this, you know, play chicken against the train? And getting the timing quite right took a little bit of work, but hearing the like train horn come in and the moment of realization that players would have of like, probably some people die, a lot of people probably die the first time there, but you have this like, do I go faster or do I turn around? Like, what do I do? I don't know, it was a fun moment to create. All credit to Sawyer on coming up with the going underneath the bridge scenario. People to this day still are like, that freaked them the hell out. Like, a lot of people it's sort of seared in their memory, which is just, you know, it's what we want to do when we're creating levels.
Trying to like capture the sense of height and playing with the ambient sounds to get the, you know, just to capture the sense of being precarious and high above the ground was just a fun little design challenge.
David came
Definitely
up with
one of my
that,
favorite sections of this game.
We play tested it, and the first time we play tested, I
Not
think
mine,
the
it
person
freaked
was
me
play
out.
testing, their knuckles were white. And it was really tense. And of course, then someone had the brilliant idea of like, oh, they finally made it, they felt great. Now we're gonna make them go back.
Yeah.
And the gunship, yeah, that came in, yeah. So that was always fun.
Gordon Freeman's around.
There's this thing we call edge friction. So when you're moving, you have a friction that just reduces your normal movement rate by an amount. But what we would do is whenever players would get close to edges, we would increase that friction a lot so that people wouldn't accidentally fall off things. It's just not fun for the player, right? So there was definitely a bit of friction play involved there.
How do you calculate that?
I have no, like, how, right? Like,
Gordon Freeman!
bunch of raycasts.
Hurry, get in the basement. We're
Just to be
expecting
like, you know
gunships
what?
at any moment.
No
He
friction.
became
Like,
iconic
a lot
for
of friction,
reasons I
actually.
don't totally
not
understand.
flying.
Wait,
Except
okay,
for
like,
performance.
fucking
if you
calling
like,
that town little.
what if you had like a bunch of raycasts surrounding the player character that are all pointing directly downwards, and like they'll tell if there's gonna be like if they're gonna fall, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like 1 foot in front of you, 1 foot behind you, just like, you know, like in a circle or something.
No, it would
And
have to
then
be like the
like
sides too, because if it's just forward and backwards.
it's like all around you. And then like if it doesn't like if it detects that the ground is gone, right? Then like it can just like increase your ground drag or something for like the
Yeah.
rigid body setting.
So you don't slide off the cube. It's just genius. I wouldn't have thought of that. I would have just fucking made a different hitbox for it. Separate
New little
cube.
Odessa or little old new Odessa. And then I got spam email from Odessa Cubbage or something like that. It was definitely a name that came out of an email spam. And I'm like, this name is amazing. So it went straight into the game. And then John Lowry came in and acted him with his fake British accent.
Damn. Let me just send a warning to Lighthouse Point, and then I'll come right up and lend a hand.
So Odessa Coverage had this whole problem of like training the rocket launcher. That was a real pain. The laser guiding aspect was just a nightmare to train because training in combat's always a nightmare by itself because people are under duress, trying not to die. They're focusing on some other thing that's threatening them. It's hard to observe what's going on rationally and draw lessons from it cleanly. So you always know it's going to be hard if you're trying to teach something you're trying to teach in combat. We watch a playtester, they step out and they fire a rocket at the gunship and then they duck behind cover. And so the laser dot goes onto the fence in front of them. We all hear the rocket turn around and start coming back, and so you hear
It's basically, here we go, 5, 4,
it's louder,
3.
and then the player looks out again at the gunship, and the rocket goes, like looks around back at the gunship, and we're like, oh! And then he ducks back again, and we're like, oh my god! We hear the rocket getting louder and louder, and he peeks out again and whips off again.
An integrated part that I think has really always been important, something that Gabe introduced in Half-Life 1 was the way that we playtest and then iterate really rapidly on the playtest results. So you have dozens and dozens of people come through one section of the game and you sit there painfully, silently, taking notes while they struggle and get frustrated and totally misunderstand your brilliant design. And then you go and you fix that over and over and over again.
If your title is game designer and your design sucks, then it can be threatening, right? Like maybe I'm bad at my job and I should get fired, right? And so a lot of the games industry never did any testing at all. With this playtesting process, that's what basically taught me design in a lot of ways. We would just, we'd come up with an idea for the helicopter and then we'd be like, okay, let's put it in front of somebody and watch it happen. And then we'd very quickly start realizing that our mental model of like how people are reacting to this stuff is wildly different than what we expected.
Did you have a whole chapter just to play testing?
In January 2000. I had met Gabe when he was starting Valve, and I was at Sierra Online. But pretty much the first thing was, Gabe was like, so when you were at Sierra, we did this deal with you for Half-Life and Half-Life 2. You need to go fix that because we don't like the deal that we did. The intellectual property for Half-Life was owned by Vivendi. The Team Fortress IP was owned by Vivendi. So it was get back our IP, get a better royalty rate, and then have the ability to experiment with online distribution. We knew we were going to grow the team, and then part of the deal was also that we were going to take on all of the funding responsibility for Half-Life 2, TF2, all those things. There was cash flow from Half-Life. We were figuring out how to do things here and there like expansion packs. A large part of it was Gabe tapping into his assets. He had done fairly well at Microsoft, not crazy well, but things started to get a little thin.
Gordon Freeman. Chapter 5, money, the lawsuit. And they had this visual of the Metro Cops knocking on the fucking door.
So I assume you guys have talked to Scott or Eric or somebody about sort of the context of the whole.
Yes, we talked to Scott, Eric, and Gabe about it.
Sierra, by that point, had become acquired by Vivendi, had worldwide distribution rights, but only for retail packaged product.
Vivendi was licensing Counter-Strike to cyber cafes. We went to Vivendi and said, hey, this is not a big deal. Just agree that this is outside of your license. And, we've spent a little bit on attorney's fees, just cover, some tens of thousands, just cover us for that. And we'll move on and just keep going. And they wouldn't do it. I think some people at Vivendi did not like the new deal that they ended up signing.
New
and
deal
I
in
think
all
there,
caps.
there were some hurt feelings in
case.
some quarters about that deal. When we said, hey, the cyber cafe thing, you really can't do that. Coming on top of, a year negotiations and torturous negotiations, I think that just struck an angry chord. We ended up filing the lawsuit, but really just on this narrow thing of like, hey, court, will you go just read this language and say, are they outside the license or not? And Vivendi decided to go World War III.
You filed our case in Seattle, federal court in Seattle, and they hired a law firm to defend it, of course. There was some initial skirmishing about discovery. There were some disputes and motions that had to be decided by the judge, and those went all Valve's way. And then suddenly, the law firm disappeared. They hired a big scary law firm from San Francisco. They thought, okay, Valve's had some success in this case, and so we need to change their mindset from we think we're going to be successful to we're going to be destroyed. The next thing we knew, here comes this big stack of counterclaims, everything from canceling the 2001 agreement to obtaining ownership of all the Half-Life IP, to keeping us from doing Steam, to you name it, where they included Scott and Julie Lynch and Gabe and Lisa Newell, his wife at that time, personally, as defendants.
And so it was kind of like, well, we're going to put Valve out of business, and then we're going to bankrupt the two of you. I think that was a lot of what they felt like was their path towards winning this fight.
They decided that it would have more effect and be scarier if process servers showed up at everybody's house in the night and a real bullshit move.
It's not a legal strategy. It's basically trying to intimidate you. In other words, they're saying not only are we going to take all this money from the company, but we're going to take money from you personally as well.
I can't think of another case when that happened.
They were certainly a lot bigger than we were. Vivendi was a multinational conglomerate. As compared to us, their funding was infinite. It felt very David versus Goliath.
Publishers at that time in the industry were used to being able to bully developers, right? And so this was really about an assertion of power as much as it was optimizing for a financial outcome. The tactics that they were using were trying to just run us out of money, right? So they knew how much money we were making because they were doing retail distribution of our games. And so they were just trying to crank up our legal costs as just another way of draining resources from the company.
We were protected from that a lot internally, so we didn't have to think about it. They did a pretty good job of letting the team concentrate on what the team could do without worrying about the future of the company so much. I mean, that was my perspective.
So yeah, I definitely was not shielded from that. The lawsuit was something where it's like created all this uncertainty around whether the game's going to come out. Vivendi was definitely trying to use that as leverage.
That's not Blender. What is that? Did you guess, Max?
I don't know.
That looks awfully similar to like the old Blender UI, right? But it's clearly
Well,
not it.
Blender was not
Yeah,
a thing back then.
but like the specific shade of gray, right?
Well, they kind of all used that specific shade of gray a long time ago.
Yeah. But what is that? Also love the speaker here.
From that, the lawsuit was something where it's like created all this uncertainty around whether the game's going to come out. Vivendi was definitely trying to use that as leverage.
Soft
and so
image.
even if we
I thought it
finish
was
the
soft
game, they're not
image.
going to let us release it.
There came a point where Gabe had pretty much used up his liquid assets. And he was like, should I put the house on the market? And I was like, yeah, I think it's the time where you put the house in the market if we want to keep going.
The company was pretty close to going bankrupt. I was pretty close to going personally bankrupt. We went all in. It's like there was no money left. Like,
how anxious was that for you personally?
I don't know. There's certain things that I'm kind of a weird person in a number of dimensions. Like, I don't really think, oh, this is super scary. Like, I don't have an emotional response to it. I just say, well, this is what we're doing. This is how, and you know, we'll see how it plays out.
Extremely close
so I don't
to
think it was
losing
super
Half-Life 2. Holy
stressful to me, right? I mean, it didn't really bother me. Like, I was diving in South Africa recently, and a shark tried to bite me a couple of times, and the people around me were way more freaked out than I was. I was like, oh, a shark's trying to bite me. I should get away from the shark. Whereas other people were having like, oh, a shark, it's trying to bite somebody, you know. And I just think that's how I'm wired. I don't think it's anything that speaks to my character or anything. It's like I just seem to not get particularly agitated around risk, which probably means I take on more risk than at times than most sane people would, which can be a positive, or you can wreck a bunch of other people's lives being in the neighborhood.
Are they filming this on his boat? There's just thing in the background going up and down. It's like making me sick. They're on his $1 billion jacked or something. Does anyone have an idea how short a cash the studio really was? The Lego 5 vending would continue right up until the launch. Half-Life 2, damn. All compliance. What the fuck do they mean?
They're this rigidly structured, you know, organization. Of course, they're going to have this really terse language for everything they do. You know, there's sort of an announcer voice in that follows you around and kind of comments status, essentially, like how alert the world is to you.
World building?
I sat down and just basically wrote a language for that so that the soldiers and the Metro cops would have jargon that they would use. Then I just used that to kind of encode. So that's where like anti-citizen 1 and things like that came from. Rather than saying the guy with the orange suit is causing trouble, you know, it would be, you know, anti-citizen 1 breach, scalpel something, sector something. So I basically just had this little dictionary. Then I overdid it on the vocal processing because they're all wearing these, you know, these masks, and I wanted it to sound like they're in a mask.
And it was very deliberate to never have to like shoot somebody that you can see their face. And like, we didn't want you killing humans. I mean, the Metro cops are humans, but we covered all the faces up. I think it was all part of this calculated and deliberate way of saying like, look, games don't just have to be a certain way. There's so much room in what we can do here.
Well, the Metro Police and the Combine soldiers share a lot of AI. And so there's an internal communication among them. And one of the things we did, both for the sake of difficulty and exposition, was limit the number of squad members that could be firing at the player at any given time. I think it's 2. So if you have a squad of 4, a guy who has an opportunity to shoot at the player grabs one of those slots, if it's available, and starts to shoot. And if someone else, another squad member, wants to attack the player but no slots are available, they have to find the next best thing to do, which is, I'll get out of the scene for a second, or I'll go reload, or I'll throw a grenade. And that was all stuff that we learned building Half-Life 1, and I think got a lot better at.
Okay, so this bit is about
Half-Life 2 used a node graph
Combine
system.
AI, basically.
You know, hand-placed nodes by developers, and the levels would describe a really super low fidelity version of the environment for the AI to use.
It enabled the level designers to sort of inject and puppeteer a little bit the AIs in ways that were just easier for them to sort of be in control, as opposed to having to grab an animator or a programmer to be able to get really cool things into the game.
Enemy AI in general.
Flora's Lava is like a really obvious piece of gameplay. Physics is really fun to manipulate. We just thought like, hey, you know, you could build your own path. You know, we'd already seen players who enjoyed moving stuff around, like building bridges and stuff, and like, we don't have enough moments where like, I just pick up a plank and lay it across a gap and walk across it. Like, obvious stuff. We've barely done that in the whole game.
And the fact that you're laying stuff down on the floor means that the finesse required to do like precise placement wasn't necessary, right? You're like, I just want to place it here. And it doesn't matter the orientation, you just kind of jump on it and you do the next one and so on, right? And also, like, training was free. Like, we didn't have to train it. It was like,
yeah, everyone got it
and I was like, oh, it's Flores
Laszlo,
lava.
the finest mind of his generation.
Couldn't figure that one out.
He tells you exactly how to do it.
Someone's coming. You there! Stop where you are! Stay on the rocks!
No,
don't
not
step
Laszlo.
on the sand. It makes the antlions crazy. Laszlo, don't move. No. Help! Dear God. Poor Laszlo. The finest mind of his generation. To come to such an end. We were heading for the
finest mind of his generation.
Hoping to pick up some
finest
buckets
mind
of
of
these
his
damn
generation.
things and leave us alone.
Fucking
God,
Laszlo.
Laszlo. What's the
Oh
point?
my god, it's Mimio.
You just give these NPCs a name at the moment they die,
Hi, Ace.
and let the fans fill in their whole life story and
We're watching the
give
Half-Life 2
them something to
documentary.
play with.
The free man will have need of these pheropods on the path to heaven.
Have you played Half-Life
Gather
2?
them now.
It's free.
I don't remember that.
Lions with the pheromone.
Seeing that version of the antlion before.
Give them something to
It's weird
play
seeing it
with.
like that.
The free man will have need of these pheropods on the path
I
to
don't
heaven.
actually remember this.
Gather them now.
Nova Prospect and the antlions with the pheromone
Oh.
balls were really
Oh.
fun because it
No, I
let you
don't remember
experience
that. What
them
the
in a
fuck?
different way, and it was another classic example of getting the most value out of technology investments that people could.
I remember the beach thing. The design intention was definitely to make it feel like a sort of D-Day beach landing. You didn't come from the water, but you're storming up towards these old gun emplacements, if I remember right, with Combine in them, and you're like invading the bunkers, and you're bringing your horde with you. You're overwhelming the these in-place defenses. It was surprising how much chaos you could get away with. Like I remember we did a lot of tuning to make sure the antlions spawned. We had difficulties from time to time with like design some choke point or challenge or whatever, and the antlion flow rate wasn't enough to make it feel chaotic enough. Like we had an atmospheric goal too. It wasn't just about like mechanically can you overcome this. You wanted to feel like your
And lions
forces
flying
have
around is so badass.
stormed the walls. They're everywhere. There's chaos all around you. And so a lot of the tuning was about achieving that feeling, not just about mechanically getting past the enemies that we'd set.
Nova Prospect was different than a lot of the maps that I worked on, at least, is that in that we had some early art prototypes that were done. We have this whole concept of like zoo maps, we call them, which are basically like little art test scenes, how they would fit together, and some basic lighting.
But by the time our cabal got to Nova Prospect, we knew we were coming in with antlions and with bug bait. And so we already knew that a bunch of stuff was going to change because we had to support, you know, you and your army of antlions fighting Combine soldiers. Antlions looked great whenever they were being shot by anyone.
Yes.
Like particle flecks flying off, and you know, they always looked great. And so setting them up against Combine soldiers looked great. Setting them up against turrets looked great.
Those were super fun scenarios to work on though, because having these antlines that you could just use in any way you wanted was really fun. Like, and coming from the coast, like just the contrast of like shrinking everything down and then just piling it full of stuff was a lot of fun.
Oh, dude.
Oh shit, Ace is here.
Yeah.
Hi, Ace.
Hello. Welcome to the stream.
No.
I'm adding you to the title. Let me get your Fugi.
What's up? I should change my name back.
It's so
A little out of season. Yeah.
It's funny because you would think it was a name for Pride Month, but it's actually for Halloween.
What are you talking about? Pride Month is all year round.
I mean, then don't change it.
Then I have to be the gay Rex forever.
It's your cross to bear.
What, you don't want to speak for the gays?
I do, but like I'm so exhausted, you know.
I know, I get it. Being a public speaker is tough.
Oh man, I have to talk constantly about the gays, you know.
Block, thanks so much for the bid. And the bid before that, what the fuck? You bidded me before the bite, the stream even started. The bite.
The bite.
The bite.
You bit before the bite.
Bite of the Zell.
The first time I saw one of those,
Wait, what day is
I think
it?
was
The bite
Ted's-
of
Ted Backman's
the
concept.
17th.
I just thought,
Oh, that sounds
I
lame.
can't believe that I get to use a creature this cool.
Yeah,
with
the 17 is
design.
like
these
weird
guys are
number.
really fun to use. I remember
I've
Kelly
come to the
Bailey
realization
did,
that
created a short
all my images are missing.
Yo, what?
Oh no. Oh no, my hard drive.
All your images are what?
So I had 2 hard drives on my old computer, and I took out the one that was most, up to date and available, and I forgot that the other one existed. So when I made this PC, all my assets for my stream are gone, including my VTuber model, which I can hope I will find. Oh man, that would be quite the pickle. Oh.
No, what? That's fucked up.
It's okay. We'll figure it out.
I'm like freaking out right now. Hearing this.
It's fine. Don't even.
You're just like, fuck it, we vault. What the hell?
Yeah, it's okay. Listen, my whole philosophy is worry about it till I gotta worry about it.
This is May Major's opportunity to make a 3D Ace Mimi model.
No, Soda's got it.
Soda's.
Oh yeah.
Soda already did.
Oh
Really?
yeah. Soda did make a 3D. I have a gif of me like twirling, hitting that shit.
That was a close one.
Send it?
I had to. Okay, let me find it. Give me a second. I just got home, so I'm like adjusting.
I'm gifting Chaya sub for that one. Hang on. Where is it? We do love women.
I love women too.
Here.
I actually was the gay racks until like right now. So
Really?
yeah, it's my profession.
How long did you serve as a gay Rex?
Oh man, I'm always serving.
Of course you are.
What can I say?
Thank you for serving.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you for your service.
It's so hard out here, always serving, but Oh, I really hope this saves appropriately.
You're welcome.
Sorry. Let me change it.
Do you have any clue what's happening on screen?
No, I just got home. I tapped in, and I was listening and looking, and I was like, this seems like a lot of I don't know.
A lot of I don't know. Real knowledge.
Like, interesting. Yes, knowledge. I'm passively learning something that I have no idea about.
I would honestly like pause a lot more and go in depth, but I kind of want to get through the documentary because it is 2 hours. And we're only
get through it.
Yeah, we're 1:13 through it. There's another hour left, and somehow the stream is has been 2 hours and 46 minutes. Like this, this would be 8 hours if I spoke as much as I wanted to.
Yeah, you have to.
No, go for it. Come on.
No, real.
Every Half-Life stream we have is long, anyways.
See, because then it's
It's like our third
transformative,
one.
and I don't get the MCA by Valve.
Yeah.
Hi Minri.
lists.
Howard.
Like he wanted.
Don't worry, we're gonna take a 15-minute intermission. We're gonna make Ace Mimi a provisional model.
Guard tower.
We're gonna host it on the cloud, so you're never gonna be modeled this.
Kind of.
Let's go. Yeah, I don't know why my silly brain was like, this is never gonna be a probability. I'm never gonna get. Because I honestly thought that my other PC was like in game. Like it was game over. Like I was like, okay, I'll die on this hill. So I never really thought to like back up anything, which amateur. Oh man, but whatever. It's okay. I'll stress about it when I actually have to stream. For now, I just repress.
I'm like the opposite. I have like 3 physical backups of my overlay and model.
You're just better than me, in every way, which is good.
You don't have to say that out loud.
You don't have to say it
My
like
ego's
that.
not that fragile. Come on.
No, what the fuck?
Also, peep the new profile picture.
Let me see. Whoa. Oh, it's like switching between two. Ooh.
Yeah, it switches and it turns.
I
Kind
actually
of
cannot see it
matches up
because
with the rolling.
yeah, the
shape.
rolling shape does not let me see it. I can't detail it.
Yeah, that's cool.
Let me give you back those points and disable the 2D only features.
Oh, I'm cream color now. Ugh.
There you go.
Ugh. Why am I yellow? Ugh.
Out of context.
Normally my Discord banner thingy is pink, but now it's like this creamy pastel kind of desaturated yellow, which I don't mind.
True. Even just hearing the sound, the thump of them walking, like, okay, there's like a boss nearby.
Whatever.
You just see the legs walking
In this
by,
world,
but you can't
in
see
this
the body. Like,
universe,
there are so many things you can do with these guys.
this parallel universe,
Honestly, there were
I
some
am
people on the team,
yellow.
I think, that were still thinking that we were gonna bomb. That people are just gonna not
Hold
be
on.
impressed.
Here, can you rewind for a second?
It was gonna
Yeah. How far? 10? 20?
20 seconds? Wait, hold on.
Okay.
You made it through. Even just hearing the sound, the thump of them walking, like, okay, there's like a boss nearby. You just see the legs walking by, but you can't see the body. Like, there are so many things you can do with these guys.
Honestly, there were still people on the team, I think, that were still thinking that we were gonna bomb. That people are just gonna not be impressed.
When did you know it was going to be good?
E3.
Yep.
E3.
Yeah, I'd say the same thing.
We're gonna talk about the E3 demo. Yo.
Oh man, these sound effects bring back nostalgia for some reason.
Yeah, it seems like at some point there was an E3 demo that we got together that we didn't end up showing, but at least at that point it just felt like, oh wow, we actually have made something here.
We went through and made a bunch of demos for 2002, and everybody looked at them and was like, we're still not confident about this, and we don't think we've hit the bar, so we're not gonna go at all. Like, they had totally planned to go. And then when 2003 rolled around, I just remember everyone was still terrified. We were like, okay, how are we gonna craft everything we've had into like a number of messages about what this product is? And like, we came up with like the core theme of each one of these movies.
Oh, do be careful.
We didn't really understand at the time, I think, the embarrassment of riches that we had. We looked at it from two angles. One was a set of technical features, a sort of conceptual listing of things that we thought were important, like physics and things like that. And then the other side was content-based. What areas of the game were innovative, what areas of the story we thought were compelling, which characters we thought were worth people paying attention to. And so it was an interesting sort of marriage of which features and which content are the best showcase for all those things. A lot of what was in the demos was rendering technology, but I think the stuff that felt the strongest to most of us at the time was really physics-based.
This part.
So something looks like wood, then it sounds like wood, scrapes like wood, floats like it, and if you shoot it, it'll fragment like wood.
To people at that time, it was pretty mind-blowing just to watch
high definition
be able to pick things up, knock other things over, use things in a way that
let's go. Part
true to a three-dimensional reality. Maybe it's on those videos, I don't remember, but people were gasping and hitting the people next to them because they couldn't really believe what they were seeing on the screen.
Yeah, I would have been blown away.
The complexity of those interactions. So it's this level of believable and consistent interactivity.
The mattress too.
It opens the door to a wide variety of new gameplay mechanics.
Amazing.
I need like Smash Bros level of like response to this.
That person who was talking about a 486, like obviously it's just about.
Like I need a room full of people screaming.
Behind.
Yeah.
How are you?
The mattress!
What's going on?
Like I need half the room to be like people who know what the fuck's going on, and the other half like nobody knows what the fuck's going on.
That's kind of like the GameSpy video. Yeah, like that. Those recorded.
The lines outside the booth.
There should be more people in that room.
And it was the thing that it really distorted the rest of E3 because so many people were anxious to come see our demo.
And I remember seeing this absolutely enormous line with like some pretty well-known people in there, right? Miyamoto was in line for this stuff.
Miyamoto?
Right, I think.
Yeah, well, right. There was a bunch of them. So then, like, yeah, after that was all done, like, people on the team were just
I
like,
know that guy.
okay, we are ready. We can ship
It's
this
like,
game.
oh, the Mario
We know,
guy is here to play
we know
Half-Life
we've
2?
got something
It's
good.
over. We
And
win.
It was really easy at that point. Like, it felt like we were rolling the ball downhill.
We're cooking.
Bro.
We're actually cooking.
Bro, if I ever were to make a piece of artwork where my idol showed up in line, I would piss my pants immediately.
Yeah, right?
I think I would leave. I'd feel like such
something
an
like this
imposter.
happens, there's not like a big sign saying you've been hacked and somebody has access. Like you start off with something that just doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and you
No,
start
because when
pulling
you're just
on that
making your
sweater
art, you feel
thread.
like another
Gabe's
guy.
brother
It's
had
like,
a company called
I'm
Tangis,
nobody,
and they
you know?
made wearable computer
Yeah.
stuff.
But
So
from the
he was
outer
kinda
perspective,
winding
it's
it
like,
down,
holy
and
shit,
he
you're
had
doing
one or
magic.
two Unix servers that hosted
These
the
guys were
Tangis.com domain
inventing
name.
physics
Unfortunately,
in
they were
video
put
games, like, come
inside the firewall and didn't have the latest
That was
Linux
so
or whatever
cool.
security updates on them. And so this kid from Germany was able to sort of exploit his way into that. He sat there for months, I think. He was able to sync the build, all the source code.
I was riffing ideas for, I think in particular, Counter-Strike. That information ended up on one of the internet chat rooms. And only two people knew the contents of that email. It was, of course, Gabe and myself. And I went to ITG and said, this could only have come from a leaked email. We got to figure out how that got out there.
But I remember at some point Gabe walking around, you know, like one of those moments like, turn your computer off, something just happened.
That's right.
Like I remember the video on my desk and he coming like, turn your computer off, I think we're being hacked. And I was, what? Like, I didn't know what to do. I actually did not know what to do.
I remember coming in that morning and figuring it out, and it just felt like someone had just punched me in the gut.
You know, it's like the bit in movies where, like, after an explosion,
Turn the
they'll
computer
have
off
a
or getting
scene where
hacked.
someone's like
Shit's
staggering around
pants
the street, and
immediately.
everyone's
That's
like,
real.
Yeah.
what's this mean?
I would be so
can we still
scared.
keep
I'm like, what
working
do you
on the
mean we're
game?
being
Like,
hacked?
is someone just going to release
The best
whole
thing you can
game
do is turn off your
tomorrow?
computer,
And
because
I don't know if the guy
nothing can
who
run,
hacked
no
it
programs,
intended
you know.
I think,
Yeah, he showed it to friends.
But like, how the fuck?
Oh,
what do you
man.
do
He showed
then?
it to
Like, how do you
friends
turn
and
it
then
on
one of his
Just
again?
sit there.
somewhere.
Yeah, you sit there with your hands and you
unfortunate.
cuff your head and you're just like, oh man.
Unplug the internet. Just don't. We don't do this anymore. Restart.
Oh.
And one of the things I think that's pretty interesting is how much the leak of
He
the
looks like a
game, the
science
hack of our network,
guy.
and the
He
leak of
does,
the game,
right?
how much that kind of shattered that confidence.
He sized
It was
up
like
with
you know,
his
having a
Nike
movie
glasses.
that you're working
He's
on.
so
and
scienced
be
up.
spoiled for
He
the
looks
world.
so
That's
much
how it
better now,
felt.
too.
Because we knew it would be hard for people to know
He's old
that
as
that
fucking, but you
existed
wouldn't
and
notice
not
because he
go
takes
look at
care
it
of
all.
himself.
It looked all
Those little
broken to
guys are
us,
so
and it
cute.
just felt
They look
really
like
demoralizing.
platypuses.
Oh man, I was seriously affected by that. I was pretty angry. So I don't know. It kind of affected me for a while. You know, having it called the beta when it was not even close to being a beta. Work in progress. You know, wasn't really ready to be seen yet.
Normally the office is pretty vibrant and loud, and people are riding scooters in the hallway and doing all sorts of stuff. Gabe's tubing throat singing, and it got very still and very quiet. I remember that. That was very eerie. That was
Everyone was
the
locked
game that was
in.
going to make or break the company. We didn't know if we were going to have to go find jobs.
Not only did it show everybody that we were not anywhere near where we said we would be, but all the work that we had in progress, all the plans that we were making were just laid out bare. And so a lot of us just thought, oh, we're toast. We've worked so hard. Are we going to go bankrupt? And then all that while Scott Lynch and Gabe were being sued by Sierra, their wives being delivered subpoenas. And so it was this super dark time.
So there were two interesting threads going on. One was, traditional law enforcement and intelligence agencies, and they were doing their thing and issuing subpoenas and seizing devices. And then we asked our community to help us out. And I think Axel Gembe started to realize that he was being tracked down by the community, right? Everything was being, essentially, it was an open source investigation. So you could see that they were getting closer. And that's when he reached out to me. Of course, I was insanely furious with him. But we ended up running this
that he
sort of scheme with him where I was like, oh, wow, you must be really good at security issues. We should have you come out and interview. And the FBI was going to arrest him when he got off the plane.
And then apparently the German police sweep in right as he's about to leave, because it turns out he's also guilty of a bunch of bank fraud and bank hacking and all that.
He had
kind of
hacked
stuff.
into a bunch of huge companies over there as well, and so they were already well aware of him.
How much it harmed us financially, or like how much the
the success of the game was harmed by that. Very debatable. You know, so it was hard for us to go through internally, but in the end, I wouldn't have wanted to have it be a whole like law enforcement debacle after that. It just, yeah, it wouldn't have really helped anyone.
And I'm not saying we should ever be lax about security, but like if we could survive that, like maybe, you know, we'll survive anything, because at the end of the day, the special sauce was everything that happened between the moment of that leak and when we actually shipped. And if you look at that version of the game, it's just so not what the final game ended up being. And so even if our competition had all the source code and that executable, they're still not able to produce Half-Life 2 from it because the company kept moving forward and the company was the interesting special sauce.
They didn't have the brains.
No sauce left. Sauceless.
A small incubator with valves developing a piece of software that would have Steam. Chapter 8. Building pressure.
Ooh, I like the graphics.
Oh yeah, no.
Particular,
I'm telling you, go get the game.
Sketch of an idea in his head of what would.
It's $0, please.
But it was clear that.
I think I already have Half-Life. Let me check.
I'll get it for you.
Yeah, I have Half-Life
2? Half-Life 2?
Oh, I don't have Half-Life 2.
Get Half-Life 2 and get the episodes. Well, it's gonna be all in the same bundle. Don't get not the orange box. I mean, if you're gonna get that. It's like Portal, but free. November 18. When is that? That's tomorrow. Yeah, do it now.
Okay.
Fortress
Wait, what
Classic
do
and
I
then
what do I get? Half-Life 2?
Half-Life 2.
Okay.
Free to
It's
keep when you
free.
get it before November 18.
100%
It's free right now, yeah.
Oh my god. I haven't played Half-Life 2.
That's what the documentary's about.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I'm gonna play Half-Life 2. Whoa. I'm so excited.
It's
Okay,
such a
I'm
good game.
continuing. I'm interested. I'm very, very interested.
Dude, we did it. I'm trying to get as many people to like install this game right now.
It's so good.
yeah.
If it's free, I'm getting it. Like, it's simple as that, you know? If it was money, I'd be like, I don't know, guys. But it's free, so I can't complain.
Later, Counter-Strike, if it was
$1,
fundamentally the thing that we were really attracted to was our
If
ability
it was $1,
to
I'd be
ship
like, oh
content
man.
directly to our customers.
Ooh,
And
$1.
there was a set of business goals that ended up being
No,
a part
guys.
of Steam, but
Can't spare 99
fundamentally
cents.
it was a bunch of game development goals
That's
that
like
it
my
was
whole
servicing
income.
that were so attractive to
All
us.
my pennies.
It was a
you know?
very weird time. Like, I don't think people understand how many times we would go to people and say, no, you will be able to distribute software over the internet, and have people just say, no, it will never happen. I'm not talking about one or two people. I mean, like 99% of the companies we talked to said it will never happen. Your retail sales force will never let it happen. But also people would say users aren't gonna want this, right? People want physical copy. Like, there were so many bad faith arguments that were being made. Retail sales is not the goal, right? It's actually an impediment that it's somebody who sits between you and the customer.
And we ended up going out to finding this company called Applied Microsystems. So we ended up hiring most of the original Steam team from that other company to build initially this sort of in-game advertising streaming model, but then there was the epiphany that, hey, it's just bits. Why don't we just download whole games this way? You guys go off and do it.
The decision to not only use Steam to ship Half-Life 2, but actually to require Steam, even in the versions that were purchased at retail in a box, was the most interesting decision of all those, because it turned out to be an incredibly important decision for the future of the company. And a lot of us were nervous, and a lot of the people who had been at Valve for a long time, since the very beginning, were the most nervous about that decision. And so it was one of the rare exceptions to our decision-making process usually, and Gabe had to really step in and say, no, actually, we're doing it this way.
And it was good.
I remember coming to work in the morning, working on Half-Life 2, which
That's
meant
such a
that, you know,
huge
by the
price
time
risk to
you
take.
go home at night,
Like, even today, people get pissed when you have to install
24-year-old idiot.
a
All I wanted to
launcher
do was keep
program with
working
your
on the
game. Imagine this,
and,
like,
I started just
in 2004.
making the game work on multiplayer, right? Mostly just working on prediction, like what would it feel like to have a gravity gun on a multiplayer setting, right? Getting physics objects to work. It was just
You know why I feel like I
Scott
played
Dalton saw me working
this
on it.
game?
Mm-hmm.
Because I played Gmod. Maybe
Yeah.
that's why I thought I played it.
That's probably why.
Because there's so many things about Gmod, basically just Half-Life assets.
Yeah. All of the default stuff are like Half-Life stuff.
Yeah, so it was just like maybe that's why I thought I played it. And maybe that's why I'm getting nostalgic about the sounds and stuff.
Well,
For sure.
Just like you, I played Gmod first and then Half-Life 2. And
yippee!
It's crazy. Like it will feel crazy because like a lot of the sounds like gun breaking, shooting and stuff you will recognize, but put in context, it I don't know how to say it. Like it makes sense. You have to like retroactively go into your brain and rewire to be like, oh, this is the sound from Half-Life 2. And then just shift it back in the timeline of your brain. It's like, oh, this didn't happen in 2008. This happened in 2004. Like rewriting history in your head. It's really
That's
cool.
true. I'm excited to do that. I can't wait to hear it sound and be like, oh, that reminds me of Prop Hunt. Oh, wait.
Crates break-in.
Hi, teacher. Hi, Kung Fu.
And he's like, I'll make a map, and then we play. Put the map up, we started playing in the office in between, builds of Half-Life 2, like playtest. And I remember Gabe walking by my desk. And I remember him going like, what's that? And I said, oh, it's Half-Life multiplayer.
Tamagotchi
and he's
sounds
like,
right.
show it to me tomorrow.
Tomodachi is friend, but
I think that is one of the advantages of
I would say me tomorrow from your boss is crazy.
To keep our code in a certain
I'd be so
code base.
nervous.
I'd shit my pants.
I would be able to sleep.
Half-Life 2 at the same time.
I'd shit my pants
at that
twice.
point, we're paying this continuous cost in Half-Life 2 for the fact that it's built upon an engine that's designed to do multiplayer. But it means that when you get to this later point where you start asking, well, can we build multiplayer deathmatch out of this? Like the code's all sort of built upon fundamentally a client-server sort of foundation.
Definitely the most entertaining thing that you could throw.
That's
at
fucking
somebody
cool, right? Deathmatch with physics, like throwing shit around. Hell yeah. I want to play that.
Happened to be scattered around the world
so
was
funny,
picking up
face hurts.
a toilet and hurling it at someone's head, and then having that show up in the upper right corner of your screen.
There's
with
a little
name, toilet name, was very satisfying.
I was also selfishly trying to get the game ported to multiplayer so then we can release the tools, the SDK, ready to go. Like it meant like mod makers could just immediately start making multiplayer games.
You think people are playing Half-Life Deathmatch right now? Yes, absolutely.
Someone else to pick up.
When the Half-Life 1 update released for the anniversary,
we were so heads down.
A lot of people were playing Deathmatch.
Really get a chance to
it was
play
back
the
to
station.
I remember
release.
that was one of the lessons that came away from Half-Life 1 is like
there's definitely people playing Half-Life 2
building these
Deathmatch
games
right now.
backwards in a sense.
And the game being free, a lot of them.
Is the thing we built when we're as good as we can be at it. We know our tools and things like that. And a lot of the anxiety over are we building a good game was behind us. And I felt really confident, yeah, we're building a really good game.
And line. Yeah.
We're entering the Gare d'Austerlitz. And this train station is very important because it's one of the main inspirations for the train station of City 17 where the player starts. The reason why I'm using a Parisian station produced by Eiffel, who did the Eiffel Tower, is that there's an identical station in Budapest.
Train station's the last bit we worked on, right? Yeah. And we always want to build the start of the game late, as late as we can, because we understand our game at that point.
Mm-hmm. In general, the train station was a really interesting problem because it was basically one big choreo sequence intended to deliver atmosphere and story and background and sort of set your expectations for the world.
We let the level designers who were really good at this stuff figure out what was a good experience. And then we were kind of always there to provide dialogue, acting, stuff like this guy.
I think it was pretty clear too that we wanted to provide incentive to the player at this point about how people were being mistreated, about how bad the situation was here, and kind of start to trigger that righteous indignation early.
All this stuff is fun to look at, but you just assume it doesn't move and you can't interact with it, you can't pick it up. Because all the stuff we're going to do later with the gravity gun and everything, like, first we got to start just mundane stuff like that food, you know, that little empty bit of food.
I mean, it happens like the moment you leave the train, wind comes and blows all the trash away.
Doing it everywhere.
You can see the vortigon sweeping. So like, guy pushing it on the cases, on the
and all those
cases.
things fall off.
Yeah,
and
so
you can pick those up and.
We were like, if it doesn't have to be bolted down.
Yeah.
Just make sure that it gets knocked over.
It can move.
This guy looks vaguely familiar. There's something about the way he walks.
It's like a beer drinker.
Who would have thought Barney has the capacity to go undercover, right? Like that seemed to be, you know, above his pay grade, above his intelligence pay grade from the get-go.
Look at that beautiful animation. But where does hat go? It's gone. Something is not right here.
It's magical combine tech.
We were trying to figure out how to get people to figure out how to pick up things and do things. And we were all just sitting around, because we've been having this problem for weeks, racking our brains, and I think Robin had a Coke can on his desk. And at some point I got frustrated, and I smacked it off his desk. I'm like, well, you pick that up then. And everyone kind of sat around. I was like,
I just found it just an immensely satisfying piece of like a storytelling and world setting. You know, we got to use our physics tools and the choreo tools, and all of those things blended together into this very simple, clean moment.
Like the Can Cup is perfect also because while it's teaching you how to manipulate objects, it's also telling you something about the Combine themselves and the Metro Cops.
And your relationship.
Right? Yeah, so like it was a twofer, right? We got those two at the same time.
Physics is going to be a big part of our game. By the time you left train station as a player, like you understood that and you come to appreciate it. Because we couldn't wait until you got to Ravenholm before you found out how awesome physics is. If you'd had any kind of weapon, I think they would have had to kill you. And we found the longer we sort of held that away from ourselves, the more we were forced to come up with stuff that was still entertaining that you could do. Like the raid is a whole, you know, in the tenements, is a whole thing that could work because the player could only run.
We don't very often force the player into a very specific set of actions. That's one of the few times that we had to learn to really corral the player, and I think it ended up being pretty successful. Like, I think the consequences for sort of not following on the clear path were
the very easy
quick and efficient.
People running where you have to go.
Get in here, quick! Keep moving, head for the roof!
So when you build a world, I start with the infrastructure. What's really interesting for me is what is not visible to the tourist, which is the courtyard, the backyard, the shafts, and the smokestacks and the wires. And every city has this whole existence, and you know, people are usually blind to it, and we tend to look at storefronts, right?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it came down to art direction. I mean, Victor was very familiar with all that, the look and feel. You know, there was certain patterns and
that
certain
is not the computers they had when they were
iconic
making the game.
shapes that anybody who lived there could pick up on. You know, they're like, oh yeah,
well, yeah,
or whatever. And my parents are from Argentina, and so they have that kind of sensibility. But a lot of it came down to the reference gathering.
Insanely insightful to yourself, didn't you?
No, yeah. I mean,
we have these buildings.
Oh shit! The
that
ballet.
again have
Wait.
back
Whoa.
courtyards.
They nailed that shit
the
down.
reference gathering, which was from Bulgaria.
Look at this.
Bulgaria. Oh man, that makes me laugh because my friend from Bulgaria talks about how Half-Life is basically home.
It's just Bulgaria simulator.
Yeah, he played it and he told me it was it was no different from like just him walking down the street. So like it was funny because he would see people play and be like, oh my god, the atmosphere, and he's just like, it's just his home.
It's just
It's just home.
That's crazy.
These buildings.
Playing Half-Life 2, oppressive like alien simulator, and being like home. That's crazy.
Spaces, cellar
Yeah.
spaces,
The soul-crushing reality of Eastern Europe,
So
captured in
this
video game
providing
form
already
for
a lot of
decades.
context for people
Amazing.
who can hide in
For
these
people all over
apartments.
the world.
People all over the world get to know what it's like to live as you. Hi, Wolvos. Just got home from sushi.
They'll be looking for you now.
Oh, what sushi did you get?
I remember that we
How was sushi?
wanted to have the player see proof
I know
that
the
the
answer,
Combine
but
were
let 'em-
evil
let 'em-
people, not
let 'em
that
answer.
they were gray in any way, that they were objectively the bad guys. And then we had it to where you go upstairs, and then we really carefully and intentionally
The beautiful
framed
vista,
the reveal
yeah.
of the world to where you see the Citadel front and center, and it's clearly in an alert state.
The four of us, the City 17 Cabal, we'd done City 17, which is a bunch of hard problems. We'd done Ravenholm, which is a different set of hard problems. We were like, I don't know, 4 months from trying to lock down the game or something. I mean, it was really late. I may have the dates wrong, but it was really late. And there was a bunch of gameplay that was in there that hadn't really received a lot of like development.
We were coming from working with pretty much every tool in the game,
dev textures.
from C17 to going back to
Yeah.
basically you have
Every time I've seen them, it's like,
install
hell
and
yeah, hell
check
yeah.
offs.
I never done grave
Not much,
boxing
really.
in my life, but like.
So John Guthrie and I absolutely love exploding barrels, so we just use them.
I just
doing grave boxing right now.
Where we could,
Yeah.
we set them up. We love
I just feel
ragdoll
the
magnets
love,
and
you know.
Physics. It's just one of my favorite tools. It's basically you have a point in space that when a character dies, they turn into a ragdoll, and then you have a ragdoll magnet that says, okay, if there is
Super yummy,
any
let's go.
ragdoll in this radius, pull towards me, and then you can give it a strength. And so if somebody dies in an especially dramatic location, you can have an especially dramatic death. And we just use
Whoa.
it absolutely
That's kinda
everywhere. I mean,
cool.
you can use it to just pull someone directly down. So in that bridge, the train bridge, I put magnets directly beneath their feet, so it looks like they just, like the planks beneath their feet broke and they
That's
just
right.
fell directly down. I mean, they died
All
from
the
a broken
invisible
plank, which doesn't make any sense. but
technology
it
to
looked
make
pretty
it
cool.
really
It
feel
was
much
so
more
orchestrated,
lively and more
yes,
interesting.
because we didn't want it to.
They should in the
like, we didn't really have a lot
bullseye.
of
It's like
time to
set piecing, you know.
have, like, a lot of
Script. They're,
bugs come
they're
out of it.
filming a movie in real time with that.
You know, our team was the one that did the Citadel. You know how I said that there was multiple passes on the product over the course of the thing? Well, Citadel had almost no pass. And we were thinking about Street War, and we were like, well, we just had like this incredibly intense, you know, Strider fight. How are we gonna outdo that, especially when we only got a month to do this thing? We then came up with the idea of like, well, what if we made this just be your god, and this is the reward? You've won the game, enjoy. We're gonna like break all the rules and let you be god for a little bit.
Picking up, you know, the enemies as ragdolls and throwing them around really came out of that development tool, because you could pick them up and move them around, and people are like, I don't know, that's pretty fun. Why can't we do that in the game?
It was either a week or a day. It was incredibly quick. I had every single mechanic of the Citadel mocked up. The Combine ball was actually a very, very heavy watermelon that would bounce around and eventually break up. I had spikes in the wall that you could skewer them on. We had electric fields that you can throw them in. We had the zero-G fields that they would get stuck in. And we had ripping off the machines off the walls. All that stuff all came together within an incredibly short period of time, just a couple days. Very shortly after that, people were like, you know, we were having a real hard time with the AR2's alt fire. So maybe we'll just steal this because it's kind of cool, and we'll bring it earlier in the game. Game development never does this. It never like just materializes out of nothing in that short a time and is just something that everybody's excited and happy about. And it just, it felt really good to be a part of that.
That's pretty crazy.
That's insane.
So the energy balls were not part of the AR2. It's like they were a feature thing that they backported. It's
trying
insane.
to find another source.
Because that gun teaches you how those things work.
I started
so when you see them
on a
and you carry
deal
them, it's like,
with a big
I know what to do with
publisher
this.
That was for Counter-Strike 2. So we're right there, ready to sign.
Do you think they had
We're really kind of running on fumes
the
at
actual
that
like
point,
laser effect,
and then
or do
get
you
a
think
phone
they actually
call
just
and
gave
they're
the
like,
air
"Yeah,
to
we changed
a
our mind, we're
watermelon
not
for a little
doing the
bit?
deal."
It
He
must
said
have been a watermelon.
He said it was a
right?
watermelon.
It probably looked
For a
like a
while.
watermelon for the
He's
first
like,
bit.
"So how fucked are
And then
we?"
they took that
And
guy
I was
that
like,
did like the
"Well,
7,000
we're
shaders
kind of
and
screwed. We
told
can
them like, hey, we need this, you know.
format everything that we're doing, but it means we
We need an
lay off
energy ball.
people. Then we
We
still
need
have
another
a
one.
huge uncertainty of what is going to happen in the
So
lawsuit.
cool.
Immediately started chasing another publisher, and
All this
we
while
were
fighting
able
a
to
lawsuit.
get a deal done with another publisher for Counter-Strike 2. When we got the deal done, Gabe at that point was super into knives, and as the deal gift for the parties, he built a knife that was inscribed Counter-Strike 2. And so the deal structure was, after we ship Half-Life 2, if you decide that you don't want to keep moving forward, then you can just decide to terminate the deal and we'll pay the money back. That ended up happening. So maybe a good choice, because it took us a long time to ship Counter-Strike 2. So that we got done in
Only 24
probably
years.
May of 2003. And then through some more depositions, Vivendi figured out that we had gotten this new infusion of capital and kind of lost their mind trying to figure out how did that happen, because it was clearly part of their strategy was, running us out of money.
But what we decided was, hey, let's focus on the real nub of this and the thing that's going to lead to a resolution. Getting the judge to decide that we were right about the cybercafe business, and also to decide that we were right that if you were distributing these properties without a license, that's copyright infringement. We had asked for information about what they were doing in Asia, including Korea, and they, I think, to try to make our lives more difficult,
Holy shit, Mario cameo?
produced a big chunk of
PUBG
documents
cameo? What
in
the
Korean.
fuck?
They were in Korean. I mean, everything from email to contracts to you name it.
And one of the things they were doing is just dumping huge amounts of discovery on it to force us to go and just have somebody go and look through it. It's like, oh, look, they ordered sandwiches again, right? It has nothing to do with the lawsuit. It's just an attempt to overwhelm us with tens of millions of pages of documents on the assumption that there's nothing in it that will be particularly problematic for their case. That will eventually just we'll either spend a bunch of money, which plays into their hands, or we'll just eventually give up because it's finding a needle in the haystack. And then we found the needle in the haystack, and that changed things quite dramatically.
Damn. It just so happened that there was an intern, summer associate, who was a native Korean speaker. And I said, Andrew, hey, can you look at this pile here and can you just tell me what's in there?
I would guess that particular intern probably went through a couple thousand documents that day, and only one was consequential.
And they said, well, there's these other emails between these vice presidents where one says something like, hey, we destroyed those Valve documents like you asked. And I said, are you sure it says that? And I said, yeah, that's what it says. And so, of course, that led to a conversation between me and the lawyer for the other side about, hey, it looks like your guys are destroying evidence. What's up with that? They wrote back and said, you're out of your mind. Whoever translated doesn't know what they're talking about. And I talked to Andrew again. I said, well, it looks like we're going to have a kind of a fight about this. We're going to need an affidavit from you about your translation. Can you tell me a little bit about your Korean skills? He goes, well, I'm a native speaker. At UCLA, I majored in Korean language studies. And I said, that's good. That sounds like we're in good shape.
The assistant general manager in Korea sending the letter to the general manager of Korea saying, I have destroyed those documents related to the Valve case as directed, which I think is one of Carl's happiest moments as a lawyer in his entire career. Just like stuff like this never, ever happens.
I did a lot of lawsuits for a long time. I never saw anything like that.
It's like, that sounds really comedic. Like,
maybe
that's such
there
a
was
throw,
document
yeah.
destruction that
Monumental generational throw.
Someone had to get fired for that. I mean, let's be honest here. Come on, how do you not get fired for that?
Oh, you destroy all the documents except for the one that said that you destroyed the document?
All matters
Damn.
of fact are now, according to Valve, you don't get to contest any of those. Now we're just discussing how much you're going to have to pay and what the damages are.
And Gabe was still pretty mad. He was mad. He really didn't want to settle. He was mad enough that he wanted to keep going. But I remember sitting down with Carl and having a conversation with Carl, and I was like, so Carl, what do you think? Should we settle at this point? Is the right number? And he was like, well, you know, there's this old saying, there's a difference between
Is that
being
the
a
spray
praise
sound?
and
That was the spray sound,
yeah.
Yeah.
That was a good sensor
So I
sound,
was
right?
done with the deposition, and that
It
was
works.
the only question I asked him to ask that particular witness was, is Half-Life 2 being replicated and shipped to retailers? He said yes. And that, the relief was, hey, no matter what, at least the game's going to get out to people, which is kind of a, that's a pretty unusual way to find out from your publisher that they're shipping your game to retail.
Game released on November 16, 2004. 39 Game of the Year awards. Yeah, that will do it.
I've kind of been thinking about this for the last few days, and what if there was one thing that I can point to that
It has to
made
be a
us
world record or
successful
something.
over that development
Skyrim
period,
beat
and I
that.
think that it was really this culture that Gabe created, where we were hiring people that were senior enough to be managers, but also passionate enough to still be individual contributors. They were willing to stake their credibility and their name on these big features, and sometimes spend years working on those features.
Yeah, and it was like 6-7 days a week, 10 to 14 hours a day.
It wasn't always, I would say, a good 18 months at least, but a lot of good memories though. I mean, everyone in that room has such great sense of humor. Like we knew each other's sense of humor. We trusted each other, we respected each other enough that like we could rib each other without like stepping on each other's toes and stuff, and it just worked pretty well.
It was just bigger, more pressure.
Of course.
But and I think that
Take a sip of water and I choke on it.
in some ways,
Magic.
there's still humor, but
No,
that seriousness kind
I
of
love doing this.
infuses
Oh,
into the
guys,
game.
sorry,
You
your
feel
streamer's
it's the heart of the
dying.
game.
Well,
It's the most
I'll take over
cohesive
here from here.
product
you can be the new blue
feeling
guy.
I can think of at scale that we've done as a company. The whole company was just aligned and got it done.
I think back on this experience, and it was a really hard time, but I feel super grateful because we were supported to make the very best game that we possibly could, and given the time to do it, we're going to ship it when it's done, even when we made unreasonable promises about when that might be in advance. And it was also at a time before the game industry was quite as specialized as it is now, where people got to wear multiple hats and contribute in all these different ways. So it was a rare life experience, and I'm really grateful to have been part of it.
Hell yeah. Epilogue. The episodes. Oh my god, there's a third hole? Oh, of course. Imagine that was how they announced episode 3. Like, it's happening.
That would be crazy.
Yeah, part of the fallout of Half-Life 2 shipping was the realization that we can't do 6-year-long bet the whole company bets over and over again, and if we get it wrong one time, we're a big crater in the ground, as Gabe would say. And so we started to think about episodic releases.
The first idea when they pitched it to us, like, we're going to do this episode of content, we'll do one every how much? 12 months?
Yeah, we were going to have like
One a
alternating
year.
teams
Yeah.
coming out every year and a half, something like that.
Yeah. So I was like, yeah, this is neat. But then, yeah, it just got out of hand.
So when they decided to start playing with episodic content, the promise for me that I felt was we can build smaller pieces, denser pieces faster, and we know what we're doing. We're going to be really good at this.
So a lot of it was like, do more with less, like keep a bunch of the existing stuff and retweak it to make some new interesting scenario.
Retweet it?
Like probably the biggest real new thing for episode 1 as far as technology was just having Alex with you throughout the entire thing and having her behave in a way that was believable and fun. She's with you for a few distinct parts in Half-Life 2, but they're always pretty heavily scripted and not really in combat. Having her there and able to actually be a useful companion, so there's a lot of little tricks that we did to try to make that as fun as possible for players. She doesn't have supernatural knowledge. She's not like just finding things without you lighting them up. But like if you throw a flare out or you look at them with the flashlight, it's like, okay, she's gonna go for that target because she can see it.
We were like cranking on that, and it took forever. Like we were not just partying, hanging out.
No, I was
that
pretty
was-
much crunched that whole project, I think.
Yeah, we were crunch mode. And then same thing with episode 2.
We started at the same time as episode 1. And so we ran for an extra year. That
Yeah, Alex
way,
Bait is such
which
a
allowed
like
us to
nice little
stretch,
detail because
and push more.
So
You get so
hunters
used
were initially
to
something that we wanted
CPU
to
companions
have
to
a
just
more sort of
being
frenetic
stormtroopers when it comes
pursuit,
to aiming.
built into the design of the character. So it was really focused on, at the time, creating a creature that could follow the player into more types of spaces.
One of the questions was, how do we keep Alex out of your way during this really intense, high-action scene where the player has agency to make whatever decision they want about where they want to be inside the house and that sort of thing. And that's when we got the idea to have her sort of camp out by a window, and she would fire out the window and let you know if she saw any hunters or soldiers out that window. And if the player started to spend time at that window, she would find another one to go be at.
I mean, so Dario
Fucking
Casali
wild.
was trying to create this final fight in episode 2.
The Striders always reminded me of AT-ATs in Empire Strikes Back. And of course, we wanted something fresh because just rocketing a ton of Striders wasn't going to be a bit repetitive after a while. So that's when we started collaborating, talking about the Magnuson device and the hunters and how would those all come together to make this sort of an overwhelming 25, 30-minute battle set piece.
This fucking bit.
The citizens and the hunters, and to a lesser extent the Strider, are all secretly in cahoots to create this tension, because what we always wanted was gotten the Magnuson device on the last guy. Are you going to be able to shoot it? Oh my God, the rocket's going to be destroyed, and then boom, you hit it, so that when everyone comes out running, you really feel heroic.
You have the car and you have a big space, and you're not guided anyway. You have to go and take care of this threat in a way that you think is best. I think it pays off. It makes the player feel like, I did this myself. I wasn't guided by a level designer at all, because we give them so many options. We have, you can kill the hunters with driving the car into them. You can pick up a log and throw at them. You can pick up a Magnuson device and throw it too soon, and they'll shoot it down. You have to learn. Oh yeah, I have to kill the hunters first. You can use rockets to kill the hunters. You have options, and you have time and you have space. But we dial the tension and the pacing up pretty slowly.
You see how I attach to that? It's magnetized to the enemy.
It is pretty cool, all the kind of cinematic destruction
Hell
stuff
yeah.
that happens in there.
It was so hideously faked, because basically we would send a Strider who would do that sort of the low scuttling run, and he would just sit there and wait, just staring at this building until the player could see the Strider plus the building.
Framed up
He would literally sit there forever. But we dial the tension and the pacing up pretty slowly over time. The playtests we like the most is when the Strider's, he's getting ready to shoot the rocket, and then the last Magnuson device goes off, and then he's done.
Nice one, Freeman! We did it! We held them off!
People were failing left and right, and the team was calling for the map to be cut.
Wow, I took a lot of heat for that.
And
both of us did.
Yeah, we had to see it through.
We were going to do an arc of 3, of course, because that's just how you think of stories.
You
in
might
those
be so
terms.
close to the
And then you want the high
moment
point to come at the end of the second one. And Gabe at one point saying, "Who's the important character you're going to kill?" I'm like, "Lamar is going down. This is going to be it. I want the end. I want episode 2 to end with Lamar floating into space, and everyone cries." And Gabe's like, "That's not good enough."
The episodes were, a lot of that was an experiment on what's the right amount of episode. Episode 2 was longer than episode 1 and bigger, and people liked that better. But
it also took longer.
It took longer to make, and people didn't like it as much as they liked Half-Life or Half-Life 2 kind of scope, right?
Yeah.
So by saying episode, are we solving a lot of problems here, or are we just making a sideways trade-off? I think that's maybe the way I felt about it.
Even into episode 3, I still don't know what that would have been if we'd built it, because it hadn't been built. That was the feeling of excitement of something I can't even imagine is going to happen as a team. I was not imposing a top-down, this is what we must do to tell our very important tale. It's more like, oh, we have new features? How do we what kind of story can we do with these now?
Well, I worked on episode 3, and I was working on this gun called the ice gun that basically let you create amorphous shapes out of ice. So you could like raise a little ice wall in front of yourself. It would be attached to the floor, and then
predicted
combat
Overwatch.
soldiers could shoot holes in it, and it would shatter and break
This is,
like kind of
hey.
like glass, I guess.
Hey,
so that was the
this is
primary
Santa from
No, oh, no way.
Deadlock.
Deadlock. Screw that
Damn.
guy.
Deadlock is Half-Life 3.
You could build ledges for yourself to get down, you know, cliff faces. It had another mode that was like a kind of like a Silver Surfer mode where you would extrude the ice in front of yourself and then run along it and use it to cross gaps, go over chasms and things like that. What else do we have? It was set in the
Oh
Arctic
my
'cause
God,
it
he
was
froze the
around-
guy.
Centered around Borealis.
I remember the little blobby, squishy.
Oh yeah, Brian was working on the blobs. So we had the ISO surfaces that we ended up using in Portal for the paint. So we had that as an enemy. It was a blob enemy, and it could change its shape, and you could choreograph its
That looks
shapes,
amazing.
with some content tools. And then it could also split into little hoppy blobs that could, they were almost like little head crabby things, but they were, you know, they were little
Lethal Company.
splats that would hop around.
You know,
And we were doing all kinds of stuff with that. It could pass through grates.
You know, you could get more gameplay out of something where you had maybe a couple of creatures with simpler behaviors.
Oh, yeah,
And
yeah.
then you would spend time.
Did they go through the fuck? Oh,
combining
no
them
way.
And combining them with other game mechanics.
Story was never the boss of anything. It was always the, you know, we worked on a peer-to-peer thing. We were all gonna, what can we do? What do you think would be cool?
It was still a collection of like playable levels in no particular order, and a collection of story beats and story concepts. And we were still like, probably another 6 months we would have had a critical mass of like mechanics, and then start putting them in a timeline. I think probably a year and a half easily, you know, depending on how ambitious we got. Could have been, you know, 2.5 more years. Yeah.
Probably. It's hard to be a lot less than 2 years.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we were 6 months in on it when we moved to Left 4 Dead. I don't know, we were moving at a pretty brisk pace too.
I thought that we needed to go much bigger on episode 3 or do something else, because I don't know if this is the right way to describe it, but element fatigue. I think we had really explored a lot of what made sense in the Half-Life universe and setting.
Arcane was building the Ravenholm game, and even they were having trouble doing cool new stuff with this tool set. And like, if those guys can't figure out a bunch of cool stuff to do with this, I think we're running out of fuel.
Episode 3 is coming along. It's like, well, what's the new big thing here? It's got to be bigger than all the stuff we just did. You know, even episode 2, and it's like, oh my God, you know, it just becomes.
Are we allowed to cry in
burden.
this documentary? That's what I want to know.
Left 4 Dead needed kind of an all-hands-on sort of an effort to ship. And so we put down EP3 to go help Left 4 Dead. And it was a really tight shipping schedule, and it required a lot of work from everybody to get out the door. And it was worth it. I mean, it was,
Left 4 Dead came out.
Left 4 Dead came out great. But it took long enough, and this is the tragic and almost comical thing about it, was it took long enough that then by the time we considered going back to episode 3, the argument was made like, well, we missed it. It's too late now. You know, and we really need to make a new engine and, you know, to continue the Half-Life series and all that. And now that just seems, in hindsight, so wrong.
Yeah.
You know, we could have definitely gone back and spent 2 years to make episode 3.
And you can't get lazy and say, oh, we're moving the story forward. That's copping out of your obligation to gamers, right? Yes, of course they love the story. They love many, many aspects of it. But sort of saying that your reason to do it is because people want to know what happens next. You know, we could have shipped it. Like, it wouldn't have been that hard. You know, the failure was, my personal failure was being stumped. Like, I couldn't figure out why doing episode 3 was pushing anything forward.
But yeah, I mean, some of those people made Left 4 Dead 2 and then Portal 2. So
Yeah, we did other things instead.
It's not like that choice would have been free.
Right.
This is like the same reasoning
players, like they may have
behind
gotten that and not.
we don't have a new F-Zero game.
So it's hard to say.
But a lot of us have been doing
It's like
Half-Life
we peaked.
for
It's over.
8+ years.
We saw a bunch of really compelling reasons to go explore more multiplayer-based projects too, because not only just what customers were doing, but internally, we found ourselves wanting to play a lot of multiplayers.
It sounds silly to say it because we're a relatively big company that has a bunch of stuff, but we're not that many people. There's 300 something people here, and so we're working on a bunch of different projects, and it's like, people are passionate about Portal, people are passionate about TF, people are passionate about Left 4 Dead and Half-Life and CS and Dota, Deadlock. I mean, there's a lot of things there, and I also
Deadlock
work
mentioned.
on hardware, so I've worked on Steam Deck and the original Steam controller and a tiny bit on VR. Unfortunately, for any decision we make, somebody is going to be unhappy, but hopefully we're making a bunch of people happy with the choices we do make.
If it weren't for the episodes, there'd be no such thing as Dota. And I know that sounds really weird, but it was the things that we learned in developing the episodes that led to, Team Fortress, to more rapid updates.
I think everybody that worked on Half-Life misses the working on that thing, but it's also hard not to be like, man, I've seen every way that you can fight an antlion or, whatever. And so you want to get some space away from it until you can come back to it with fresh eyes.
It was easy to think about VR being a vehicle for Half-Life because that was a big technological innovation and kind of a core reason for that product's existence. And I think one of the things we have internally tended to attach to the Half-Life IP is innovation. Gameplay innovation is oftentimes enabled by a technological innovation. Clearly there was a ton in Half-Life 1 and 2. And so yeah, it's an interesting challenge moving forward to think about what that means for future Half-Life stuff for sure.
The ending of Half-Life Alyx is somewhat a self-critical realization. So that was super satisfying, and all credit to the people who are specifically involved in that decision and those sets of designs. I think that Half-Life represents a tool we have and promises made to customers to capitalize on innovation and opportunities to build game experiences that haven't been involved previously. And I think that there are no shortage of those opportunities facing us as an industry right now.
I hate this part. This is always the most fucked up part.
No fiddlesticks. What now?
See? Yeah, what now?
What now? Yeah. This is always the most fucked up part. It's like, oh yeah, we could have done Half-Life 3. But it was more fun to innovate. And we didn't say anything about it for a couple of years. We just promised that we were gonna make it. And then we didn't. And then we were really hushy about it. Fuck.
I don't think that's the message, but okay.
No, that's not the message, but for a bit it was
very
like that.
pessimistic.
There's a video of I think by Croakcat. It's like Half-Life episode 3 over the years. It's like a bunch of interviews with Gaben and how he goes from oh yeah, no, it's absolutely happening, to I don't have any comment about that, it's like, shit,
I mean, you got to think about it realistically. I mean, when you realize that you don't actually have the sauce anymore,
Yeah.
That makes sense, right?
No, but they do have
because otherwise it'd just be phoning it in, honestly, right? So.
No, but they do have a bunch of new fresh eyes and minds at Valve, so it really is up to the cabals. If they had the power to make Alyx happen, absolutely, you can get much more content out of Half-Life. Not necessarily episode 3, but yeah, there's so much that can be done with that. Especially if the rumors are true and with the Steam Deck / VR upgrade, whatever. Imagine them now making episode 3 nowadays with the old tools. No, they're... Damn.
I don't think we need to imagine that. We've seen people attempt that kind of thing.
Attempt. Yeah. It's so interesting because like the envelope is pushed so high, right? So far, and the more time that happens, the more that like technological realization that it has to be there. So it's crazy now, 20 years after Half-Life 2, to think about it. Now we're
Yeah.
like nothing that it's almost like there's two points, there's two like viewpoints to it. It's like either they do it and everyone's happy, or they do it and everyone's mad because it would have not delivered on like the insane 20 years of like potential anticipation, that builds up and then it has to build down again.
I mean, that's why
And what
it needs like why Alex took so long too, even, and why they ended up calling Alex to do.
Yeah.
Because like you could get all of that gameplay, right? And be like, oh hey, we finally got we've got something that we can do with the Half-Life like
And it was a
gameplay
lot of
feeling.
fun. It was a
But
crazy
they
amount of
even
fun.
knew that it's like we can't skin this as Half-Life 3.
Yeah, exactly. They're not gonna skip out, and that's what you're getting here. Is the promise of like we are gonna innovate.
And I think
Like, it's gonna, if it happens when it happens, it's gonna be the best thing you've ever seen.
Innovation.
It is a real shame though that even from Valve and like the industry as a whole, right? It's like it feels like Half-Life Alex is going to be for a very long time a very like an outlier. In that it did not become the norm, and it's kind of sad. It's just because like VR is a gated technology.
No, because Half-Life Alex is definitely the standard, like the flagship. Like this is the, I don't know what other game you would say, but like this is what Super Mario Bros. Did to platforming, right? But like to VR. That's the standard. That's the bar that everyone has to reach. But it's gonna be an unrealized promise until VR gets that adoption rate, and development for VR is either like as streamlined or straightforward as it was for like PC games, I guess. There's a reason why it took so long. So if that's what they're promising with Alex, then imagine episode 3 or Half-Life 3 will have to be kind of like that. Not as like an unreachable standard of innovation, but damn, like you're playing this and you feel like you're in the future. Little hard to achieve.
Yeah.
Very cool. I like listening to that. Alright, I'm done working for tonight.
And so you want to like, get some space away from it until you can come back to it with
Easily
fresh
could
eyes.
play this back over and over and over again until I get
It's
the.
easy to think about VR being a vehicle for.
Run it back. Let's watch the HL1.
Technological innovation. And kind of a
No,
core
the
reason
gloves
for
were
that
so
product's existence, and I think like one of the things we
I really like the No Clip documentary for
internally
Half-Life
tended
1.
to attach to the Half-Life.
It was
IP
amazing.
is Innovation.
It's beautiful.
Gameplay innovation. Is
I think
often
they're
tied to
that one they
technological
talked mostly to Jeff, right?
innovation.
Didn't they talk to
Yeah,
Jeff?
the
a
one
lot?
with Jeff, and then
Yeah.
there's another one that's like
And
the one that they
yeah,
did for the
it's
anniversary.
It's an
question mark?
interesting challenge.
Yeah.
To, like, think
Both
about
are
what that means
bangers.
for future Half-Life stuff for sure.
The ending of Half-Life Alex is somewhat.
I just wish
self-critical
there could be more content like
realization.
this for
That-
other
that
games.
was super satisfying, and all
Yeah.
credit to the people who are
Looking into
specifically
the
involved in
designers
that
and like the
decision and
developers'
those sorts of
heads,
designs.
you know,
I think
and
that-
going through
that
that.
Half-Life
There
represents
isn't a lot about
a
like the
tool we
texture and
have
that kind
that
of stuff
promises-
here, which there was in Half-Life 1. There were a lot of like reference pictures, but Half-Life 1 specifically, the documentary they did, they had the texture painter, like how the picture that she took and how they were converted and like what they looked like in real life and then in the game. That was so nice to see. This one was more like philosophical,
Yeah.
A lot more player experience than just raw asset making and I don't know what the word is. Balls to the wall.
But I think there's definitely like there's a lot of technology. Like the difference between the technology that they had to develop for HL1 versus HL2 is, different.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, HL1 worked a little bit, like half of it on something that was already there for them. Because it's like the Quake engine, and they definitely reworked slash developed a bunch of shit for it. The voids, the lighting, the animations, or whatever. But Source, such a crazy technological leap. It's because like we have kind of like diminishing returns when it comes to like technology development, at least today.
Right. Yeah.
Like 90s games to 2000s games, insane. 2000s to 2010s, it's there. Not as crazy though. Today, I mean, I don't know. Games today are gonna look pretty much the same, like 5 years, 10 years, to like the new releases of those times. So they kind of Half-Life 1 and 2 came at like the perfect, like the best moment, right? For you to see that leap with your own eyes. Direct comparisons of like, G-Man from Gold Source, G-Man from Source. This shit. Sure. Achieved with Source.
Achieved with Source.
You hear Ace Mimi? I woke up because I thought I was on a call again. Yes.
What?
Gav's getting trolled. I'm sorry.
What is this? Oh.
Don't worry about it.
Working on that.
Man, I love being an outsider when it comes to this stuff because I'm just like so lost. Good morning, Gab.
Let me.
I'm gonna play some Sky. My new obsession.
Bro, it's the first of all, asleep at the sleepover. Half-Life 2. Update queue, 200 kilobytes, of course.
We you go through all the commentary notes, Will.
Yeah, we're gonna go through that.
Are you for real?
Well, not today. I'm gonna do it on my own, but.
No, you're gonna do it. Oh, you're gatekeeping.
Imagine. No, that's gonna be on the Patreon.
Look at this guy, this fucking dude.
I don't know. It's like they added like 3 hours of commentary on like a 10-hour game. You think I could, marathon stream? But they're updating Half-Life 2 more frequently than TF2. It's kind of messed up. Didn't they have an update not too long ago?
Not really.
I think they did. Maybe I'm going crazy. Does this work? I don't think it does. Wait, no, it does. But there's something covering up the screen. Samsung tablet. There you are. I think I remember something. Yeah, there was something. So this is the new menu. New font. Aim assist enhanced. Carousel. Well. This is the same. We're still running on the RTX 9.
Hey, parkour delivery.
That's fucked up.
Let's go. My parkour delivery is here.
Hang on, let's switch streams here. Hey, Mrs. Wallhack Spinbot. It's the previews of Mate's new overlay. Holy, yeah. Extras. Oh shit! I was waiting for like a menu to appear here. Workshop, Half-Life 2, Lost Coast. Damn, we Call of Duty 4 now. Oh wow. Okay. Enable commentary track. That's so cool. They really did this, huh? Load game. Wait, back. Oh, I see. So 1. That's a little weird. They sent you back to like episode. Well, not episode, but the main game. This is neat. Doo-doo-doo. When you're gonna, if you're reading this achievement, Game Newell has successfully what? Gnome Alone? Successfully launched Noam Chomsky into space. If you did not also achieve the achievement, Manufacturing Ascent, Newell has abandoned his plans to shoot Noam Chomsky into space. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hang on. Big question mark. What about the visuals thingy? Like,
I love gay barcode so much.
same.
Whoa.
Classic effects enable.
Well, boom. Boom.
Yeah, tier 1
No way.
Your overload with that commentary track.
It's a really cool idea. It's just anyone could stream as me.
It'll be. Can you put that in your like will? Like, can that be like a little bit morbid to think about? But you know.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put it in there. Like, okay, when I die, I want you to release the source code for my overlay, and give it out, and go into the game states. Like CS
Just, like,
file.
Have like a zip folder for it.
Damn, yes, go.
Metro Cop
So
scene.
do I.
This is an.
Ah, shit! It doesn't have subtitles.
You should be able to turn that on.
Yeah.
Another scene designed to make it clear that the Metro Cops are the bad guys, except this time the player has a weapon and can finally do something about it. That something comes out of the barrel of a gun. We knew we needed the player to feel righteous, and this moment was part of creating that. The Metro Cops are still human, unlike the rest of the Combine in the game, so we felt like we had to go the extra mile in making sure the player's actions felt like justice and not just wrath.
1 out of 14. Lowering the gun when you're aiming at friends.
Did developing commentary? I just saw the video of the last video of developing by
Staircase.
Oh
there
shit!
Are situations throughout the game that
They
stem
move your
from
camera.
simple
Are
and
they
quite
with the
straightforward
Magna game?
design
Is that-
goals, and
Yeah,
this
yeah.
staircase features two
I'm
of
going
them.
to
The first was to frame this.
dip for tonight, my friends.
Okay.
I love you all. I'll be back
How's
again.
it going, Ace?
Amor.
Yeah, we'll return.
I will return for the second coming. No U, no M, just OMING. Okay, bye.
No.
Bye.
Hi.
Are you gonna add Gab to the the Fugi?
Yeah, I need
Yeah,
to pick a
replace. I love that on
Replace
screen.
Ace.
On screen, made us just like poking buttons.
Yeah. Shout out to Ace Mimio. If I could hug Ace Mimio, I would. But alas.
Out.
But yeah,
Sit.
on the GMTK video, he was talking about how the commentary tracks inspired him to make video games. I'm like, so true, so real, so me.
No, that's it.
I love every Valve game commentary track mode.
It's the best thing ever. I don't even remember which one was the first one that I played with that.
More games
feature,
should
but
do it.
dude, it's just so cool. I'll sit down and listen to these things any day. You know.
Citadel as
I
it
mean, the first one I played
showing the player
personally
that
was like Portal 1, but I don't remember the order that they came out in. So,
Yeah, I played Portal 2 on Xbox, and I was going through the commentary notes on that game.
Mm-hmm.
And then later I came back and played Portal 1 on like the computer when I got it later.
The type of shit that will turn you
They
into
stirred
a
up the
game
hive.
developer.
The second was to showcase our ragdoll system. While it's standard now, in 2004 it was still a novelty to see bodies tumble realistically, and stairs provided a perfect stage to make that happen.
Birds, birds. There it is. Kind of empty if you think about it hard enough, right? But damn if it doesn't look good.
City 17 awakens. The early train station section was designed to make the city feel indifferent toward the player, as if Gordon is just another nameless, faceless citizen, ripe for subjugation. But during the tenement raid and rooftop chase, the city identifies the player as an anomaly and starts to stir. Now, with the player as the aggressor, the city fully turns its attention on them. The Overwatch PA system, first heard during the raid, played a key role in delivering this message. If players listen closely, there's a lot of information about the city's awareness. Even when players didn't pay attention, though, the audio treatment still conveyed the emotional message we were aiming for.
Really does. That echo. Oh shit, the train's coming. Well.
Explosive barrels. Here, we introduce explosive barrels, a staple of first-person shooters, but with a new twist. The second pistol shot sets the barrel on fire, starting a timed detonation. A third shot will detonate the barrel immediately. This way, players could either delay the explosion or trigger it right away, depending on the situation. Players may want to feed an explosive barrel to a barnacle and then shoot it twice as a handy way to safely dispatch a cluster of them. The delayed explosion also
that's
made
the fire
for more
effects from
interesting
Release?
chain reactions
It looks
between multiple
crazy.
barrels. Exploding barrels were a fan
It
favorite
reminds
in
you
the
of
series,
Voice of the Void
but
now.
also were internally favored by level designers
Why is he
who
shooting
often
into
felt
the
like
sky?
the game could never have enough of them.
Did you skip this part of the thing, or does it just start here?
I started at chapter 3.
Okay.
Scanners. Scanners presented a tricky game design challenge. While we liked how their dystopian presence helped convey the Combine occupation as an oppressive surveillance state, we didn't actually want them to shoot at the player. We found that aiming into the sky to hit a small mobile enemy with a constant height advantage was something we couldn't make fun. Since we loved their role in the story, we decided that in combat, scanners would serve primarily as eyes, alerting nearby enemies to the player's presence, a feature we reinforced with sound effects from the soldiers. Beyond that, they'd only be able to harass the player with bright lights and occasionally dive bomb after taking enough damage.
I love that fire effect. That PNG, that good ass PNG effect.
Overwatch. During development,
Damn,
we generated the
Overwatch.
Overwatch voice using a free text-to-speech tool, but as we neared shipping, we realized we didn't actually have the rights to use it, so we held auditions with voice actors to find someone who could match the qualities we liked in the generated lines. It didn't take long before we found Ellen McLean, whose delivery was exactly what we were looking for. In her sessions, we played the generated lines for her to mimic, though in her own style. She was a bit sarcastic at first, given that she was being asked to replicate such a robotic delivery, but years later when she returned for her iconic role as GLaDOS in Portal, she'd found a way to creatively integrate that tone into her performance.
So she was sarcastic because she was doing a robotic voice, and then they were like, "You were doing a robot voice now."
Pistol design. The standard pistol is the workhorse of the game,
You went full
functioning not
force.
only as the first range weapon you learn to use, but also as a method to interact with physics and destructible objects at a safe distance for the entirety of the game. To help make it feel more responsive and fun to use, the pistol employs a refire mechanic that's unique to it in the game. The gun will fire as fast as the player can click their input button, meaning that they feel an instant response to their input, and the faster they can click, the faster they can shoot.
No way. You even that, it's like, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I never questioned the fire rate of the pistol, it just felt good. What the fuck?
This song is so good.
Yeah. I'm so half that skilled, you don't even know. My beloved source class! I love
Shatter glass.
Oh
When
my
designing
God, of
early
course.
levels where there are fewer mechanics in the player's toolkit, we found that it's just as engaging to spotlight new technical features instead, as we did here with breakable glass. For the shattering effect, glass was divided into a grid of small squares, allowing us to track which were intact or broken, and to blow at larger sections once enough squares were no longer connected. Each square was rendered with a unique texture based on the status of its neighboring squares, creating the sharp, jagged edges between broken and intact glass. While breaking glass is now commonplace in games, it was something we hadn't seen much back when we were making Half-Life 2, and we're incredibly happy with the level of fidelity and dynamicism it brought to the game.
I love glass. I love source glass. The sole reason why I played CS Office. Where from though?
I feel like I need to think of other games that came out in 2004 because I don't really have a person.
I don't think I know any. I mean, I probably do, but like, off the top of my head, 2004 games.
Like,
Underground?
like GTA San Andreas, that's crazy.
Oh yeah. No, yeah. 2004 was a crazy year for games then.
The Combine Attack Helicopter as central antagonist was something we wanted to develop throughout the entire chapter.
Spider-Man 2, PlayStation.
The relentless chopper became a
Yeah,
character
it's
in its
crazy.
own right.
Just like thinking of
Here,
the
if you
motherfucking
listen
Kim
and look
graphics
overhead,
versus the-
you can hear its engine and
I
see
think
it
the only
flying
thing like
along the
realistically
train
is, like,
tracks and
it's
into
like,
the
yeah,
distance.
Halo 2, I can see that.
This
Same
first
era.
glimpse is a
Guys,
small piece
Shark
of
Tale came out in
foreshadowing,
2000.
with its presence becoming more pronounced over time,
Yeah.
until
World of
eventually
Warcraft
you're
came out in
squaring off
2004.
against it.
Iterative passes. Some
Guys,
chapters of the
guess what
game,
Madden game
such
came
as
out
the
in
on-foot
2004?
sections of the canals and
Arcade
Ravenholm,
came out in
were developed
2000.
in multiple passes by different cabals.
It's not the one you
We
think.
found that handing off maps in this way led to
What
greater
is it?
variety in the experience, and a higher
2005.
density of interesting moments, as each
What game
cabal
is that?
added their unique touches to the maps.
Which Madden
In the
game came out in
on-foot portion of the
2004?
canals,
Oh, which Madden
the
game?
first pass established the art direction and the player
2005 came out
path,
in 2004.
along with the broad strokes of the experience
It's
and
like
some major
Cars.
beats. But the team-wide alpha playtest identified insufficient tension
Yeah, and they
and
have
a
a
somewhat
lot of these,
monotonous
huh?
experience here.
They have one every like
In our second pass,
10 feet.
we returned to the map solely focused on creating
Well,
that
it's-
tension
What do
and
you
greatly
think of?
increased the density of momentary
Uh,
you think
they
of
got you.
Amara.
Courtesy of Amara.
Water shader. The most complex shader we made for the game was the water shader, which made full use of the newly available programmable graphics cards. When water was present, the scene was rendered 3 times. First, the underwater world for refraction, second, a reflected view, and third, the parts above the water. When rendering the water surface, we blended the refractive and reflective views, showing more reflection at glancing angles using the Fresnel equation. We also tracked the ground depth below the water's surface, making it more transparent and less refractive in shallow areas. Additionally, we had to create 2 alternate water rendering techniques for lower-end graphics cards. Mid-range cards displayed a lower detail reflection without refraction or transparency, while low-end cards only rendered a partially transparent surface.
And I'm out here running this on a fucking RTX 360, you know, like
They slayed with the water, to be honest.
like I'm so blessed.
From the documentary when they said like, yeah, they had the math wrong. That's crazy.
Yeah, no, that right, like
the fact that it also took them 2 years to fix it, also crazy.
Look at that. Ray tracing my ass. Look at this. This isn't even. Hang on.
The thing is, like, I like ray tracing, but I don't think that it's absolutely like ever.
Ray tracing is another lie.
I think it's like a
Another broken
technical
promise.
marvel, but like it's so not useful in video games.
Yeah, it's a It's a failed promise.
Interstitial scenes.
It really could
As
have had.
playtesting progressed, we often found areas where players lost track of their goal, which isn't uncommon in a game like Half-Life. To address this, we added smaller interstitial scenes to help guide players along their path and reinforce their objective. After finishing the bulk of development on our larger choreo scenes, like Kleiner's Lab, putting these smaller scenes together became relatively straightforward. We discovered that using characters in these moments worked much better than relying on passive storytelling, or even some sort of reminder you'd find baked into a pause menu.
I bet you $100 this commentary box is gonna talk about how they set up this Vortigaunt specifically to like heal you and stuff, to come to be like, oh yeah, by the way, the bad guys in Half-Life 2, they're good now.
Good God.
So a little scared.
Guess those sirens are for you, huh? Good thing you found us. You're not the first to come through here by
This is the Freeman. The Combine's reckoning has
Interrupted.
come.
Look, we're just a lookout for the Underground Railroad. Main station's right around the corner. They'll get you started on the right foot. Meanwhile, let my Vortigaunt friend here give you a jolt to get you going.
Did I heal passively? Or did I land on the healing?
You landed on a heal.
I landed on a heal, right? Yeah.
Be careful now. We really can't afford to get noticed.
There's still passive
Civil
healing.
protection catches you down here, it's bad news for the whole railroad.
We serve the same mystery.
Boxcar Bill. This small scene originally featured 2 human characters, but later in development, we replaced one with a Vortigaunt.
$100.
We wanted to show that Vortigaunts were coexisting with humans and resisting the Combine as well. We also introduced their ability to heal the player, although we didn't fully capitalize on that feature.
Oh shit. Will it cut out? It did. Ah, it's evil.
Particles. For the source engine, we invested in
That's what
expanding
sheets.
particle and special effects technology. This allowed for
Don't
more
go back
realistic
up.
and complex particle
You always
movement,
go back
as
and
well as more
try and
intricate
figure it
shapes
again.
and shader
Can we?
effects.
I guess I could go into the
In
auto
particular,
save.
adding bump
Yeah,
mapping to our particles features.
Because it's still Half-Life.
Iterative passes.
Yeah.
Some chapters of the game, such as the on-foot sections of the canals in Ravenholm, were developed in multiple passes by different cabals. We found that handing off maps in this way led to greater variety in the experience, and a higher density of interesting moments, as each cabal added their unique touches to the maps.
Fuck this box in particular.
In the on-foot portion of the canals, the first pass established the art direction and the player path, along with the broad strokes of the experience and some major beats. But the team-wide alpha playtest identified insufficient tension.
What the fuck
and
is a
somewhat
cabal? A cabal is the Valve micro groups. They're sort of like let's say self-moderated, self-organized, goal achieving groups of either developers and engineers and
Instead
whatever.
of like instead of being like, hey, we hired you, you're working on this game.
Yeah.
You kind of decided yourself, actually.
You kind of make your own group and go work on a project that excites you. So when they say a different cabal, it could be like the triple baka. The triple baka is a cabal.
Honest experience.
Boxcar Bill. This small scene originally featured 2
Where's the triple
human
baka?
characters.
Yeah.
But later in development, we replaced one with a
Like in the
Vortigaunt.
triple baka, we have
We wanted to show that
2 developers,
Vortigaunts were
like
coexisting
technically
with
3
humans
artists,
and
you know,
resisting the Combine as well.
a writer.
We also introduced their ability to
2
heal the
musicians.
player,
On the one
although
hand,
we didn't
Valve
fully
sounds like an
capitalize on
awesome
that
place to
feature
work in,
throughout
but
the
on the
game.
other hand, it seems that that's the
Vortigaunts
reason why
became a useful narrative tool
stuff
for
that gets
keeping
developed takes
dialogue
like
brief,
40 years to.
as their hive mind justified their
Yeah.
full knowledge of the world
I
and the player's
think
goals. This meant they
Valve
never
is
had to
one of
ask
the
questions,
hottest companies to get
neatly
into, but also
sidestepping
one of
the
the easiest
challenge
to
of
get out
writing
of.
dialogue for a silent protagonist.
I remember reading somewhere that's like, oh, turnout is really bad. Because it's rough. You kind of have to be aside
It's
every.
like an interesting way to like.
Oh yeah, this part.
I mean, it's not like they need to like make more money. They have infinite money.
Yeah, they have
So,
infinite
like,
money to this thing now.
so them being just this kind of like weird almost weirdly
use your
seeming.
robot.
I know.
Where like the devs can just like feel like doing whatever they want, you know. Honestly, kind of slay.
Slay.
This is a tutorial for how the barnacles work.
Barnacle introduction.
Yep.
Because barnacles can be confusing when first encountered, we wanted to introduce them in a way that showed players their behavior at a safe distance. We decided to do that through a nature show style predator-prey scene. But, as always, scenes like this took a lot of iteration to get players to reliably see.
So you guys are like a ball? Yeah. If we were all hired by Valve and we had decided to make a little group and we were gonna be building like Steam Deck experiences, we will be a couple.
Surface properties. We play custom footstep sounds when the player walks on the slippery mud. This was a system called Surface Properties that used the material type to determine the sounds and other effects that should occur when walked on or shot at. Earlier in development, we had an effect that slowed players' movement when walking on mud surfaces. However, this was removed in the shipping version as it was decided it was too punishing.
I gave an email and asked you if we can get hired. Jesus, that's scary, actually.
Gabe's not even like
Mounted gun gallery.
effectively like.
There are a few things going on in this scene.
Basically
the turret firing at the breakable crates.
The best way to like get in it would be to make like a mod for Half-Life.
It would
He's
not
like
be.
the CEO. I don't think he's in charge of hiring anyone unless you know him.
Like if we have a crazy game portfolio and like we work on Hammer, we use Source 2 extensively.
I mean, like the last time I heard of how someone got hired was like some group at DigiPen that created basically Portal before Portal.
Yeah.
Like you have to be like
Narbacular drop.
You have to be either technically impressive or also a senior at your job, basically, to get hired.
Yeah.
I think the most notable recent hires was within the past few months was the people that developed Risk of Rain 1 and Risk of Rain 2. Like the two head guys behind that. But most of the rest of their team kind of didn't make it, but I don't know if that was a poaching thing or like they were already on their own. I don't know. I mean they already left Risk of Rain 2 over to whatchamacallit.
Yeah. But it's like they already have like their portfolio, so it's like obviously like those people like know what they're doing.
Yeah.
So it's easier to
Behind
be like, oh,
teaches
that's why
players
they got
not to take the threat head on and instead utilize the sewer route to defeat it. And when they reach the turret, players enjoy using it in a shooting gallery with a wave of Combine soldiers and dive-bombing scanners. We also begin to introduce the missile-firing Combine APC that pushes the players along and will show up again later in the chapter.
Just one shot, not killing him, just one shot.
I gave him my overlay and they hired.
We need to make the Half-Life overlay. Hammer not better overlay.
Over here!
I thought you were gonna
Keep
shoot
going,
her.
friend. That station
No.
was raided, but there's others up ahead.
The hesitation
I'm
in
gonna
your
stay
eyes.
here in case
I
any
know
others
she's
come
here.
through. Gotta keep the railway alive.
Been playing this shit since I was born.
The way, guys, the game's free on Steam right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely get the game right.
Please play Half-Life 2.
Even when I airstraight my way to like the tunnel over
Wolf
there.
life.
Oh shit. Still hundreds of internal documents from Valve make episode 3 just as an attempt to get hired by Valve. I can see it working. Oh shit.
Running around a corner into a new area just to see
at least for a long time they were very uninterested in new people trying to come in and work on Half-Life.
So we were
That
motivated to
generally those
introduce
people
enemies
would
into
not.
combat spaces in more interesting and dynamic ways that would communicate planning.
They would do
and
peer reviews a
intentionality
lot,
on their
and a
part.
lot of those people
As
would
if
be
these soldiers
viewed
had
very
had a plan for
negatively
Gordon
as
even
someone
before
coming
he
in and just
showed
trying
up.
to do that.
The Metro cops in this scene jumped down into this space
Just because
via
like the
scripted
culture was like
sequences.
very against the
Later in the
Half-Life
game,
series
we
for a
use
little bit, just
repelling in a
'cause, like,
similar way. It doesn't matter
it had
where
been
they're coming
tried
from
so
in
many
reality
times,
because players
and
end up
that it
telling that story
was
to
no
themselves.
longer the
We found that in the
direction that
end,
they wanted to
combat
do
should have a
internally.
story implied in its setup: an ambush, a surprise, a surge.
It's not
an
hard to do
assault.
Half-Life without
All of
like
these scenarios
some
use
sort of
much of the same
technical
enemy
evolution.
AI, but all felt
Yeah,
different to playtesters.
exactly.
The yeah. I was gonna say something I forgot.
Doing a puzzle.
Barnacle bowling. This is a satisfying example of how a bunch of design elements can come together in a matrix of interactions to create a memorable
The
scenario
infamous.
for the player. We got barnacles, our physics simulations, slippery mud surface properties, and last but not least, explosive barrels. You've encountered all these on their own, but they're able to snap
Oh,
together
yeah, I
naturally
guess
to create a moment we
300
call barnacle
people
bowling.
at Valve is just the right amount of number of employees to have big crazy experiences like this. You know, a lot of polish, not a lot of hands in the kitchen, and also maintaining some level of production for a company that makes a lot of money from its digital distribution. I think they're fine. They're gonna be okay. It might just be that their current employee number is the right number.
I mean, they're usually like at a steady like 400, 500 people. Not really that many. I think 300.
If anything, they might be hiring into like the new departments, I guess. Like, you know, whatever.
They did hire on a lot of people for hardware ever since they.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of hardware.
Steam
They're
Deck and
doing a lot of VR.
Index and like when the Vive once
Often,
Vive
simply
fell through and they went into Index and then they went to Steam Deck.
Yeah.
Most of the new hires have been VR related and Deck related over the last like 10 years.
I still want to play Half-Life Alyx. I just, you know, you need a whole setup for it.
Yeah.
Combine attack helicopter. Players have had glimpses before, but here's where we fully introduce the main boss.
The heck?
I like the cables.
Normal maps.
What the fuck?
Normal maps. Half-Life 2 was developed during an exciting time for graphics, as the first programmable shader-supported graphics cards were hitting the market. Using this technology, we became one of the first games to implement normal maps, a technique that enhanced the lighting on surface geometry. The normal map described the surface's roughness, allowing each pixel of a polygon to be lit in a way that made surfaces appear bumpier and more detailed than ever possible in Half-Life 1.
Bro, they really just hit you with a fucking normal jump scare with that.
They really just hit you with the normal map vision. Like, actually, we going into material preview.
That's sick.
That's sick. I didn't know they could do that. I mean, I have to, right? Like, it's fun.
Least normal map I've ever seen.
Those barrels will definitely burn for longer than they have any right to. just to make sure that it explodes on the carnival's mouth. Like, they 100% coded it like that.
Autosave dangerous.
Oh my god.
In Half-Life 1, we had a set of autosaves throughout the game, hand-placed by level designers and triggered when the player reached some specific moment or position in the game. This ensured that the game was automatically saved for you as you traversed through Black Mesa's corridors. In Half-Life 2, we found ourselves needing a new tool. The problem arose in some of the more complex arenas we'd built. Some of those encounters would last for quite a while and features multiple sets of enemies. Others were long, sprawling mixes of exploration and combat without any clear separation between the two.
My gamepad.
We never want an autosave where the player is in danger of dying right after loading the game, because that could place the player in a death loop. If you played enough games back then, you definitely found yourself in this situation at least once. So unless we deliberately crafted pauses in every arena's flow, there wasn't always a safe place to put an autosave. After some experimentation, we implemented a feature called Autosave Dangerous. This was a level designer tool that combined an autosave with an associated time frame. When triggered by the level designer, it immediately saved the game, but kept the save off to the side, not available as a save game to load from. If the player then stayed alive for the specified time frame, then the save would be committed and used as the most recent autosave. This allowed level designers to put an autosave at a reasonable place or time in an arena, specify a time, like 30 seconds, and if the player was still alive for 30 seconds, the autosave would be used.
That's kind of crazy, let's be real.
Smart though.
That's, yeah. I really like that.
Soundscapes. In Half-Life 1, ambient sounds were placed by hand and then individually tuned.
Okay.
For Half-Life 2, we wanted more ambient sounds in our environment with higher quality and less manual effort for placement. So we built a system that...
No. Oh, that sucks.
Tragic. No.
I'm exploding you with my mind.
I cannot stand still.
Estimation my head.
Oh, they're fully accessible? Oh, you can move. I guess not. Enhanced. Bloop. Let's please. Oh. Hang on. Okay. I'm trying to aim this with my... Oh, I want to see the carousel design. Hang on. Oh. Bloop. Carousel layout. Let's see what this weapon selection looks like. I'm playing on my controller. Oh, I see. That's a carousel. I was expecting something more circular.
Get in here, hurry! Civil protection is onto us. We're tearing up the railroad, covering our tracks.
Manhack Matt. We called this guy Manhack Matt. We wanted to give players the sense that hundreds of citizens inhabited the hidden nooks and crannies of City 17. At this point in the game, it had been a while since players had seen a citizen, and we wanted to explain the significance of the manhacks, which was the first physics-based enemy that we created. In the original concept, there was a video arcade in the city where players could fly manhacks around
Oh my
and attack
god.
virtual citizens.
Video arcade? Byte reference?
Eventually, players would discover that the manhacks are real, and so were the citizens. As the Combine occupation became more fleshed out, this idea of a video arcade became an odd fit and eventually fell by the wayside.
Is that the aim assist? It just like kind of moves the bullet towards el enemigo?
Keep you going, and you really gotta go.
That's cool. Where's Manhack Matt?
In the corner.
Oh, there you are. I already took the supplies. My favorite sound effects for footsteps.
It sounds like the exploded.
I'm going back to playing with my mouse.
I think my favorite character is Laszlo because he was the greatest man of his
He was one of the finest minds of his
The greatest mind.
You're telling me they couldn't have done like Borealis type corridor spaces combat with this? Like, look at this. This is perfect.
They probably tried.
They probably tried.
You can only make it so large, and then it still
Yeah.
feels like a room.
Am I losing my mind? Since this is... Oh yeah, I am. Boom. God damn it. It wouldn't be Half-Life if you were like, rolling down fence. Does not start right now. Come on. Where you come from? Sit! It's such a weird mix. Shooting the enemies and being like, you know, and then cool music, and then you're like swimming that on the water and doing puzzles to the banging soundtrack.
I remember this track. Spotify before.
I don't think it was. Was it?
Yeah, yeah.
Probably. It came out. I don't think this is for video game soundtrack. Oh, it's not.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of like newer, like especially indie ones don't put their stuff up there most of the time. I think Ultra Kill just recently added theirs.
Ouch. Can you turn down the game volume a little bit? Yeah. Better. I could just do this, but you know, I'm trigger happy today. Come on, you know you want it.
You know you want it.
There's like a dead body over here. Yeah. That's such a good sound too. Like whip, 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 whip. Like alerta, alerta. I am about to die.
Guys, this may just be Gmod.
Never done this before, but I'll buy suckers. I'm stuck. Oh god. Fuck. Half-Life for real stole this all from Gmod. Poor Gary. You're not supposed to shoot any of these barrels, right? Like, this will kill you.
Explosive Barrel Factory. This room, filled with an absurd number of exploding barrels, inspired some good-natured debate within the team around how far to push the plausibility of our world. Frankly, one exploding barrel
Please?
is probably too many in regards to realism. In the real world, barrels really shouldn't explode, even if you were to shoot them.
Really insightful. Was that the entire commentary?
That's the
My
entire
second was
commentary.
like how goofy do you want your character to be, you know?
Yeah, I know, but it's just it's so.
It is an
so
acknowledgement
funny
of
to me.
this still being a game.
It's just like for a game that like thrives on being like, okay, verisimilitude aside, he loves floating barrel.
Yeah. Like, okay, we can all admit, right? Like, this is kind of stupid. Like, there shouldn't be this many.
Oh my god, a valve? Is vibing okay?
Maybe right next to this valve, there should be a commentary.
You just
bubble.
play the sound.
Yeah,
like,
it just plays that.
the valve sound.
Like, you know, hold on.
Oh, I don't have to hold it.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Oi.
Safe now? And the pistol's much more effective at that. I'm pretty sure there's like a hidden stash in that little room there. And I got there last time I played this. I forgot. Got it. Yeah, this I got there with like a barrel. I put it on there and it's like, oh, funny. It's always this room that like trips me up. Like, oh, do you actually remember how to play this game? No, sorry.
I mean, it adds to the replayability though. You forget where to go.
Yeah. No, yeah. I actually put down I actually put up a review that was like, play this every 3 years. It's like you're gonna forget what the puzzles are, and it's gonna be like playing it for the first time again. So amazing. It's like, okay, hear me out. I might be onto something here. That's just the stash though, there's nothing down that way. Where'd the barrel go? Didn't I... Oh.
Down the hallway.
Yeah.
It's like this game doesn't disappear.
Are they... Is that it? Like, did I miss fuck was the point? I mean, I know you get there, and then you shoot these, and then the box comes up. That's where you come in. So 1 + 1 equals 2. I don't think those boxes are actually breakable because they're still, well, we have these.
No, the spools aren't breakable, the boxes are.
Yeah. It's gonna be about how the boxes are not breakable.
Rising water. The floating bridge and wooden spools here introduce the concept of buoyancy as a tool for the player. In this case, it's not really a
Never mind.
puzzle. It's just some fun for the player interacting with the physics system. But later, we revisit this gameplay element in the canals to raise a ramp for the airboat.
Level change. I knew it.
Can't believe all these hidden loading screens.
Yeah, right? They need to make it like a...
Very not hidden.
Like Svenko, where it said like level change.
Rendering systems.
Hello.
In the
I think
early
level
2000s,
change is
we couldn't
important for
afford a general
multiplayer.
purpose renderer
Actually,
with the broad capability
yeah, kind
of a
of.
modern engine. Instead,
I guess it depends on the game, but not
GPU,
every game
and
needs
memory
hidden loading.
limitations required highly specific solutions to rendering challenges, so we could squeeze every bit of performance out of a player's hardware. As a result, Half-Life 2 actually has 3 different rendering engines. One for world geometry, another for outdoor terrain, and a third for dynamic entities like characters and objects. These 3 renderers had to support a complicated matrix of features: collisions, ray traces, decals, offline lighting, visibility calculations, and more. On top of that, each renderer needed to support DirectX 7, 8, and 9. The differences among these DirectX versions were significant, often requiring different data storage and rendering approaches. They even used different programming languages.
Damn,
Altogether,
what?
we essentially had
That's
9
crazy.
different renderers, each needing unique solutions, and getting them all to look consistent was one of the most challenging tech problems we faced during development.
Couple that with the knowledge of like, oh, and we were being sued by our publisher. It's like, damn.
And we're bleeding
We're
fun.
going through the shits.
I think it's nice that most of the team didn't actually know that they were going backwards.
Yeah, right? I don't remember this track. Oh, hell yeah. Air counter. I see that.
You love the acid.
We love the acid.
GPU Wild West. During development, we faced numerous decisions influenced by our choice of minimum spec, the least powerful CPU and GPU combination that would still deliver a good experience for customers. In the early 2000s, there was far more variety among GPUs than today, with wide differences not only in speed, but in fundamental approaches to rendering. But at the time, we had no real data on the hardware our customers were using. What CPUs and GPUs did they have? How much RAM? Which version of Windows? We reached out to Microsoft hoping they might know answers to questions like, how many DX7 cards are in use? Or DX8? Unfortunately, they didn't have the data either. Realizing we were at risk of making bad decisions without these insights, we developed an analysis tool that allowed players to report their hardware specs to us and integrated it into the early version of Steam. The data was so useful that we decided to make it public, launching the Steam Hardware Survey in April 2003. It's been helping us and hopefully other developers make informed decisions ever since.
That's so cool.
Hey! You're Freeman, aren't you? We got word you were coming. You got here at a bad time.
Black Mesa East to Station 6. Do you read? Dr. Freeman is on his way downriver. Lend him the
I love
airboat and
the
give him all the help you can.
bell because it looks like it has a little face.
It is critical he reaches Black Mesa East.
I better get going now.
Okay.
Dynamic shadows. With a focus on character and physics objects, we felt a dynamic shadow system was necessary to render them all in all their glory. In 2003, GPUs didn't have any dedicated shadow capabilities that they have today, so performance was a tricky problem. Our eventual solution went something like this, running every frame. First, find all the objects that might have shadows in view. Doing this meant figuring out which objects were in the view frustum, or slightly behind it, to catch entities that were off-screen but whose shadows might end up on-screen. Then we'd render a black shadow version of each one of those objects into a single shadow texture. For that render, we'd use the lowest level of detail model for the object to be as fast as possible. Finally, we'd use the shadow texture to draw each of the shadows into the player's view, darkening the already rendered pixels. We carefully cut around each shadow in that shadow texture to ensure that they correctly overlaid each other in the case where multiple shadows overlap. It's neat to look back on how we did these things, but ultimately we're a lot happier today, where GPU hardware makes it a much more straightforward problem.
So they had to do all that. Today, you just get a soft light, you put it there, and you change the checkbox that says soft shadows and turn it on.
Head crab canisters. Used head crab canisters are seen later in Ravenholm, so we decided to show them here to tell the story of how they're used by the Combine. The story is that the Combine have weaponized Zen fauna to use them against the humans. Burrowed head crabs was added as a new feature for this section that was expanded into a larger area that is meant to show a citizen shanty that was decimated by the head crab assault.
Blah, 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 blah. Come on. I thought I got... Oh, there you are. I was gonna say, I thought I got electrocuted and died. And then it happened. Alright. Who wants to swim and poop?
Hey, Dr. Freeman. I've been hoping you'd show up. Got this airboat
I
all
heard
gassed
about-
up and ready to go. It's gonna be tough dodging civil protection out there in the open, but drive hard and you'll make it. You'll find more help up at Station 7. Just a few bends up the river. It's the old red barn. Climb on in. Fire her up.
No clip. On.
Combinatorial shader explosion. Rendering became much more complex during Half-Life 2's development with the addition of hardware shaders, small bits of code controlling how each pixel on a surface should render. In 2003, shaders were far more limited than today. Half-Life 2 era shaders lacked conditionals and had severe code size restrictions. This meant no if-else branching logic to adjust based on different conditions, and no large shaders with broad feature sets.
Damn it.
Also, compiling shaders as needed was just too slow to be useful, so we had to pre-compile them. To work within these limits, we had to compute every possible shader combination and store each one individually as its own shader. For example, if a shader affected a surface based on a single light source, we'd need another shader version for 2 lights, another for 3, and so on. And it was combinatorial. If that shader also supported a normal map, we'd need 2 versions per light, one with a normal map and one without. With features like texture blending, vertex tinting, specular highlights, alpha testing,
Never
and
even know
various
that.
other light types, directional point and spotlights, our shader count exploded. By release, we had thousands of individual shaders. Shortly after, we released Lost Coast, adding HDR support, which doubled the shader count again. Once compiling shaders on the local developer's machine started taking too long, we switched to distributing the shader compiles over the entire network using VMPI. We also had a dynamic shader compilation mode that was useful for developing shaders that gave fast turnaround at the expense of frame rate hitching when a shader had to be compiled.
That sounds cursed.
That sounds nightmarish, right?
Airboat intro.
I feel like a lot of people would give up by
This is where
then.
the player gets.
Anyone
Glad they
who just-
didn't though. Glad they didn't.
Yeah. We have it so easy. We have it so like
They brute force the technology.
yeah.
When you think about it like that.
This is my fave bit on that speedrun.
Fighting motion sickness. In early playtesting, many players developed motion sickness while driving the airboat. While trying to fix this, we discovered several factors that contributed to it. We found that reducing the intrusion of the airboat into the view helped, so we made several passes on the model to pare it back. Maintaining a consistent frame rate helped as well, so it was important to keep an eye on performance in these sections. However, the single most important factor was eliminating view roll to maintain a more stable horizon no matter what the airboat was doing. One of the programmers on the team was super prone to motion sickness, and they valiantly offered to playtest several times to test our progress towards a solution. I'm pretty sure they threw up at least once after playtesting, and their noble sacrifice was hugely appreciated.
So basically the same techniques we use in VR to avoid.
Get one poor guy.
That one poor guy. We owe it to him. God damn. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Knowing me, that would probably end up being me. Although I think I have a better stomach not to throw up, but so I guess maybe I'm not actually as motion sick as I think I am. Or
Yeah.
as easy to get motion sick with, yeah. But...
Absolutely to brag, I have really good VR legs. Like, I don't really get too motion sick. However, spinning that's not in my control, no.
He's the Jesus for motion sickness.
Yeah, I
He threw
saw.
up for your sins.
He threw up for your Sims.
You threw up for your Sims. Oh my god.
Oh, you see that? Hey, gamer.
Gamer.
And the developer comes to goes like, "Oh, did you see it in the corner of the room?" I don't think I've ever seen this many barrels in my life.
Airboat time. Finding the right balance between vehicle time and time on foot took some work. Driving at full speed propelled players through the world quickly, and in early playtests we felt that players were missing out on exploring and taking in the game's detail. Exploration and world examination are core values of Half-Life, so we didn't want the vehicle to eliminate that. To address this, we added periodic spots where players could get out and explore small pockets of dense detail. Additionally, as the physics system evolved, we were learning new ways to use it.
Grab that false in.
These spots off the airboat let us introduce an element of discovery around physics, like dropping crates into the
There you
water
are.
or combining barrels to raise a ramp. This gave players a chance to interact with water and physics in different ways.
It's so good. Like, there's literally nothing happening, and then they detect that you break that, and they spawn that helicopter. It's like there's something to look at. There, birds. Another one. Another one. Guy on top of the... This fucker. Ow.
Floating supplies. In the alpha playtest, the canals were sprinkled with floating supply crates that players could smash with the airboat to collect the supplies inside. The mechanics were somewhat gamey, but helped keep the flow of the gameplay going, allowing the player to resupply on the go. To help make the premise more plausible, we wanted to tell the story of how the floating crates ended up so conveniently placed along the player's path. This scene of the citizens dropping supply crates helped sell that fiction, while also making the canals feel more alive. It also made players feel more heroic and important to be helped by so many supporting characters.
That's it. That makes sense. The more people you have behind you, the more it looks like you're Jesus. The Jesus of motion sickness. I'm missing that one. Right. No, that's fine. Fair. Boop, boop. Ow. The guys. More guys. The evil ones. Ramp. Big jump. Amazing.
Go flip.
Oh, flip. I also press shift to like go faster. More glass. Let's go.
We now have direct confirmation of a disruptor in our midst. One who has acquired an almost
Grenade intro. We conceived of this Combine base as both a training area and a playground for grenades. Introducing them here in infinite supply crates is a signal that safe for players to use grenades freely without fear of running out. Go wild. The Combine encounter here uses extensive markup to direct the soldier AI towards cover and provide good opportunities for players to make use of grenades.
Oh, fuck.
At the end of the area, the same infinite grenade technique helps players resolve the turret placement, as a direct assault is a lot more difficult if you don't. A bright red light and a particle trail were added to the grenades, making it significantly easier for players to follow their trajectory, whether they're throwing them or dodging one from a Combine soldier.
See this so-called free man, report him.
Air resistance.
Oh, God.
One important feature we had to add to our physics engine for Half-Life 2 was air resistance. At the time, physics engines would typically implement a general damping feature for slowing objects down as they moved, but this merely removes energy in a symmetric way. In order to create a more believable motion, we decided to simulate air resistance
So-called
instead.
free thinkers from the head.
This allowed us to get asymmetric behavior, where the amount the object was slowed by moving
Watch.
through the air
So-called
was
free
different
thinkers from the
depending
get a
on
barrel.
how much surface area of the object was facing the direction of movement or rotation. This feature was key to making explosions and objects thrown by the gravity gun look believable. Fast-moving and fast-spinning objects are among the most expensive things to simulate in Half-Life 2's physics engine, so air resistance also improves CPU performance in cases like explosions. It is also key to presenting different materials and masses of objects. More dense objects can push aside air more easily, and this is visible. Having this effect in the simulation helps make the difference in density between cardboard boxes and wooden planks more apparent, and really helps make the objects in Half-Life 2's world much more convincing.
So-called air resistance when you pick up a barrel. So-called barrels when you pick up
Puzzle
air
layers.
resistance.
Because players are often totally unaware of the designer's intent, which we think is a good thing, they
Called
tend to
barrel
respond in all
resistance.
kinds of surprising ways to our puzzles. Even seemingly simple puzzles can see countless failures along the way to success. That was the case with this puzzle to open the canal gates, which required many layers of hints and cues. The sparking wheel communicates that this is where someone would normally open the gate, but some other method is needed. A few crows draw the player's eye towards the solution, in this case, a bundle of girders on a pendulum. As grenades have been thoroughly introduced, we originally wanted players to throw one to break the wooden support structure, but that wasn't obvious enough. We added exploding barrels as a much clearer clue. But even after solving the puzzle, some players didn't realize that the gates were now open, which led them to endlessly explore the base interior looking for another exit. So we had to remind them of their original problem, the broken gate. We added smoke, the alarm klaxon, and a spinning light, and it was then that we finally started seeing reliably good results in playtesting.
You wouldn't think that it would be an issue with that, like, object clearly breaking the gate, right?
Well, like, it could be a blink and you miss the thing, so they just stack all the effects to make sure that that's more permanent.
Yeah. Did you get to see how silly gamers can turn out to be? Well, remember, these are also gamers from like the 2000s, right? Gamers were not that goated at the games.
Probably good to remember that, like, there weren't really like a lot of like big first person experiences like this.
Mm-hmm.
Half-Life really did push that. So
yeah, no.
Technically, oh no, you go.
The bigger games were like, at this point, like, I mean, obviously Half-Life 1, but like Quake, Doom, you know, they didn't really communicate to the player in this invisible way. If they communicated, it was through like NPCs being like, over here, you know, and you can still get lost in those games.
I think what was it? Even now, like some of those kind of like very simple, straightforward things might need to be retaught to a lot of people, because I know, like, generational wise, like a lot of people are missing out on that single player first person shooter experience in a like that like story driven way.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's kind of been missing for, I think it feels like maybe like a console generation or so. So there's a lot of people growing up that just don't know that kind of deal.
It's kind of crazy. My favorite was trying to download Spec Ops: The Line. I want to see the way playtesting is set up at Valve. I could swear there was a video on it where they showed how they did it. When I look it up, I see the secret weapon video by Game Maker's Toolkit, but I'm pretty sure it's kind of crazy. Like they have a bunch of cameras rigged up to like watch the player and be like, this is the emotion they're feeling. I play Fortnite with bots. Does that count as single player shooter? Well, shit. No, I think it would be Call of Duty, and even then, those games are not this type of game, you know. It's like I'm saying, like the really obvious, like, get on your face, soldier. Follow guy. Like floating marker, go this way.
Yeah.
No, this is a different philosophy. Like the Valve game design philosophy of like making you feel like you're the guy, but also not telling you that you're the guy. You're not him. Like, look at all the shit we had to put up to like make you look at this game. It's very organic, right?
Metrocop strafing. The initial design of the airboat levels aimed to challenge players with tight maneuvers under pressure from Metrocops. The Metrocop strafing fire pattern was meant to make players slalom around the shots as they sped through, but in a review process, internally known as Overwatch, some playtesters felt frustrated being shot at without a way to retaliate. They wanted the airboat to feel powerful and unstoppable.
No way.
Based on that feedback, we refocused the levels to emphasize empowerment over challenge, shifting from dodging attacks to fast-paced combat, speed, and busting through barriers.
Oh, this guy. Jesus. Ouch. Okay, well.
Metrocop strafing. It.
I see it now. The Jesus. Ouch. That part was in the documentary too. Yeah, I've seen a lot of repeats. A couple of them at least. Good documentary.
They have more time to talk about it here, though.
Yeah. You saw it like 2 hours ago. Mario pipe. The fuck?
One gap nap ago. Is that a unit of time?
Time is measured in gap naps, yeah, now. GN for short. Which might be a lot depending on how you look at it. Could be a lot. 2 hours is... You can do a lot in 2 hours.
Yeah, when you come back, I'll piggyback. I'll leapfrog off of you, and and I'll go take my eat map.
3D Skybox. We've always needed
Oh
to
my God,
render
I'm
a
gonna love
world
this
that
one.
feels larger than our map limitations allow. In Half-Life 1, we used a cube map texture to let players see beyond the playable area. But in Half-Life 2, we wanted that view into the larger world to be dynamic, not just a static texture. Our map size limitation was about half a mile in each dimension, but we realized we could create a much larger outer world if we stored it at a reduced scale. So, we invented what we called the 3D Skybox. The 3D Skybox is a small box hidden within the actual game map containing geometry at 1/16th scale. Inside it, a reference point corresponds to a matching origin in the main map. Then, when we render the space beyond the playable area, we use the geometry from the 3D skybox, positioned by that reference point and scaled up 16 times. Getting the lighting and fog to blend seamlessly across the transition from the main map to the skybox presented some sticky challenges, but it worked. The result made the world feel significantly larger and more immersive than it had in Half-Life 1.
I thought they were gonna go and like actually no clip to the to the mini, you know, the 3D skybox and show it. I'm actually a little disappointed. I have no clue where it's stored in this map, but it might be this thing here. But I love learning about things. I love the official Valve explanation. Yeah, the official Valve software explanation to things that, you know, you may not know about, or you might have learned from like Doug's Phillips video. No, I don't think this is the 3D. I don't think it's 3D skybox. This does not look. Yeah, no. This isn't small enough. It's somewhere, but not here.
VMPI. During development, we became increasingly frustrated with our slow gameplay iteration speeds, mainly because map compilation, needed to pre-compute lighting and visibility, was taking hours. Computers in 2000 were far slower than today's, and they had only a single CPU core each. Inspired by SETI at Home, a distributed program that used PCs worldwide to analyze radio waves for signs of extraterrestrial life.
No way.
We built VMPI, which was our own distributed system that spread the map compilation process across many office computers. Today, these kinds of distributed systems run on giant GPU clusters, but at the time we just ran it on all the computers in our office. To deal with how our lighting code was evolving as quickly as our maps were, VMPI also distributed new exe files to everyone's computer too. In retrospect, this was a pretty terrifying security concept, just awfully bad. It's like the stuff of nightmares for IT folks. Because we were sending an arbitrary executable to all of our work PCs and they would just run it. It was absolute madness. But it worked for us, and it did significantly increase our map iteration speed, and as a result, it ended up being a crucial tool.
That's insane. You never play Half-Life? Go get the game right now.
Oh, you can right now for free.
For free.
For like the next like couple of hours.
Yeah. Maybe not the first one, but if you can get the first one, which I bet is like $1 right now, go get it.
Technically you can play it for free through Sven Co-op if you've got friends.
Yeah, it's $1. Go get it right now.
Half-Life 1 is $1.
Half-Life 1 is at $1, yeah. That's the game you should be playing.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Alright. You take over the commentator. Right, you're me.
Yeah.
I fell off. Oh my god! Así esculpió por los dioses. Yeah, I'm trying to get as many people as possible to get this game. Same as Half-Life 1, when the anniversary. Oh. Whenever the anniversary update happened, I told everyone like, go get the game.
Not at a severely discounted on this.
Yeah.
As I have checked, Peru does not have.
Oh yeah.
But like, it is still like less than $1, so it is like.
It's cheap as hell, right? Is it cheap there? They're cheap. They cheap. I hope.
Can you still match both at the same time if you like wiggle your camera?
It's kind of evil. Ouch. The thing I love the most about playing Half-Life is that no other game feels like Half-Life. Everything is just a little more hand-holdy, for sure.
It speaks about the great lengths they go to give you like subtle environmental hints until you actually get it.
There he goes.
That's like 4 years of playtesting right there.
Yeah. Like that's kind of the standard for this game. It's like you're kind of building your own story like that. Oh shit.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to press that.
Mounted gun. The mounted guns were added here to help train the player on the gun's effectiveness against the attack helicopter for the final battle in the reservoir. This was necessary because up to this point, the helicopter was invulnerable to the player's weapons, and we had to give some indication that it could be harmed with larger weaponry. This was only somewhat effective in playtest due to the amount of pressure the player was under at the moment, which led us to developing the particle effects and sounds that would sell to the players that they were really doing damage.
Yeah. The second you see that explosion, it's like, oh, yeah, it's working.
Yay!
You hit it like twice and it explodes. It's like, oh, it works.
You're trying to give me hints,
Oh,
but I
fuck.
just wanted to blow up a barrel. That's why it has to go through playtesting for so long. Because
Yeah.
people will look away from like a really important. They're like, okay, you missed this one. Well, you get this one.
You gotta do this
There
one
will always
first.
be like one person who did not even remotely try to pay attention.
Yeah. There was one guy that did it. They were like, "You're a prodigy." Is that the sky? Like, no, that's just an object. Okay. Fucked up and evil, actually. I have to get out to like click it. Oh no.
You should be able to run it over.
Yeah.
Helicopter bombing run. This is another example of us creating movement hazards while driving the airboat. The helicopter attempts to stay in front of the player when dropping bombs, and if the player backtracks, it switches to hovering and turns to attacking the player. In one playtest, a bomb just so happened to drop between the pipe seams, creating a pretty cinematic moment. The playtester had a positive reaction, so the team decided to script it so it happened every time. This process has become part of our organic design process. Every so often, a cool thing randomly happens in a playtest. We find a way to make it happen more reliably.
Basically, if you're making a game, you should always let someone else play it and look out for those moments where they start clapping and laughing. Like, hell yeah. Ow.
I think it's like, note down the moments where they struggle, and then note down the moments where they're happy.
Oh, that was a glitch, actually. No, but it was so cool. Okay, bet. The pipe seams. Yeah, I see. These things. Damn, that was Yeah, I can see that being really unlikely to happen. That was a blessing. What the fuck?
What? What?
Wait. Acid.
You're dead. You're dead, dude.
No. You don't know. Look at how not dead I am.
You almost died to the acid and you flipped over in the middle of the water.
That's a mystery to me. Ouch. I got it.
Custom section.
Loading. Thank you for the help. Ouch. Out. I'm trying to get the box. Thank you.
Now you actually have to dodge these things.
Yeah. Ah. The Bowser like fireball, you know? Oh my god!
I did.
Please no. Thank you for the help. There's a stash over there. Gonna remember it for the next playthrough. Gravity gun only.
Crowbar only.
He's a little too drifty.
Definitely.
Well, it took no time to pick that up.
Don't forget to drink water, dude.
Also a valid strategy. It's just slow down.
You have health now. You can't just.
Got it. This is the part where you have to put the car here and then. That's weird. Hang on. Wait, both directions pulled you that side. Ow. Okay. Go down. I guess there's supplies here. They love their valves, that valve. Ouch. Oh, wow.
Smokestack collapse. When making a cinematic action game like the first Half-Life, we'd always wanted to make some big, spectacular destruction sequence, but we were never quite able to do anything like that. Half-Life 2's physics introduced a system for breaking physics small objects such as crates into pieces, which provoked the idea of doing something much bigger. We took a leap and tried breaking a smokestack into pieces as it fell. So we experimented with the masses until it felt better, refined the model, and added lots of smoke and audio to sell the effect. And there we had it. We had our big, spectacular destruction moment. Ultimately, our physics made the sequence just barely possible in a way that maybe seems quaint by modern standards, but felt really awesome at the time. Because the simulation was unique every time we ran it, we had to take steps to avoid completely blocking the player's path with the big chunks of debris. The success of this sequence whet our appetites for the much higher fidelity cinematic physics destruction effects next seen in episode 2.
Should I be silly? You can be silly. We're rather silly around these parts.
Never replied. Google post, should I be silly with you?
I mean, we're like, oh god. Oh, that kind of silly. Oh shit. Wait. No, what the fuck?
That's what I'm telling you.
Wait, that's a different silly. That's quite silly.
Quite silly.
What the fuck? Level 3 already? Wait, 10 of them? 10. Oh god, it's 10. Congrats to Kevin, Bunny, Leaf, Ratty, Simply, Sin, the saint of all goofballs. I thought that was Wolfos. Nerqui, Advisor, Slen, and Bite. Bite got a thumb. Thank you so much. What the fuck? You didn't have to. That's really silly. You're. Oh my god. That's extremely silly. Oh. The loading screen jump scare got me.
You have to jump over it to get to the commentary.
Yeah.
There's a commentary on top of the pipe.
Oh. Well, I mean, I think you're gonna get.
Yeah, you have to go over it.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Displacements 1.
Oh,
After
yeah.
Half-Life 1 shipped, our level designers and artists wanted a better solution for outdoor environments, so we built the first version of our terrain system. It was based on subdivided quads. To visualize this, imagine a flat square divided into a grid, where each point on the grid can be moved up or down. Level designers could lay out multiple squares and then use a paintbrush tool to shape hills and valleys by adjusting the grid points.
I think everyone
For
here knows how
rendering,
this
we
works.
used a special blended texture, which combined two different textures.
Like most people don't. But...
Each grid
Yeah,
point
most people don't, but I
specified
think
how
we
much
all
of
do.
each texture to use, allowing smooth transitions between surfaces like sand, grass, dirt, and gravel. This type of terrain system wasn't unusual in game engines at the time, and we naively thought it would be enough for our game designers.
We naively thought.
Washing machine puzzle. We created the washing machine physics puzzle late in development, after playtesting indicated that players needed some downtime from the relentless pressure from the helicopter. Pacing contrasts like this can accentuate the high moments by resetting the player's emotional state and warding off exhaustion or even boredom. It was a positive sign that players reacted so strongly to all the work done to make the helicopter truly menacing. But if we didn't manage the stress of it, fatigue set in, which quickly started to feel like monotony rather than excitement. Originally, players quickly drove through this area, but because of the nice sunlight and composition of the canal here, we decided it was a good spot to pause the action and have the players spend some quiet time solving a puzzle. The puzzle itself, which was the first to use masses and pulleys, ended up giving
There's a zombie
rise
jump
to
scare
other
here.
physics navigation puzzles elsewhere in the game.
Right here.
Was that the bite of 87?
They see it? Was that the bite of 87?
Displacements 2. Once the initial terrain system was up and running, we expected level
Wait, it's
designers to
crazy
use
that
it
his
for
name is
outdoor
actually
spaces.
Charlie Brown.
Instead,
Yeah, right.
They began experimenting, adding detail in unexpected places. They used the subdivided quads on the top of walls to create ruined edges, rounded off street curbs, and even attempted to make pipes. This met with varying success since the terrain system was designed for landscapes, not architectural detail.
They even
So we
needed
returned to
playtesting for like
code mines,
their
transforming
designers.
the height-based terrain system into a fully 3D displacement system. Now, instead of only moving grid points up and down, designers could move them in any direction. This allowed them to add extra detail to all kinds of surfaces using blended textures to smooth transitions between the displacement quads and the BSP geometry. However, this required additional tech work to ensure consistent lighting between the two renderers, or those edges would have been noticeably mismatched. But with all this done, the level designers seemed satisfied, and we naively thought that this time it really would be enough.
Oh my god, what's in this one?
Displacements. 3. With the general displacement system in hand, level designers didn't stop at adding detail to the world and returned to their original goals of building large-scale outdoor sections. This led to another round of updates to balance performance, ensuring the system could handle both fine detail and larger ground terrain. Texturing had to improve as well, especially to support complex structures like overhanging cliffs that weren't possible with the original height-based system. Designers, never one to rest on their laurels, also started using displacements to create caves and tunnels. While these additions looked great, they required even more technical adjustment. Eventually, we managed to wrangle the competing requirements of all the ways that displacements were being used, and they shipped in large sections of our game world. Looking back, displacements are a clear example of how technology and game design evolved together. It's a chicken and egg problem. We can't foresee all the ways a piece of tech will impact the game, but we also can't build the tech without knowing what it needs to accomplish. So, as is always the case, we have to build something. We start with a solid guess and see where it leads us.
These guys gave the engineers such a hard time. Like, it must have been a nightmare working with these guys. Like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna use this tool to make a cave, bro. This is for ground.
You're Freeman, aren't you?
Well, I wouldn't believe it if I couldn't see with my own eyes. Dr. Gordon Freeman himself.
Slay. I want to see what I got. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Danger dance.
Oh.
Bro's dancing in the fucking... He's being shot at. Explosion in the background and everything. That's sick. That's perfect, actually. Oh, look at this one. Look at this.
The Corby.
Here, take a look at this. This here is the dam. It's just up ahead. Eli's hideout is here, a stone's throw from the apron and nestled in the old hydro plant. But getting there, with that hunter chopper on your ass, next to impossible. Good news is, the Vortigaunt's working his magic on your airboat, so you'll have a little more firepower going forward. I think he's just finishing up now. Go on out.
Gestures. Each of our characters had a library of simple animations called gestures, which we could easily layer on top of other body movements. While originally planned as a production savings to allow us to reuse animations throughout the game, we found they actually had more utility than that. Humans often repeat certain movements, and these can be markers of a specific personality. As a result, our gestures library ended up capturing the essence of each character, helping to unify our animation team's understanding of who those characters were. This made it much easier for our animators to share any one character's workload among themselves, which production often required.
Let's observe this man for a second. He's just like looking around at random places. Like, oh, that window sure is beautiful. Oh, we should put another map there. Oh, that's Gordon Freeman. Oh, that window is beautiful. Gordon Freeman's still watching me. Damn, I should have just put up another map there, huh? Well, actually, we could open that and make a window, right? Ceiling. Oh, shit, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Look the other way.
There we are. That gun came off one of the same hunter choppers that you're up against. I always like to bring a little irony to a firefight.
All right.
Take that chopper down, and you should be able to tear on through to Eli's place.
The Freeman will accept this weapon or suffer greatly on the road ahead.
That's my language. Crowbar swoosh. Ah shit! Why would you build it there, right there?
Lemma.
Airboat changeup. We heard from the playtesters that they wanted more varied gameplay from the airboat.
Oh,
Up until this point of the game, the player had no real way to fight back against the helicopter and other enemies, so it felt right to introduce a new weapon, and in turn, deliver a pacing change and set the stage for what would come next. In the subsequent areas, we added target practice to acquaint people with their new weapon. Extra physics force on the airgun projectiles meant targets would get sent flying and make it feel way more powerful than anything in the player's loadout. Even then, when it came to playtesting combat against the helicopter, a lot of testers still thought it was invincible, and hadn't noticed our efforts to illustrate that it was taking damage from the Combine-mounted guns earlier. To get over this, we did the most obvious thing. We put the helicopter directly outside the tunnel in which you get the gun and make it extremely clear that you can and should shoot it. And it worked.
Perhaps leave the boat too far away.
Perhaps. Perhaps you may be right.
You have to go over it.
This is another one of those rooms that trip me up.
There's 2 rooms here.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like I would cry if I had to spend 10 minutes for you to search the way out.
Yeah, yeah, with the music like banging and shit. Like, no, dude. This aim assistant is pretty cool. I like it.
I wish the music kept playing even through the loading.
Yeah, right? It's kind of criminal that they would just stop it like that.
Like, oh, you went too fast?
Ow. Punish for being too good at the game. No, dude, why would you put it right
for
here?
Being gamer.
Skybox time of day.
Nah.
The skybox in fog color changes incrementally during this chapter. This is meant to visually represent the passage of time as
No
the player
shit.
journeys through the canals and the chapter. 2 fog color values in opposite directions help sell the illusion of the oblique angle of the sun. You can see it
Oblique?
getting closer to sunset by this point. This culminates in the helicopter combat arena with the sun setting and Ravenholm visible in the skybox.
G-Man!
Oh.
I think there's a stash down that way. That's fucked up. I don't think I've ever... Yeah. That's cool. Ouch!
This is all your armor.
Gotta stop here to listen to the commentary.
Barrel ramp. This particular area, the drainage ramp, originally started as just an interesting piece of level architecture. But during playtesting, we quickly saw how fun it was to slide the airboat up and around the slope,
So we added more elements to enhance that experience. This included Metro Cops dropping barrels down toward the player, and a little nod to the classic arcade game, Donkey Kong.
Really? That's cute.
This is a Donkey Kong Easter egg?
There's no way. They retconned that. It was probably not Donkey Kong. And they just put that there to be cute, you know? Ow. Fuck. Really?
So much mentioned.
I need to get out of here. What the fuck? This area's fucked up. Hang on. Okay, I know where I have to go. I just like. No, Kitty, bro.
Get got.
I got got. Floaty. Oh, mama. I'm 100% sure that it has to do with this. But I don't remember in what, like, extent. Oh my fuck, it's over.
I think you have to kill the turrets shooting at you, and then you have to go up because you need to drop down something so that you can go through the tunnel on the right.
Yeah. No, it's like a barrel. You blow it up or something. We slow peek him. Meow. Meow. Jesus, I hate that sound. God damn.
You're missed. Can you even break this one hitting?
I know you can hit him, but like I think the aim assist is trolling me in this scenario. Yeah. Jesus. Poor health. Oh my god. Wait,
I'm gonna breathe on you and you're gonna explode.
Okay, 79 health. I got so much value out of that. 7-9 reference.
7-9 reference? Yeah, we'll see what meow.
Okay. Peace at last.
Wait.
Okay, so the way to do this is you go through here and you lob a grenade right here. Fuck. First try. Yippee! I'm gonna like destroy the helicopter and then turn it off because I fatigue. Okay. This is it, Luigi. Oh my god. Stop. I need to go. Okay, so where can I find a heal? There you are. 15 health for the suit! This is fucked up. Are those? Yeah, okay. Okay, cool. We win these. I'm stuck. Okay. There we go. And this is another one of those rooms where I go like, oh, how do you get up? And I think there's like a ladder. Except, well, that's it. Hang on. So you want to get on top of that so you can get the G-Man sighting, which is somewhere over there. But I think you, yeah, okay.
Arena exit gate. The wheel mechanism to raise the exit gate was added specifically to force the player to defeat the helicopter before they can move forward. We often refer to elements like this as gating the player, using design elements to keep them from progressing until they've completed a necessary task. Here, it's quite literally a gate.
Of all the gates in the world, this is definitely one of them.
You were a gate kept anyway.
No, that's insane.
Girl boss, gatekeep, Gordon Freeman.
Helicopter final battle. We designed this area as the arena for the final showdown between the player and the Combine attack helicopter. It's the player's chance to finally eliminate the relentless enemy that's been hunting them since fleeing underground after leaving Kleiner's lab. This area went through many iterations to get right. It needed ample space for fast-paced vehicle combat, a smooth movement flow with clear path options, and reliable performance. We also aimed for visual clarity suited to combat, striking but not overly noisy, while ensuring it would serve as a memorable vista once the helicopter is destroyed.
Pop flash. Oh shit. They made it. I think after this section is when you get to like Black Mesa East or something, right? Like you literally go through here, jump over that, and then yeah, you boat a little bit, and then that's it. The sunset and everything. I have a vivid memory of trying to get up to that ladder by putting the boat like here and then jumping on it.
Yourself looking at a puzzle. I don't know.
He would explode you with his mind if your pistol shots were a threat on him, through him. Yeah. Yeah, G-Man would. No, I think he would pluck you out of the universe. Timeline continuum. Not that way. I had to know, you know? To clear it up in my mind. Remember for the rest of my life, like, oh, that's not where you go.
Well, Gayombi.
Iombics are work. Well,
And we forget.
I'm basic.
Whoa.
Whoa. Now I need a recording of you two going, whoa, amazing. So you can get the whoa, the gamer and the whoa. What the fuck?
Get rotated, idiot.
Get rotated.
You're basically
Can't believe we got Ionics off work before GTA 6.
We did. Yeah, Black Mesa East. This is essentially like a 30-minute cutscene with a gravity gun tutorial. I want to bet this is gonna say something like, Lamau, people didn't know that they have to get in this room and look for the entrance. So we put up the Lambda sign so they would look for the stash and miraculously find the entrance. Watch.
Airboat wreckage. Originally, we destroyed the airboat in the
Oh,
jungle
no.
of the dam. So this level opened with the player amidst the wreckage of their beloved airboat. In a team-wide playtest, people felt disappointed to lose the vehicle they had spent so much time in. There was a lot of internal debate about whether that feeling of loss was a valuable experience or not.
They really
Ultimately,
said
we
Companion
decided to
Cube
leave the
1.
airboat intact to allow for the possibility of the player reuniting with it someday. Some say that airboat is still out there, waiting for you.
That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy.
They really said, this is where we're gonna get the feel of the Companion Cube.
Are the sounds of your overlay disabled? They are, because for some weird reason, they depend on me. Well, actually, I don't know.
Okay, I'll play him.
They depend. No.
Let's go to your side.
They depend on me using a specific audio driver, like having a specific sound output enabled, which is my headphones. And I'm using my speakers, so there's no sound coming out of it. Unity, I don't know. I have to check it out. It's weird.
Alex and Mossman. In our early plans for Half-Life 2's narrative, we want...
Actually, let me see. Maybe if I enable and disable this thing. The only sucky thing is that I don't have any way of like testing.
Okay, I'll play Whoa Amazing.
Whoa, amazing.
Whoa, amazing.
No, but that's Discord sounds. That's not the.
What do you mean Gab's behind like your soundboard? In like your room?
I'm in the computer.
I don't think you get it. Yeah, no, like there's no you know. And that's because it wants me to be on these on the headphones. Well, that's fucked up because I actually heard that on my headphones, but it didn't play through to
Oh yeah, my little normal tier PC. I'm on everyone's PC actually.
Oh my god, it's on unity.exe. It's not on Twitch overlay.exe. What the fuck?
No. Also, I love that like in the background there's just like Ionic's plushie.
Something explicitly game focused. Not just a story about the obviously good player defeating the obviously evil enemy. Instead, we aim to focus on characters and their relationships. We thought it would be interesting to explore family as a central dynamic unit of Half-Life 2. The tension between Alex and Mossman emerged from
That's a little No Man's PC that's playing on the sounds. Yes.
Because it felt relatable.
Accurate.
Something players could understand and empathize with.
Gab is suddenly twice as loud. That's what I'm saying. Mystery. Audio devices are fucking weird.
The Black Mesa incident. Oh, Black Mesa. I do so envy you working with Eli and Dr. Kleiner when they were at the top of their field. Ah, there we go. You can come through now.
Okay. Open the door.
Down to Eli right away. He would never forgive me if I kept you waiting.
Oh yeah. Wait, hang on. Can you do the bug?
You know the thing where if you bump their heads?
Yeah.
You could probably break down a pallet and grab like a little piece of.
We've covered a lot of
it works.
In the last few months. It goes so much faster if we had more people on work together. We're closing in on a reliable local teleport technology. Except the Combine still has it.
Oh shit.
Find a smaller.
Eli thinks their portals are string-based, similar to our Calabial model.
Magic wizardry.
They're dependent on local transportation. If they knew what we were doing with entanglement. Listen to me. I sound like a postdoc. I'm just so excited to think that we'll finally have the chance to work together. Where was I? Oh, yes. Dr. Kleiner compressed the Zen relay far beyond anything.
Oh yeah, this bit.
We figured out how to use Zen as an unexpressed axis.
They intentionally did this so you wouldn't pay attention to her because they wanted her to seem less likable and like a nerd or whatever. So they put these really interesting things outside. It's like comedy.
So we can swing around the border world and come back in a local space without having to pass through.
She really is just speaking garbage. Like there's nothing.
Oh, here's Eli now.
All right, good. You keep right on.
Eli, look who I found in the airlock.
Gordon Freeman. Let me get a look at you, man. My God, you haven't changed one iota. How do you do it? Now,
1, 2, 3, 4. God damn. Source magic.
Eli's lab. We built Eli's lab after Dr. Kleiner's, which gave us a better understanding of how to set up and design effective choreo scenes. As a result, we were able to create a more complex scenario with more opportunities for it to respond to the player. Having multiple characters doing their own thing around the room made staging tricky, and it took a lot of iteration and playtesting to get it to run smoothly. Our experience showed that, generally, players wanted to play along with the scene. They just needed enough subtle clues to know where we wanted them. Similarly, if they got distracted, the scene had to gently pause and wait for them to return.
We want to put this dense chunk of visual story here because it's the place the game is most explicit at telling players to explore space. Even though its primary job is world building, we still take strides to highlight the relationship between Eli and Breen, giving context to the world's central conflict.
Hugs and pickups. Sometimes even little things can be a nightmare to get working. For example, getting a character to hug another character, or even more simply, just to pick up an object from a table can cause a lot of issues. Even worse, in our dynamic environment, where the characters and objects aren't in preset positions, and the players running around getting in the way, these require a level of synchronization that can be quite tricky. They're made harder because humans handle them without thinking. As you're moving to the table to pick up a cup, you're doing all kinds of preparation with your body to get your feet and hands in the right position to allow to do it comfortably. Everything ready right when you get there. If you're moving in to hug somebody, you're both doing it at the same time, adjusting constantly based on each other's movement. To get these features to work in the game involved a lot of synchronization work, making characters aware of each other and the world, and at the same time, getting them to know more about their future plans. It's tempting to want to break up, pick up a cup example into discrete steps. Walk to the table, face cup, pick up a cup, because it's much simpler that way, and it makes the steps nicely reusable. But that's how robots work, not humans. Our characters had to know they were moving to a table with the intention to pick up a cup, so they could work on multiple parts of it simultaneously, making sure their hand grabs the cup right when they get there. With two characters, it's even more of a negotiation. Both need to agree where and when it's going to happen, and everything needs to happen in place in a seamless fashion. While these moments of simple interaction with their characters in the world are often short, they were critical to making them seem like believable people.
Are you blaming me? No, not at all. It was a calculation error, not a mechanical problem.
Then maybe you should let me do the calculations next time, as well as installing it.
Alex, really? Sometimes I think you deliberately misunderstand me.
Alex, why don't you take Gordon along and give him some practice with the gravity gun?
Sure. Come on, Gordon.
DreamWorks face.
The zero-point energy field manipulator is not a toy, Alex.
Ugh, let's get out of here.
Shut up. I missed my unmute button like 6 times. It's just why that was so delayed.
Open doors with my head, with my mind. The doctor.
I guess you should go with Alex.
Where's the G-Mans? He's here, isn't he? I think it's actually supposed to be in this hallway, and then he walks off, and I missed it.
No problem. There's still one commentary in the middle of the room.
Yeah, that's where I'm headed. Oh.
Feel free to look around.
No, thank you.
Balancing the player's desire to explore with the narrative goals of the scene was always a challenge. We wanted the room to be full of interesting things to look at, but many players wouldn't explore until they were sure they wouldn't miss any of the character performances. That's why it was important for Eli to tell the player to look around midway through the scene. It signaled that it was safe to explore. From there, we could trigger a variety of custom mini-scenes based on what caught the player's interest.
Which I missed all of them because I was like in developer commentary mode.
Do you remember the Freeman? We are coterminous.
So I see you've met Dr. Mossman. She's one of the main reasons I spend so much time outside. You should hear her drone on about how it should have been her in the Black Mesa test chamber that day. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be talking behind her back. It just gets a bit claustrophobic down here.
Mossman. Judith Mossman
That
was
took a
originally
while.
based on a character we had planned for a section of Half-Life 1. That section was cut from the base game and reused in Uplink, but without the character. We consider her the most complex character in Half-Life 2. We knew we'd be walking a tightrope with how the player felt about her even before Nova Prospect, because the player's trusted sources don't agree. Eli likes her, but Alex doesn't. We recognized there was a limit to how much complexity we could pull off in relationships, but we felt that a stepmother-daughter dynamic was something players would understand. Whether or not you agree with Mossman, she's doing something heroic. She risks being a double agent to get the information she needs to protect Eli and Alex. She just
didn't play for Gordon. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. And then it did this. I can press buttons too.
So, here we
Oh
go.
my god.
The scrapyard.
Heaven.
This is a gravity gun my father was talking
We can sit here for a little bit, huh?
We can
You
sit,
can call
yeah.
it a zero-point energy field manipulator if you really want to. It's designed for handling hazardous materials, but we mainly use it for heavy lifting.
It's a tool.
Give it a try.
I'm gonna leave her hanging.
Character lighting.
Oh my
In the
god.
first year of development, we were struggling to get our characters to feel as realistic as we wanted them to. There were actually quite a number of different problems, all of which eventually required specific technological and artistic improvements to fix. The first major problem was lighting. At the time, lighting technology in games had many shortcuts, some due to performance, but many due to misunderstandings of how it all works. To make characters look good at the time, models and textures had to be created with much of their lighting solution baked into them, like shadows and glossiness. The characters looked cool, but they also looked like video game characters. We started building Alex with this approach, because that was how you were supposed to do it. We used the baked solutions and lit her like a movie actor, essentially as if she had a custom lighting rig that followed her around and ensured she always looked good. But it didn't really work. The range of lighting environments and the dynamic nature of video games meant that she'd look great in some environments, but always end up looking terribly unrealistic at some point. We tried iterating on our lighting rig, increasing its capabilities, but eventually it felt like we were at a dead end. Returning to the drawing board, we decided to try a different approach. We built her and the lighting and the textures from the ground up, throwing everything away, focusing on not what we wanted her to look like in our ideal lighting, but on how things were supposed to work in the real world. It might seem obvious, but it wasn't how it was done, at least not in video games. When looked at outside the game's renderer, these models and textures actually looked worse than the previous versions, but we managed to methodically pull out all the shortcuts and misconceptions about how light and texture and graphics cards worked and put it all back together. After all that was done, when we were finally able to look at Alex in-game with her new models and textures and a dynamic environment that kept her visually consistent at all times, well, she looked great. Totally seamless and part of the Half-Life 2 world.
The primary trigger emits a charge. What? Stuff instead of flying.
Facial technology. We wanted players to care about our characters.
It's so funny because like
We even have
in
a
Half-Life,
chance
like
we knew we had
people will
to
just
invest
like
a lot of technology for our characters.
be like completely normal, and then 1 second just randomly just like literally just launch something at someone's face. This is every Half-Life player I know, that I've seen every time I see someone play the game.
It's the perfect game.
So it's an extremely high bar, and if we couldn't reach it, we'd probably push players away from our characters, not towards them as we hoped. We started out doing a lot of research. It was not heartening. The best examples we could find weren't anywhere near close to being able to be run in real time, while the best real-time ones weren't close to the quality we wanted. We wanted to look as good as an animated movie, but they often took hours to render frames and were totally linear, authored by up to 100 animators, whereas ours had to be dynamic. A character might be trying to speak dialogue or a facial move derived from a player's actions and created by just a handful of artists. These requirements eventually led us to Dr. Paul Ekman's facial acting coding system, a system for taxonomizing human facial movements done back in the 1970s. It gave us a vocabulary for describing facial movements throughout our tools and code, and a target to aim for when designing our characters' faces. With it as a framework, we started a many-year process of iterating on how we built faces and heads of our characters. Where others had tried taking bits of Ekman's work, we wanted to try to use it all. That meant a lot of time spent figuring out how to do each piece within the tight performance constraints we had. But we also spent a lot of time just looking at people and faces, trying to find the extra features that would add the most value, like skin elasticity, teeth shadowing. In the end, while we weren't able to do everything we wanted, we did manage to get the pieces we thought were the most important to a convincing facial performance level on our characters.
Oh my god, my left ear.
You good?
Yeah. Just temporary deafness. I was gonna say something. I forgot. Keeps
You
happening.
can place objects by moving them into position and hitting the secondary trigger again.
There was something. It was related to the paint. I don't remember.
Eye shader. Another.
There's you can sit here for a while.
Stacking some things. Grab something with your
How do you get up
secondary
there?
trigger, then press the same trigger again to drop it gently.
That's so cool, right? That little.
Come on, Gordon. Build a stack and get up here.
I'm trying, stupid. You did it.
Moving the gravity gun. When the gravity gun was first prototyped, we planned to give it to the player
Beware of
midway
dog.
through the game. But as playtesting progressed, we saw the strength of its design and realized the gravity gun, and more importantly, the ability to launch saw blades at zombie faces, needed to come earlier. That meant Eli's lab also needed to move earlier too. It was a significant change, but it was crucial to Half-Life 2's success. It serves as a good reminder that storytelling and gameplay are intertwined, and neither can always take priority. They have to work together.
It's kind of funny how some of those mics sound like really good, and then you have the Discord like webcam.
First model was about yay high. I've been adding to him ever since. Haven't I?
Recorded on my Nokia.
Okay, dog. Let's play catch with Gordon. You'll need to use the gravity gun. Go ahead, dog. Throw.
I love this section.
Love dog.
This section makes me wish there was like a dog game, you know?
Dog VR game.
Risk. Looking back on Half-Life 2 now, 20 years later, it's sobering to reflect on how terrifying it was throughout much of the development. Game development is hard. You never really get what you'd like to have, which is be able to validate risk before you start to pile more on top of it.
This is like the most important
For
one so far.
example, our facial animation technology, it took probably 3 or 4 years of work before we were confident it was actually going to work. But we couldn't wait until then. In that first year, we immediately started making all kinds of other choices in our game design, our asset production, and our other technologies, all based on the assumption that our facial animation technology was going to work in the end, from a quality and performance standpoint. If it hadn't, many of those other choices wouldn't have worked either. At the same risk profile is true of other large choices we made early on. We can't wait. We just have to build and hope that our guesses will be true years from now. Terrifying.
Probably why big games are like so samey nowadays.
Right.
The boat
There's
is
not a
too
lot of
hard
risk.
to steer, as I keep hearing people call it.
The safest development cycle approach. Let's make the same game. Change up the
Who
content.
makes the same game?
Focus on the story, and then...
Hey, this isn't about The Last of Us, Gab.
What?
We're not talking about The Last of Us here.
I mean, haven't they remastered The Last of Us like 15 times at this point?
Exactly.
They remastered for PS4, now they're remastering for PS5.
They remastered The Last of Us 1 year after it came out. Like, what do you want me to say?
No, dog. No, boy.
I love that.
Runs over.
Scanners. Combine sweeping the area. Gotta head back to the lab. Come on, Gordon.
They're getting shelled too, so this could be the end.
Goodbye, dog.
It's so tragic too. You get introduced to the best character, and then they're like, Lamau, you're going to Ravenholm.
What's going on in there?
Where are you, Alex?
We're in the
Me
squad
about to
area.
spoil the rest of
Full
Half-Life.
autocycle.
Oh, come back.
He's right here.
Good. I want you to
We spoiled this 20-year-old game.
take Gordon out of here.
To be fair, it is also a game that a lot of people are experiencing for the first time. Because everyone...
Yeah, I'm not gonna. But it's like.
Damn it! Dog, open the airlock. Get us out of here.
I like Ravenholm a lot, actually.
Tear it apart if you have to. Just get it open. That's enough, dog.
Genius.
Come on, Gordon. Come on.
Trying, dog.
Good boy, dog. Oh.
Oh no.
You know, good thing she walked past it earlier.
You need to get out of here. I can't leave my father. Dog, take Gordon to the Ravenholm tunnel, then circle around and try to meet up with me. Hurry!
That's a really nice way of saying get the fuck out. Just drop some more debris on top of the hole like you were looking at. You would think they would have like an explosion or something, like, you know, like a little rocket. Alright, guys.
We don't want to explode dog.
It'll be mean. Is in a war.
We're headed to Half-Life 2 Physics Tech demo, the game section.
The game, yeah.
I think more games should have tech demos in the middle of their games.
Yeah. I mean, Left of Us 2 had that rope.
I want Call of Duty Ghost Fish AI demo, please.
Oh my god. Those birds are amazing.
As we finished up our work on Ravenholm, we couldn't shake the feeling that the transition from Eli's lab just wasn't working. It was far too abrupt. Eli's lab connected directly to the streets of the town where you'll be shortly, and the section you're standing in didn't exist. We had just made this promise at the end of Eli's lab: we don't go there anymore. And we liked the overall build-up we'd created, but when the player got to Ravenholm, they were immediately dropped into combat with zombies without any room for tension building. So we built this section and the subsequent tight corridors to address that in a way we were happy with. We slowed the pacing, focused on art and lighting, and got you ready to experience why we don't go to Ravenholm anymore.
Yeah, the Call of Duty fish, advanced fish AI. They swim away when you get close to them. Classic. Immediately compared to oh god damn it, to Super Mario 64. Oh, there's gonna be a lot of these, huh? I like that they only spin when you do this. That's cool. I was trying to figure out what their behavior was. The little nodes. These this is not the way you store these things. These have to be, hang on. Oh god. Preferably any canister like this you have standing vertical. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, sure. You know what? I think we stop here.
You think so? You think you're done?
I'm getting a little hungry.
Alright, my turn to play Half-Life.
Yeah, you can take the controls. Do you have what's the name? Do you have Parsec? I can give you. I can give you.
Hold on. Wait.
Mom said it's my turn to play Half-Life.
I tag you in. It's like, I give you TeamSpeak, like a team
No,
viewer.
I got this. Master
Start
Control.
stream.
Are you gonna stream the game? Oh my god.
Kind
Oh
of this
my
way,
god.
actually. Just restream the stream.
Yeah. No, you got it.
That's so fucking stupid. Dude, Ravenholm looks different today.
We do go to Ravenholm. Come on.
We do go to Ravenholm?
Hold on. I really wish there was a Half-Life map in here.
Dude, if Ravenholm map was real, that'd be insanely sick.
Dude, imagine grind railing past like imagine they replaced these NPCs that walk around with like with zombies. And they're just chilling though.
They're just silly.
Yeah. No, wait, almost.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
They
Gamer
made
mode.
Ravenholm but epic.
Half-Life 3 exclusive footage.
Oh my god, just like in the E3 demo.
Yeah, just like in the E3 demo.
How's the water physics? Oh my god.
Water physics.
You die. This is so sad.
No buoyancy on Half-Life 3. Check it out.
But yeah, I think we end stream here. We can hang out still. Unless you guys hate me.
You don't want to watch Half-Life 3 exclusive footage? Alright.
I mean, this is really good.
But
you should show some of you're stuck here. Show some of the sprays that you can
Oh my god, yeah.
in Half-Life 3, obviously.
The custom sprays in Half-Life 3 you can make by opening the app on your phone and painting
this
up
one's like a... Oh, it says to buy Bomber Cyber. That's kind of crazy. It says add to cart, buddy. That's weird.
Half-Life 3 would have all the ray tracing and AI stuff. I don't know. I don't think it would have AI.
Let's see. Did I remember it?
When usually they talk about AI and when they talk about AI in video games, it's usually like the NPC behavior,
Yeah.
generated.
No, I think it will. I mean, I don't know. If you have an interview.
What happened to my? Wait, no, I just did the same thing over and over again. What the?
Yeah, you did it like 3 times in a row.
I don't think they're like embracing AI like that. Burk. It says Burk. Good thing it's censored.
What happened to my my combo? Is it gone?
My combo.
Did it get overwritten? I'm so sad.
Mage for gore? No way.
The Maid Mega song, the Maid Hedge? Maid? No, not that one, not that one. Do not say that. Hedge Mage? I don't have it anymore. Hedge Mage is gone. I'm sad.
Oh, Sonic the Hedgehog. Hedge Mage. I see.
Yeah, Hedge Mage is gone. That's sad. I don't know what happened to that. I guess that...
Checkers?
We're just gonna cry. Rigid Guilty Gear.
Oh no. No way.
Hey, you're a jelly wire.
Broken jelly wire texture.
Metro Cop.
Metro Cop.
Wait, we can. Oh my god.
It's like
Metro
8
Cop.
foot tall for some reason.
Metro Cop breaking it down.
Let's go, Barney.
No! What the fuck is this?
Party, get away.
That's crazy.
Dude, kick flip that can.
Tray flip that.
Put Half-Life 3
Tray
in this footage, but it's like the 3D text that's like the error text.
That's like a that would be like a Tony Hawk underground custom map or something. Have Tony Freeman, you know.
I think City 17 would work as a Tony Hawk map.
It would be like one of the maps, the objectives, right? Like pick up that can, like tray flip that can. What's the name of the skeleton from Undertale? Papyrus. Yeah, that font. Oh, you want it in Papyrus?
Papyrus font.
Hang on, let me look that up.
So known as the Avatar font. The people Avatar.
Yeah.
Are any kind of sick with it?
Oh my god, the airport.
Ah. Scuffed.
Don't go through security.
Okay. This is so cool.
Exclusive footage. Yo, why is it so slow?
The 3 is so small, you're right.
Because the 3 is not on caps.
No, but the that's an actual joke my uncle would make. It's like, oh, what's the Wi-Fi password? Bad Bunny 27. 27 in lowercase. But the 3
Yeah,
number.
this is literally Half-Life 3. This is what happens after Half-Life 3 ends, actually.
What's your Half-Life 3 wish list?
Wish list?
If they make Half-Life 3 tomorrow, what does it have to have? Yeah. Forklift?
Where is it?
I mean, I kind of wish that they actually did the Borealis. I love like fucking messing with like time and space.
I'm thinking actual
But
science.
I understand why they didn't.
Yeah. No, Borealis with like portal mechanics would be sick.
They should do a horse.
Because like the Borealis was actually in like Portal 2.
Mm-hmm. Like a non-Euclidean geometry.
Like I get what they did, but it still would have been so cool, bro. I trust Valve to make something cool.
I didn't know that was a shortcut.
Whoa.
Oh, you're out.
What the fuck
What
is
is
this? Is this the... I think this is the... Oh my god, this is the Tony Hawk movie. This is the Tony Hawk animated movie. The one with the carnival. I'm not memeing.
Oh, that's not.
This is real. Whoa, holy shit! Half-Life 3 looks incredible. Hi, Jaren.
This is just like the
Oh,
characters. from
that car was
Psychonauts,
really fast.
isn't it?
Do you hear that? Wait. Oh. You're talking about the car in the game.
Yeah.
This movie for the watch party. We just zoom in onto the CRT.
Yeah, Boom Boom Sabotage. Is it the whole movie? There's no shot, right? Wait, it could be the whole movie. How many gigabits is this map for you?
I don't know. Oh my god.
Fuck off!
I think it probably like actually is the whole movie, just because if you make it small enough, it can...
Yeah, it's probably compressed to hell, right? But like, I think this counts as piracy.
What?
This is the silliest quad of all time.
Oh. Oh my god.
We just got done watching the
You're grinding the rails of the door.
the HL2 documentary and playing a little bit of Half-Life 2 with the dev commentary.
Like 240p.
Now we're watching Half-Life 3.
Just to be 240p.
I think tomorrow will be a good day to stream. I'm just gonna start stream and
I'm gonna
do the
finish
mini-map
playing
thing.
Half-Life.
Yeah, just play me. Nah.
No, there was something you said you wanted to work on.
Yeah, the mini-map.
Oh yeah.
Mostly like streamer facing, but making it user facing would be fun too. A part of me wants to make a lot of fake UI to make it look a little more like a game, but I don't think that's the aesthetic that I'm trying to sell here.
No, blown up
What if it was like a? Oh my god.
Oh god.
Working as intended.
Oh yeah, actually yeah. The blown up papyrus is sending me.
Not a bug, but a feature.
Kind of crazy that this much is modeled out here. Look at the sick ass.
That's crazy. Honestly,
wait.
Just two faces.
I know how to do this.
The
Kinda.
projection, yeah.
Like using like UV projection, but I bet that's not how they did it. They might have.
Just take a screenshot and just fucking.
That's
Why are
that's
you
cool.
just hanging out, huh?
That's awesome. 4 lift going in circles. Yeah. Is there an UFO next to the truck? Is there? I didn't see. No, it's an airplane. UFO. Have you ever seen a helicopter in an airport? I never. It looked weird from the
It probably wouldn't be allowed to be this close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Skeleton. Skeleton airplane. Tropical. Hog Air. Imagine if Tony Hawk had an airline. It was just like a big skateboard flying in the sky.
Everybody's boring flame. Not that funny.
That's the Earth? Oh my god, you're in the UFO now.
Whoa, look, a volcano,
This
holy
is
shit.
from Half-Life, actually.
What the fuck is this? A Halo map?
Nice.
Oh,
That's
there
Tony
goes
Hawk
your
Skate Pro Skate 2. See,
We're
there's a
watching
Neversoft logo.
Neversoft logo.
Oh, developer commentary note.
You know when they close
We went to.
when they closed Neversoft, they did like a Viking send off. Like they had the logo, the eyeball, and they fucking shot arrows at it and set it on fire. It's crazy. I think there's video of that. Never.
Womp.
Oh, what the?
Yeah, normal physics.
modded half pipes are always like weird on all the modded maps. They don't work quite right.
No, that's working as intended because you're in space.
Skill issue.
Everything is working as intended if you just believe. You know? If you believe hard enough. They got that Half-Life 3 tech.
Ravenholm looks different today. Yeah, that's Outlander.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're correct.
Anyways, Tyr, you should eat.
Yeah, I totally should. As soon as I figure out how to get transparency on this object.
What?
Color correction.
I mean the Windows background. we're in the maze. We're in the maze again.
4D gaming.
When I was a kid, I would wait for that and just fucking spend like 10 minutes.
This is so confusing. It is. Blending mode, add.
This is what my brain feels like every day, actually.
Man.
This is what I feel like when I stream. There's like 60 things happening at once.
It's not too far off from reality.
Right.
Did you? Oh no, that's on me. That's a big ass truck.
Please, zero true.
Okay, so
Are you streaming the audio to OBS by the way too, or
I
is it...
am yes. I am streaming the Discord
I
audio.
don't think this joke's good for this one.
Okay, look. Read the message.
You don't think this truck's good for this map? You're right.
Oh, I
Hold
forgot.
on, let me try another one.
I forgot that we're not Halloween anymore. Good thing I checked.
No, please.
Not the fucking
Stop
Go-Kart.
streaming.
Mario Kart looks different today.
Okay. We're gonna raid into our lovely friend Dylan Muse, who's playing Signalis right now. Signalis.
The game is so cool.
That game is so cool.
I need to play that game.
We're gonna check him out. We're gonna tell him how cool Half-Life is and that he should download it for sure. Absolutely.
I'll join in. The first thing I'm gonna say is, did you get to the lesbian jump scare yet?
Okay.
That's real. That's real.
Yeah. No, I bet.
Don't forget to get your free Half-Life on Steam.
Don't forget. Don't forget
Yeah.
to get. Don't
It
forget
doesn't look
to
like
get
this.
your
This is
complimentary
this is the
Half-Life.
this is the
No, this
premium
is
version.
Half-Life 3, but Half-Life 2 is free
This is-
right now.
This is
Yeah.
This is the Battle Pass exclusive.
You need to play
This
Half-Life
is the
2.
Half-Life 3 Battle Pass.
Yeah.
Not out yet.
You need to play Half-Life 2 for 3,200 hours in order to unlock this. This is like episode 3.5. Yeah, it's level 100. But there's no like.
Once you beat Half-Life 20 times, you finally unlock Barney as a playable character.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But it's really hard because like you have to play with the police baton. You cannot use any other weapons.
Yeah, that's your crowbar, and that's like your only weapon until you get the firearm.
Until you get the McLaren.
The last episode.
Yeah.
This is what he was doing in Zen the entire time, I think.
Yeah, Barney went to Zen once.
Barney went to Zen. Yeah. Yeah, guys. Thanks so much for coming. Have a nice day.
What's that back there? What that?
Earth.